Good morning, I think. We're good to go now?
Yeah, it's a good morning now.
Welcome, everyone. It is Monday morning. Thanks for sticking with us. Yes, some more technical difficulties. I am a pull back the curtain guy in radio. We're not supposed to be. Bosses get angry when hosts do this. But apparently we still don't have all of the ghosts out of the machinery from the changeover to YouTube, from the power outage, the fire that we had a few weeks ago. And so from day to day, we're not exactly sure what it is we're operating with. We seem to be okay once the week starts, but apparently this whole weekend thing throws us for a loop here at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM with all of the changes that were made to our system. And then we're still operating off of a generator outside. Yeah. And so who even knows if we had another power outage or some sort of breakdown overnight? I have no idea. But when we got ready to start the show, there was the equipment wasn't working to get the show started. So now it seems like we're okay. I'm not going to sit here and harp on this all morning long because we have a lot to do. We have a lot to discuss today, but that is what's going on. So hopefully this is the last time that we put you through this, that we have to go through this. But yes, more technical difficulties. I think we went like 10 years without having hardly any technical difficulties in terms of getting on the show, and now we've had to deal with it twice in a week.
It's fun.
No, I wouldn't call it fun. No, fun's not the thing I'd call it. No.
I was trying to be positive. It's definitely not panic-inducing when I look at you and you look at me and say, I can't hear anything.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh. And then you say, I'll just start talking. I say, yeah, try that. And then I can't hear you talking. And I think, well, that's not good.
Yeah, and then the mics wouldn't go on, and then they would go on, so I didn't know what was happening. But we seem to be okay now. Hopefully that is the case, and so we will dive in here on this Monday and not worry about the little stumble we've had coming out of the blocks. So we've got a big draft show coming your way today. Of course, we're going to recap the draft weekend, but we also had a Mariners team that pulled off a sweep on the road against the St. Louis Cardinals. 3 close games, but they pulled them all off. 3 wins, which gives them a 4-game winning streak. Now just a game under 500, so all but erased that month-long, sort of rough start that they got off to. I think they were also like, I can't hear anything.
Yeah.
Am I on?
Is this on?
Is the season started yet?
No, not till April 23rd.
My red light's not on. They're telling me the season started, but my red light's not on.
There's supposedly something I'm supposed to be hearing.
Yeah, maybe they were hooked up to a generator themselves at the beginning of the year.
That's likely true.
But and it smelled. It smelled. There was a gaseous fume that was coming out of the Mariners.
At least we don't have that today.
Yeah, true.
At least we don't have that today.
But they're nearly out of that hole. If they win tonight, they get back to the 500 mark, and it's as if we can kind of start anew with 132 games to go. Which I suppose is fine by me. But a lot of the things that we've been waiting on are now starting to come together. And yesterday it was another narrow victory over the Cardinals, 3-2. And Rob Refsnyder ends up being our hero. So he's obviously starting to hit now. Mm-hmm. It's a completely different feeling now when Refsnyder comes to the plate compared to what it used to be. He hits the solo home run in pinch hitting fashion, and it ends up being enough for a 3-2 victory yesterday. And so Refsnyder, that alone is a big story. He comes through in the big moment, gets the team the sweep. Bullpen comes through all weekend long, and so here we are nearly healed from all that ailed us for the first part of the season. But how Refsnyder got to the home run is the fascinating part. And, thank goodness for this challenge. It doesn't sound, I suppose, like all that big of a deal. If you were to tell somebody who wasn't a baseball fan that you get 2 challenges per game, that they were like, oh, you only get 2? Mm-hmm. And then as long as you keep getting them right, you don't lose them. But if you lose 2 challenges, then you don't have them for the rest of the game. Oh, well, why don't you get 10?
Yeah.
Why
couldn't
you
limit you? If they're wrong, shouldn't you be able to challenge it?
Yeah, why can't you keep challenging? So I don't know if anybody that doesn't really follow baseball would think that was that significant of a rule change. But, man, this thing obviously changes the outcome of games. And it's also showing you the impact that bad umpiring has on games as well. They're saying that the Ref Snyder call that he challenged, now keep in mind, earlier in the at-bat, the umpire already blew one, and Ref Snyder didn't challenge it. And so he blows another one. He couldn't wait to punch out Rob Ref Snyder for whatever reason. John Bacon is the umpire's name. Had a terrible day. Apparently had 7 calls overturned by the catchers alone in the contest.
Yikes.
And we were operating with just 1 challenge remaining because JP blew one early in the game, and the worst possible scenario to challenge. He decided to do that. And so you're down to 1 challenge, but it's also, we're late in the game. So Ref Snyder lets the first one go. And then the second one was 6 inches outside. Apparently it was the worst blown called strike that was overturned by a challenge since the history of the challenge. Okay?
Perfect.
And so Ref Snyder was like, all right, well, I'm not going to strike out because of you doofus. So he does challenge the second one. The call gets overturned because the ball was a county over from the strike zone. And then Ref Snyder launches a home run, wins the game. So thanks to the ABS challenge system, otherwise Ref Snyder just going back to the bench and we just complain about the official and who knows how the game ends. But now we at least have the challenge system. We had 1 challenge remaining, even though JP almost blew it twice for us. And Ref Snyder ends up getting that golden second opportunity and hits a home run. I mean, this rule is just game-changing. Just game-changing. And they still don't have their arms wrapped around how we're going to do this going forward. But Rob Ref Snyder may have given us an indication of how it should be done.
Yeah, and it was interesting, too, because I've thought in several games when we end up with 2 challenges, not that, oh gosh, here we are at the end and why are we finishing a game with 2 challenges left? Because we've used them throughout the game and we've gotten them right and that's okay. But in that sense, to have the 1 and to be able to have it to be used, I just thought to myself, how is it that we played this game just last year where this outcome where this outcome would have been totally different? Isn't that crazy, though? Because, to think that would have been a completely different outcome.
Could have been. Yeah.
Off 1 thing.
Yeah, could have been. Yeah. And there were other opportunities. And even the strategy of when do I challenge and when do I don't challenge. Yeah. Major league hitters are having a really difficult time with it. I think JP's got the best eye on our team, but even he's having a difficult time with it and on when to do it. And I'll tell you when not to do it when JP did it. Like nobody on base early in the count, and like you're not that important, dude.
Right. It's
like we want you on base. Don't get me wrong, but just because you challenge something early in the count doesn't mean you're getting on base. And you just blew a challenge for us, and now we've got to be careful with that thing. We can't be as aggressive as we wanted to be because you picked the absolute wrong time to do it. I think it's going to take a while before teams figure out how to use this. We talked about it with Cal in spring training, and Cal said, I think we're going to have to use it situationally. We're going to have to save them for when there are run-scoring opportunities. Or I would think at bare minimum, like Ref Snyder proved, all right, I'm going to let that one go because it's so early in the count.
Right. But
I want to challenge that, and I know we're late in the game, and I probably should challenge that, but we only have 1 left. And so I'm not going to challenge that one, but I'm not going to strike out on it. And so I think that we got a little bit of a lesson learned there.
Yeah.
That even late in the contest, do we really want to challenge something early in a count?
No. With
nobody on base, and then maybe take it away from a situation where you could have a robust inning, you could have bases juiced, and now you don't have a challenge to use. So the way that a few people have been using it, I think even maybe Dom had one too early in the contest, and he ended up winning it. But it's like, dude, it's 0-0. What are you challenging for early in the count? I think we learned a lesson from Rob Ref Snyder on one way to use it and a lesson from JP on when not to use it. And hopefully the Mariners will have a conversation and have a slide presentation.
Yeah.
This is when you use it. This is when you don't use it. And so I think we learned a lesson from Ref Snyder yesterday, not just won a baseball game.
No, I completely agree because, it should be in a situation where that's going to put you on base for a walk or that's going to help you avoid striking out. Not in a situation where, oh, okay, now I'm 1-0 instead of 0-1. Like that's just you could get another bat.
Yeah, 1-0 or 0-1, really?
Unless it's egregious. Unless it's just like that, like the call that actually that he challenged that got overturned, where it's so far that it's like, okay, that was so obviously a ball.
Uh-huh.
And then in that case, okay, yeah, if you want to help your count and there's zero doubt to anyone that is an actual ball, then that's different.
Yeah, if it bounces to the plate.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, go ahead and use it in any count.
Yes.
But just JP screwing that up led to everybody having to be more careful going forward. And so, like I said, it ended up helping win the game, but it also may have illustrated to the Mariners and everybody else in baseball when to use the challenge and when not to use the challenge, since you only do have a precious 2. But it also showed us the third thing is just what an impactful rule change this is, because it completely changed the outcome of that at bat, which ended up being the game-winning run scored in the contest. I had planned to have 11 to 12 more minutes to talk about this.
Whoops.
But now we are out of time in the first segment. But it sounds like we're good. We're underway. I'll get to the headlines at 7:05. We also have an NFL draft recap to do today. So we're going Monday morning quarterback style today. Hugh Millen from 8 to 10 will analyze all the picks from over the weekend for the Seahawks. Also, Greg Bell will be with us at 7:05. We have ABCs to the M, so I'll be able to get into a little more of this Mariners stuff. Other things beyond Rob Ref Snyder's home run yesterday. But it'll obviously be a pivotal part of our conversation in our next segment, because it'll be Mariners Morning After coming your way here on Chuck and Buck Monday Morning Blues, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
morning. Powered by Tulalip Resort Casino, DraftKings Sportsbook, where the action never stops. On Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
That's a little happier of a song.
We actually get to sing 3 more times.
Yeah. We could have listened to this every morning for the last 3 days. Last 4 days. Things have turned around a little bit for the Seattle Mariners. Local baseball team won again on Sunday in another close game with the St. Louis Cardinals. I'm sure Cardinal fans, Cardinal players feel like we should have had at least one of those 3 games. Well, sorry about it.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah.
Suck it. Kidding. You're all really nice, but I like a sweep.
Yeah. If my aunt had a wiener, she'd be my uncle. Isn't that the...
Pretty sure.
Isn't that the line?
Think you're right.
Well, the Mariners taking on the Cardinals on Sunday, coming off that crazy, wacky thing that we saw Saturday, back and forth contest. And I was going to put this in ABCs of the M's, but I'll just go ahead and put it here in Mariners Morning After. We don't ever win that game.
Yeah, right.
Didn't that feel that way Saturday? Yeah. Like, we were doing draft coverage, so I didn't get to watch it. I was pretty much just kind of getting updates, and, during commercial breaks, I'd go see, and the score just kept changing and fluctuating back and forth. I'm like, when is the last time that we won a game like this, where there were 2 different occasions where the Mariners rallied from a multiple run deficit? They had 4 stolen bases on the day. They gave up 5 home runs in the contest and ended up on the road somehow winning 11-9 on Saturday on a day that Brian Wu couldn't get anybody out. I mean, it was the strangest damn events that maybe have taken place in a game so far this year. And I just thought to myself, Mariners don't win games like this. This is not the type of game we win.
No, and you kind of thought okay, we're just going to chalk it up to Wu having a bad day and we move on and let's go to Sunday and we're going to get the series win hopefully on Sunday. Because we were watching, there was 5 Iron, me and another dad watching it in the stands in Chehalis during the softball game. And I had it streaming on my phone, and then after they went up 9-7, I was like, okay, I got to focus on this. Matt, you keep it going on your phone and let us know what's going on. And then he's updating us, and we're like, huh?
Huh? Yeah.
And then, huh? So I came home yesterday and immediately put the last 2 innings on. I was like, I got to see this in person of what I missed.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Crazy.
Yeah.
But nice win there, and then a chance for the sweep yesterday. And this was more like a Mariner game that we're used to. The Cardinals, again, their run scoring primarily from the solo home run, exclusively yesterday from the solo home run. So Emerson Hancock, I thought, was terrific yesterday. I know he gave up 7 hits in 6 innings, but other than the 2 home runs, I think 5 bloops. And then he pitched out of the bad luck that he'd had as the Cardinals just kept finding infield singles and miss hits down the third base line that went for a double. And so he pitched his way around that, kept the team in the ball game. And then the Mariners tied in the 9th inning. They go to that lefty-righty pinch hit situation, and they decided to pinch hit with Luke Raley. And to me, yes, this is fine. Ref Snyder's starting to click a little bit, and Raley's not on fire anymore. And so, to me, that was the right move yesterday. Let Ref Snyder lead off that inning. There was a challenge as Ref Snyder decided to let one bad call go from the home plate umpire, but not the second, the one that would have punched him out. And that umpire really seemed like he wanted to punch him out of that at bat. And so he got a second chance to try to make good, and my goodness, did he get a hold of one.
Here comes the 3-2. High lift deep, out to left field. It is gone! Ref Snyder, a pinch hit, go-ahead home run to take the lead in the 9th inning.
Aaron Goldsmith on the call, Mariners TV. Ref Snyder's second home run as a Mariner. That one is a game winner as the M's close it out. Jose Ferrer gets the call in the ninth inning and gets the save. Munoz had pitched the previous two nights, so they decide to implement Jose Ferrer. I think you did notice, by the way, that maybe a little more emphasis on, you know what? Let's try to win these games.
Yeah. Well,
rather than just worry about preserving bullpen arms that shouldn't be tired at this time of the year and based off of the usage. Now, they weren't going to go with Munoz on 3 days, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
They weren't going to go with Brash on 3 days. But certainly it was a weekend where you were hovering around the lead or had the lead throughout the entire weekend, and you saw multiple usages. Bizzardo went an inning and a third yesterday. Ferrer came back from 29 pitch outing the day before to pitch the night, and everybody looked fine. I don't want to overdo it, but I think obviously there was a little bit of a change of mindset from Dan Wilson.
Yeah, it is okay to have a pitcher play a third of, or go in for a third of an inning and then come back for the next inning. That's okay.
Yeah, I mean, you got to loosen up one of these rules, and
Yeah.
that seemed to be one of the rules that they loosened up over the weekend, and it results in 3 straight wins. And I realize Ferrer can't pitch today, and Bizzardo's not going to pitch today, and I would imagine Spire's not going to pitch today, but Munoz and Brash should both be available today, and hopefully we'll get a Luis Castillo long outing. More on that in a moment, but 3-2 ends up being your final score. The Mariners win. They're now just a game under 500 with their 4-game winning streak. Here's Dan Wilson after this sterling sweep of a weekend.
What can you say? Great way to cap off this series. What a outstanding series for us today. Emerson he just continues to pitch, and he went after it and gave us 6 strong, turned it over to the bullpen. Bullpen again continues to throw the ball extremely well, and was able to slam the door on the Cardinals today. I think offensively, as we talked about before, it's a momentum game, and when they score and then we come right back and score, that makes it a lot tougher on them, and we were able to do that twice. And then, getting Ref in there and, putting up a really good at-bat with the ABS challenge. Just an incredible AB there. It's a sequence and giving us the huge lift right there to get us ahead and then turning the ball over to Chucky there. Just all-around good win. We played a couple close ones here. Actually, all 3 were close. The first and the last were a little bit more low-scoring, a lot more pitching. But some good baseball and keep the momentum rolling as we get to Minnesota.
Dan Wilson after the 3-2 win and after the sweep in St. Louis. Yeah, they were all close. And the big hero, good to see Rob Refsnyder with the home run, ends up being the game winner. Cal also homered yesterday. That's 6 on the season for him. He's got his batting average up over 200, as we discussed on Friday. Josh Naylor, who did not play yesterday because of a quad injury. Hopefully that's going to be all right. But he got his batting average up over 200. And again, no one's satisfied with 200 batting averages from Cal Raleigh and from Josh Naylor. But you had to get over 200 before you can get up near 250 and beyond.
That's the way it works.
And Julio is up to 250. So they are certainly out of their ice cold starts that they had to this season. And lo and behold, we're starting to win more consistently because of that production in the middle of the order. So it's a sweep in St. Louis over the Cardinals, and not much rest here for a team that's played a lot of baseball so far this year. They'll play their 30th game of the year tonight. They'll be in Minnesota against the Twins. First pitch is at 4:40. Luis Castillo starts for the Mariners. I believe it's Prilip. It might be Prelip. Connor Prelip from the Minnesota Twins. I don't know much about him. He's had 1 start in his major league career. He only lasted 4 innings. The one thing I do know about him is that he is left-handed.
Oh.
But suddenly, that doesn't seem as much of a death sentence as it did a couple of weeks ago with Refsnyder starting to come out of it. Even Garver's had some good at-bats here as of late, and Connor Joe had a really big at-bat yesterday in the contest. And so you're going to see the righties implemented in this game, I'm sure. as we get ready to take on the Minnesota Twins. And kind of similar to St. Louis, this was not a team that was supposed to get off to a good start, Minnesota, but they did, and now they've kind of settled back down to earth. They have lost 5 straight games, so they're a scuffling team as they start this series with the Mariners, and hopefully we're just ready to blow past all of these pretenders.
Yeah, and I would like to see what we saw over the weekend where different people are contributing throughout the different games. I mean, that was one of the most fun parts seeing Leo Rivas, get the hit that puts us up ahead on Saturday and seeing Ref Snyder do it yesterday. I mean, that's the best.
And I want to say this. I'm glad you, because it triggered something, and this has to be said. Cole Young was fantastic this weekend. I mean, defensively for more than anything else, but he had some big hits. He had a big home run. He had the great spring training, and then he got off to a really good start, and then he kind of went into a cold spell there for a little while, and you were, man, okay, young man, we can't have the same patience as we did a year ago, so hopefully, you're going to come out of this soon, and he's come out of it in a big way, and he is playing Gold Glove caliber defense right now at second base, so I think he's going to end up being a really, really good player.
He looked excellent.
All right, coming up next, we've yet to talk about the NFL draft. Greg Bell's going to be with us at 7:05, but we'll beat him to the punch and talk about what the Seahawks did over the weekend. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. 7:05 today. Hugh Millen at 8 o'clock till 10 o'clock. That's right. Monday morning quarterback draft style today right here on Chug and Buck on the Morning. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Great to have you with us. Ashley Ryan is here. My name is Chuck Powell, coming off another fantastic weather weekend. Hope you got to enjoy that. Hopefully you caught some of our NFL draft coverage. Maybe you combined the two. I just kept picturing a bunch of Seahawks fans having just mowed the grass, popping their first beer, and then, just sitting out there in the lawn chair listening to draft coverage on their favorite radio station. That was the image that I came up with. I don't know.
That image.
Maybe it doesn't fit one person out there.
That's a good image for this weekend.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. That's what was getting me through the hard times.
Yeah.
Yes, we do have NFL draft to break down with our experts today, and the Seahawks ended up having one of those drafts where I said it Saturday, when you open up your favorite websites or, if you still do the newspapers, get ready, because you're going to see a lot of B's and B pluses. People are going to say, that's a solid draft, nothing spectacular. It's hard to be spectacular when you only have 4 picks going into a draft, and you are also a team without needs, and you're the Super Bowl champion.
Yeah.
And you're selecting last in every single round. So to come away with B's and B pluses, I figured that most of the experts we're going to view it as, you know what, they did what they needed to do. What few holes they had, they ended up filling them. Now, Mike McDonald said we weren't looking for specific body types to replace the guys we left, and yet you drafted specific body types to replace the guys you left. So I don't know why they get so bothered by this. This is just, it's pretty cut and dry. The highest paid free agent they lost was Super Bowl MVP Ken Walker. And so with the first pick, they took a running back to theoretically replace him, to be the RB1 and probably be used similarly. He's not going to be a 25 to 30 touches a game kind of running back. He's going to be probably a 12 to 15 touches per game type of running back. But I think he'll get more touches than anybody else. So they replaced Ken Walker with their first-round pick in Jadarian Price. Then on Friday, the second biggest free agent that you lost this offseason, money-wise, was Kobe Bryant. And what was he? He was a cornerback turned safety with hybrid skills in the secondary, who was an experienced guy who received a lot of accolades in college and can probably play either position, and a very intelligent football player. And so what did you replace him with? TCU safety Bud Clark, who had 6 years of experience in college and started a lot of games for them and had accolades in college. And even though he starts as a safety, he has cornerback hybrid skills that he can introduce to the table, and kind of feels like he is the new Kobe Bryant.
Yeah, absolutely, okay? Yeah.
And then the third biggest free agent you lost, probably Boye Mafe was probably third, but then Reek Woolen. And what did you do with your second pick on Friday? With the 99th pick, after trading down and picking up an extra pick, you got a long cornerback. And yeah, he's not a replica of Reek Woolen. He's not near the athlete, but he might be a little feistier based off of what we've heard about his game and his interview, which is now famous, on Friday night. But Julian Neal, 6'2" and change, long, rangy cornerback. And, yeah, maybe you're not trying to replace Reek Woolen, but you do sort of have to accept the fact that in the NFL, a lot of teams have long, rangy wide receivers, and it wouldn't kill us to have a long, rangy cornerback to match up with him. So they did that, plus John Schneider made a bunch of moves on Saturday, so he didn't end up with just 4 picks. He ended up with 8, for goodness sake.
Of course he did.
And so that's the type of weekend it was. It was just a weekend of I-dotting and T-crossing and hole-filling, and even though they weren't crater-like holes, certainly we were concerned about a few areas. They didn't satisfy the edge rusher, but they have the entire offseason. They've got the waiver wire. They're going to have cuts during training camp. They got all sorts of ways to try to find some edge rushing help before the start of the season. So to me, it was just check a bunch of boxes. That's all the weekend was. And I don't know if they got great value, but they got solid value on everything they did.
Yeah, I walked away thinking, okay, we did our job. We filled some holes that we really did need to. I would have been disappointed had we not gotten a running back. We did that. We've got some great new additions to our backfield. Okay, yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, and then what did they get? B's and B pluses.
Yeah,
pretty much across
I saw one
the
A.
board. Did you see an A?
I saw an A.
Who was the A?
Okay,
Was it
USA
like
Today. I think it was USA Today.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah,
Okay, didn't know if it was like John Schneider.
That would have been really funny.
I gave us an A.
I gave us an A. A plus, actually.
All right. Well, we'll ask Greg Bell about it at 7:05, plus your headlines, which we really didn't get to in our last hour. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Durant has been one of the very best out of any bullpen. And he faces Connor Joe, representing the go-ahead run, second and third.
He's hard to make contact against, and he's hard to lift.
Into right field, base hit. Garver is in. Young is coming home, and Connor Joe ties the game in the 8th inning. Back and forth we go in St. Louis. Bases are loaded. Mariners and the Cardinals are tied in the 9th. Into center field. Leo Rivas delivers in the 9th inning. Crawford scores. Garver right behind him, and Leo Rivas burns the Cardinals again. The Mariners have come back to take the lead 11-9 in the 9th inning.
Aaron and Angie on the call. Mariners television. That was Saturday's crazy-ass affair.
Felt like it needed some love.
Brian Wu got roughed up, and yet the Mariners managed to come back from a couple different double-digit deficits. Not double-digit, but multiple run deficits in order to win 11-9. Then they cap off the series Sunday with a 3-2 win, a little more conventional, a little more Mariner-like. Rob Refsnyder with a game-winning home run in the top of the 9th inning, and Jose Ferrer closed it out. The M's have won 4 straight. They are now 14-15 on the season as they sweep the St. Louis Cardinals, and they have a chance, despite this terrible start that they got off to this year as a team predicted to do damage this year in the Major League playoffs and maybe make it to the World Series. They have an opportunity tonight to get back to the 500 mark. They'll be taking on the Minnesota Twins. First pitch is at 4:40. Connor Prilip. It might be Prilip. Not sure. Don't really know this guy all that well.
I think you're fine just to guess.
He's a left-hander. He's made one career start for the Minnesota Twins. He'll get the start for them. Luis Castillo gets the start for us. More on that with ABC's of the M's coming up a little bit later on this hour. First pitch there is at 4:40, and it's where our Frost Brewed Coors Light Choose Chill headlines begin. We have not talked about a lot of these things in the headlines here today. The Red Sox crazy mass firings over the weekend. Alex Cora and 5 assistants all fired on Saturday. Remarkable turn of events. It's a remarkable story. And then what did they do? They went out and won with their interim manager, Chad Tracy, on Sunday. But could it start an avalanche of firings and hirings? I'm expecting that the Mets, Carlos Mendoza, is going to be let go today. They just got swept by the Rockies. I mean, come on. So we'll talk more about that a little bit later on this hour. The NBA playoffs, the Toronto Raptors, San Antonio Spurs, Boston Bruins, and Boston Celtics and Houston Rockets all won over on Sunday. Toronto evens up their series. San Antonio, Boston, they're up 3-1, and Houston stayed alive with a win over the Lakers. They're still down 3-1. Kevin Durant has been out for most of this series. Tonight, Detroit at Orlando. As the Pistons need to win just to even up that series. Oklahoma City at Phoenix. Oklahoma City can win the series, and so can the Minnesota Timberwolves. Can they take out the Denver Nuggets? That would be quite the upset. They're going to play without 2 star players. DiVincenzo is out for the rest of the playoffs with an Achilles injury, and Anthony Edwards is out for a couple of weeks with a hyperextended knee.
That looked, ouch.
So Minnesota a chance to take out the Nuggets, but they're down to their superstar and another pretty good player for that game. And then Stanley Cup playoffs as well. Winners yesterday were Buffalo, Colorado, Tampa Bay, and Anaheim. For Colorado, they win the series in a sweep 4-0 over the LA Kings. Tonight, just 2 games on ice. Philadelphia at Pittsburgh, and Las Vegas will be at Utah taking on the Mammoth. And, of course, the NFL Draft finished up on Saturday. It's time to talk some draft with our Seahawks insider, Greg Bell.
When the bell tolls, it must be 7 o'clock, and time for 12th Man News with Greg Bell. Brought to you by Coppola Diamond Collection Prosecco. Crisp, sparkling, with bright fruit flavors to make every toast shine. Game day bubbles? Only with Coppola Diamond Prosecco. Now with 12th Man News. Here's Greg Bell with Chuck and Buck.
Well, you survived NFL Draft Weekend, Greg. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
It wasn't too bad other than a perfect Saturday. I was inside a building. That was all right.
It is amazing. Greg and I talked about this on Saturday during our broadcast. There is something weird that every time it's NFL Draft Saturday, it is the best weather day of the entire year. And you just sit there with this view of the lake, and it looks gorgeous. And even though I love covering the draft, there's certainly an element of, wow, I probably should be outside.
Or like, could we just move this to the tent out there on the practice field?
It's unreal. It's uncanny.
When Chuck, the Draftmas guy, Mr. Draftmas himself, is longingly looking out the window wishing he was somewhere else, I know it's a pretty nice day outside.
All right. Well, we should have known John Schneider wasn't going to draft just 4 guys this weekend. By the time Saturday came to a close, he had 8 draft picks, for goodness sake. What is it that stood out to you on Saturday about all of John Schneider's maneuverings?
Well, yeah, 4 became 8, and a draft that he had said was weak. Bo Stevens was the trigger for all of it. The All-American guard from Iowa in the 5th round. Some people thought he would go in the 3rd round. And when he was still on the board come Saturday morning, that was a surprise. And then he was still on the board at the end of the 4th round. In the early of the 4th round, John Schneider was walking through our draft room. All the reporters were just hanging out, lounging around, like had nothing to do, just joking with us. And it was about 9:30, nothing to do. And then all of a sudden, Bo Stevens is still available in the 5th round. He started making calls, and he found teams willing to trade with him. So he trades back into the 5th round. He didn't have a 5th round pick. He only had a 6th when the day began. And that was, he said that they were very surprised, and they had to take him. And by doing it, how much did they want to get Bo Stevens because he fell so far? They've dipped into their stash of 12 picks in next year's stronger draft to get Bo Stevens. They traded a 2027 4th-round pick to get into the 5th round to get him. It's interesting that he has started both at left guard and right guard for Iowa, a team coached by Kirk Ferentz, former offensive line coach. He's an NFL savant for developing offensive linemen and just blue-collar offensive power blocking. The NFL loves seeing his prospects compared to everybody else who's in 2-point stances all the time. And the fact that Bo Stevens has been both left and right, of course, is intriguing because of Anthony Bradford's situation. And the starting right guard is in the final year of his contract. So, of course, we asked after the draft ended, which side are you going to start Bo Stevens on? They were too smart to answer that. And Mike McDonald just parried that question and didn't give us an answer. They didn't want to put Anthony Bradford on the spot before Bo Stevens has even entered the building. But suffice to say, they're not going to start Bo Stevens on the left side with Gray Zabel, their stud rookie left guard, still having at least 3, maybe 4 years under contract as last year's first-round pick. So that, to me, triggered the whole thing. And then once Schneider was able to trade back or trade into the 5th round there, he started trading back in the 6th round. This was the first time I've been covering drafts since, 2002 at the Raiders down in Sacramento Bee. This is the first time I've ever covered, heard of, or even thought about a team drafting a gunner, a punt team gunner. Emmanuel Henderson is on the board as a wide receiver, the 6th-round pick from Kansas, but they picked him because he's a gunner. He ran almost 23 miles an hour by GPS tracking as a gunner at Kansas. I mean, he runs faster than you're allowed to drive through school zones. And I've never heard of a guy that is drafted specifically to be an outside punt coverage guy. He's also a punt returner at Kansas, so he's a punt returner who also tackles punt returners. When you're a Super Bowl champion with 21 of 22 returners coming back, you make picks like that. Specialty, boutique, niche picks. And that's what Emmanuel Henderson was in the 6th round. That was pretty interesting to me. And then the other thing that I took away from Saturday, Chuck, the final part of the draft, was Michael Dansby, the cornerback from Arizona. He was the 255th pick in the draft, the third to last pick. There were only 2 other picks in the whole draft, Mr. Irrelevant, 2 behind him. And Michael Dansby gets on the phone with us and says that he ran a 4.25 during his training. And when he told us that, we all looked at each other. Those of us who covered draft, 2 or 3 drafts, and thought, there's no way in hell this guy's 7th-round pick, 3 from the bottom of the draft, ran in a 4.25. He would have been in the 3rd or 4th round. He would have been like Ronaldo Nehemiah. They'd just pick him because he's fast. And it was like his dad was timing him when he said that. And he said he did it during his training before the draft. And we asked John Schneider about 4.25, and he just shook his head and laughed. He said, well, he's a cornerback. Of course he's going to tell you that. But it just speaks to the bravado of this draft class. We all heard Julian Neal the other night, Friday night, with unbelievable quotes about Cam Chancellor and I'm coming to smash people's faces and all of that. Well, the bravado was pretty much the theme through the whole thing, and I'm writing for tomorrow for the News Tribune about that. They had a task entering the draft of they actually have a competition scale. Their board, Schneider was explaining, he said to me, Greg, I could explain this for hours to you, but they have a competition scale where they measure intangibles of competitiveness. And they wanted to draft guys who were not in awe of Super Bowl champions. They wanted to draft bravado, swag. I heard the word swag and swaggy through Snyder and McDonald the whole weekend. And that's what this whole picks are. Julian Neal, that personifies it. Bud Clark, another confident, swaggy guy. Chris and I are going to talk to his position coach from TCU at 11 o'clock. But even the 7th-round pick was swag.
Yeah. Greg Bell is with us. Our Seahawks Insider draft coverage came to a close on Saturday. The Seahawks coming away with 8 selections. And, yeah, we haven't even had the chance here on the morning show to talk about what happened Friday. You mentioned the names, Julian Neal in the 3rd round and then Bud Clark in the 2nd round. And I guess if I'm heard it correctly, Mike McDonald was trying to play down. No, we weren't just trying to replace body types, but it really does feel like they were trying to replace Kobe Bryant and Reek Woolen to some degree. They were trying to fill needs in that secondary, a long corner in Neal, and then a hybrid corner/safety in Bud Clark. So I don't think that they should be embarrassed about that. I think that they should own that they may have found a Bud Clark guy that could step in for Bryant, if not this year, soon. And maybe Neal is somebody that can match up against long receivers in the future.
Yes, the first 4 picks were just straight linear. Here's what we lost. We can replenish. Jadarian Price, Kenneth Walker, Super Bowl MVP, goes to Kansas City. They draft a running back in 1st round. Kobe Bryant goes to the Bears. They draft a safety, Bud Clark, in the 2nd round. Reek Woolen goes to the Eagles. They draft Julian Love in the 3rd round. Anthony Bradford is entering the final year of his contract as the starting right guard. They draft Bo Stevens at guard. It's turnkey. And they did it last year with their first pick, Gray Zabel, with the issue they had at left guard. At the time, a wide open position they needed to fill. So, yeah, they did. And that's unusual for John Schneider. He could say all he wants about how the best player at each spot, but he drafted for need, which he doesn't always do and says he often gets in trouble doing. But in their minds, they had the best players at that spot at the need. It bears saying again, if people were out in the beautiful sunshine and may not have heard this weekend, I've mentioned a few times on our draft coverage here, Jadarian Price, they intended to be a 2nd-round pick. Once they didn't get Chris Johnson, I was told that Chris Johnson, the cornerback from San Diego State, became their target as round 1 continued and as the cornerback started pushing down. And when Chris Johnson went a few spots ahead of 32, I can't remember which spot he went exactly, then that's when they pivoted to let's get Jadarian Price in the 2nd round and trade down. And then all the trades down happened right before him in round 1. They had 6 trades between the 20 and 31 spots, Seattle picking 32. And what happened there is they ran out of teams to trade with. All the teams that wanted to trade into those late 1st-round picks got used up by San Francisco, trading down twice, for instance, in front of them. And they had no one to trade with at the bottom of round 1. And the Jets that wanted to jump up had already jumped up above them, so they weren't available as the pick right behind Seattle. And so they were left with nobody to trade with, and that's why they took Price where they did. They didn't believe, and rightly so, that Price would still be there at 64, their original pick at the bottom of round 2, so they took him at 32 when they couldn't trade with anyone.
Greg Bell is with us, our Seahawks insider. Of course, you can follow his entire coverage of the draft at thenewstribune.com, or you can follow him, and I should say you could follow him on X at GBellSeattle. The one thing they didn't get accomplished that we all thought that they would is to draft an edge rusher. Why did they not get to it, and why should we not be concerned about it?
Well, they tried, and they didn't. It was a case of we're not just going to force picking an edge rusher to pick an edge rusher, and that's what it came down to. Is especially in the later rounds, you're not going to pick a guy that you don't think is going to help you, and so that's what happened.
Yeah.
And now they're looking to free agency, and now So here's the deal on free agency. As of today, Monday, the league rules are if you sign a veteran free agent from this day forward, he does not count against the comp pick formula for 2027. And John Schneider is very in tune to the fact that he, because of comp picks, is lined up to have 11 picks in a stronger draft next year. So he does not want to give up any of those comp picks, and he waited until now to sign any more veterans from the outside. And so that's basically what they're doing. And they're playing the comp pick formula game and keep holding on to their 11 picks, and now they can sign a veteran from outside. And now because we're in this stage of free agency, they don't have to wait or they don't have to bid, or they can just take their time and do it on their terms. Dante Fowler, a veteran edge rusher in the NFL, visited the Seahawks last week, made a free agent visit. That's just one of a few that they can now sign without it affecting the comp pick formula. But, yeah, they're not done there. And Mike McDonald has said repeatedly this is just part of the process. The draft was the next part of the process. Najee Harris has made a free agent visit, the running back coming off an Achilles tear, former 1,000-yard rusher for 4 seasons with the Steelers. So now we're going to enter that phase of them shopping in free agency all the way in through the summer when there's salary cap cuts in training camp.
Did you at least get to enjoy a wonderful sunset on your drive home Saturday from 3 days of draft coverage?
I did. I actually got home a little bit before this. That's my goal every Saturday is to get home before the sun sets, and I did get home before the sun was setting. But it's the only 3 days you're actually wedded to that building, besides some mini camp days and whatever. But yeah, you're right. It is uncanny how Saturdays are there.
It's fun, though. It's a great energy. And I know, somebody that covers the beat, it's something old hat to you to be around that building. But I love, I'm not around it nearly as much. So I kind of enjoy the energy of the whole thing as well. So it was nice to be out there on Saturday.
Yeah, you're right, Chuck. And again, every one of the 257 picks this weekend has a story.
Yeah.
And they came from somewhere. And that Bud Clark got married as a college sophomore. He has a 3-year-old. And I asked him about that, the second-round pick. I said, how did you – I mean, it wasn't like he was just a side job as he was being a young father. He was a full-time, big-time college football player. That's like an 80-hour-a-week job. Then he's got to go to class. And then he's got his young fiance and young son at home. And he said, yeah, that was an eye-opener, is that there's a lot more to life than football. I had to grow up really fast. My fiance was awesome with our baby at home. I mean, it's stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And Jadarian Price, we mentioned his mom beating breast cancer and the motivation for that. And there were stories all through the Seahawks that Devin Eastern overcame an emotional disorder while at the University of Minnesota. And he talked to the Minneapolis Press a couple of years ago about that and about how vital counseling and talking about things were to him to get through Minnesota. Now he's in the NFL. Every one of those 257 people have a story and a path, and their dreams were realized this weekend. It was really cool. That will never if I'm callous to that, I need to get out of the business, because that's the coolest thing about the draft.
All right, Greg. Well, thank you very much for everything. We appreciate it. It was a great Draftmas holiday, and you were a central part of it. So we appreciate all your help.
Oh, thanks, Chuck. I'm sorry your holiday season is over.
No. It has to come to an end. After a while, you're just like, I'm exhausted.
Yeah, that's what makes it magical. If it went all year, ugh.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
You couldn't sustain that level of enthusiasm for 12 months.
No, I was about at the end of my rope come about Saturday at 3 o'clock.
Does the tree come down, or you just keep that up for posterity?
We moved the tree down. Yeah, the tree is down.
man.
We took it
Yeah.
down. Yeah.
It's-
Otherwise, Holmgren will get pissed at us.
That's funny. He would.
All right, so 10 o'clock today, yes?
Yes, sir.
All right.
We'll talk to the position coach for Bud Clark at 11 o'clock from TCU. Deuce Brown.
All right.
At 11 o'clock.
Sounds good.
Thanks. Happy Monday.
Thank you, Greg. Greg Bell, our Seahawks insider, joining us right here on Chuck and Buck in the Morning. His segment, of course, brought to you by Coppola Diamond Collection Prosecco. Bring the bubbles to every NFL event. I mean, next thing is the schedule release in a couple of weeks. So bring the bubbles to the schedule release.
There you go. What better way to pop bottles?
Coppola Diamond Collection Prosecco delivers bright, refreshing flavors of apple, citrus, and peach to every celebration. Bubble up your W and L's that you're going to put by the Seahawks opponents by celebrating every victory before we even get to training camp.
Oh, it's going to be glorious. I might make us go 17-0.
Game day bubbles only with Coppola Diamond Collection Prosecco. Coming up next, the NFC West had a really interesting weekend, us excluded. We were just so vanilla and solid that there really wasn't any fanfare or controversy or tumult that surrounded the Seahawks. But all the rest of our division brethren, they certainly had the poo hit the fan at some point this weekend. And so we're going to discuss all the poo that got sprayed by the fan on KJR. I was giving, I tallied up our Green Jackets scores for the Stanley Cup playoffs, the one that Everett Fitzhugh and we were a part of. We did our draft. So I'm just going to give everybody a Monday update on where we at with the scoring. Nice. Turns out Brandon Hagel's the greatest scorer in the history of hockey.
Who knew?
Yeah. But my smartphone decided every single hockey player name that I entered, since they're so weird, changed them. So I ended up having to spell every single name twice because my phone was like, that's not a real name.
Which is weird, right? Because when you capitalize it, your phone should recognize, oh, maybe this is a name and not something I've seen before. I should just let it be.
I mean, even Johnston, they decided, no, you're trying to spell Johnson. Let's be honest.
You're like, hey.
No, trying to spell Johnston. I'm trying to spell McCarr. Don't change it to Maker.
Well, that one's all right.
No. Not when you've had to do it 16 times.
I know, but I don't like Cale McCarr, so.
I see. All right. Anyway, so you'll be getting that eventually. It should already be done.
Would have been pretty funny to get it, though, with the wrong names.
I should just send it with the names.
Yeah,
and just
what
say,
your phone says.
This is what my phone says is on your team, so sorry about it. Yeah. You don't have Connor McDavid. You have Connor Milady.
Connor Milady. You don't have Leon Draisaitl. You have Leon Dreidel.
You have Leon Dry Cleaning.
Dry Cleaning.
All right, let's talk some draft here. The NFC West had quite the weekend. Seahawks excluded. We had pretty much just a solid draft with nothing controversial about it. But our fellow NFC West teams seem to rule the headlines over the weekend, going all the way back to Thursday night, the Ty Simpson pick for the Los Angeles Rams. And it has since been explained away by Sean McVay that whatever you saw from him, his mannerisms, his affect, that his body language, and I guess we all became body language reader experts on Thursday night. He said that was just me trying to make sure that Matthew Stafford didn't think I was celebrating the pick too much. That was to protect Matthew, and I guess I overdid it. But I am on board. I am in lockstep with our general manager, Les Snead, and I do really like the pick.
Well, then you're both idiots.
And yet, I still don't believe you.
Yeah.
And then, okay, there is an argument to be made for you got to be out of your mind if you don't think that Sean McVay doesn't like Ty Simpson, that Les Snead would take a player that Sean McVay doesn't like. You're right. I don't think there's any way that that's possible. I don't think there's any way that that's true. I don't think there's any way that Les Snead just went rogue and didn't include Sean McVay in the conversation and tell him what he was going to do at pick number 13. But I've also followed sports my entire life. And I know that there have been plenty of times where a general manager and a head coach didn't see eye to eye on a pick. I mean, is it out of the question that they sat there on Wednesday night putting together the final board and Les Snead said to Sean McVay, I really want to get Simpson. I really believe in him. I really like him. We've done our due diligence. You like him. You think he's good for the system. I think it's time to get Stafford's replacement. And Sean might have said, I like him. I get where you're coming from, but I would like to add a piece that helps us get over the hump this year. I mean, we're not that far away from the Super Bowl. We've got this luxury of the 13th pick in the draft, which we kind of lucked into. You know, we got to get better.
Yeah, we can't blow this pick.
And taking a quarterback that's going to play 3-4 years down the road doesn't help us get better tomorrow. And so is it out of the question that they went to bed with that disagreement and that Les Snead the next day told him, I'm going with Simpson. I'm sorry. I have the heavy hand here.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Simpson. And so that's what we're going to do at 13. Is that crazy?
I don't think so.
I don't either. I mean, Sean McVay was not in the room when they made the pick.
No, I'm sorry, but there's no way that you look that angry when you go to the press conference after because you want to make sure that Matthew Stafford knows it's still his team. If that was the case, you call Matthew Stafford before you make the pick and say, hey, here's where we're going. but this is your team. This isn't for right
Which
now.
they did.
Right, but
Yeah.
this is, but I'm saying, but then you're not worried publicly about how Matthew Stafford is taking it because you've already talked to him.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah. And look, I mean, John Schneider didn't want to trade for Jamal Adams.
Well,
And I know he's denied that. I mean, of course, I was on board with Jamal Adams.
I would
But they
deny if I was him.
But they are all in the game of protecting
Yes.
the other person. I am in this relationship with Pete Carroll. I do have a good relationship with Pete Carroll, but he did a couple of things where he overruled me. And we went with his route. And we didn't go what I thought was the smarter way to go. And yeah, I signed off on it. I'll take the heat for it, and I'm not going to try to spin it in the media and say, Pete made me do it, because that makes me look bad. But I don't think it's out of the question at all to arrive at the conclusion that, yes, they evaluated Simpson. They all liked Simpson. Sean McVay liked Simpson. But when it came down to making the pick, there was a disagreement on what we should do at number 13, and Les Snead said, I'm doing it.
Right.
And pissed off Sean McVay. Is that crazy? I don't think that's crazy.
No, I don't think it is at all. I think he got overruled, and I do think, he wanted a wide receiver or somebody that he could see on his field this year making a big difference, and especially for him, because he's the one that gets the most irritated when they lose, especially close games and things like that. He wanted somebody that was going to help put them over the top, and he didn't get it. And he hadn't talked to Ty Simpson. I mean, there's certain things that are pretty obvious that it was not his favorite choice.
Well, and look, I mean, think about it. Like maybe you get to Wednesday night and you're like, I want to go with Reuben Bain Jr. I'm just throwing out an example. I want to go with Reuben Bain Jr. Well, then if Les Snead goes with Reuben Bain Jr., is it crazy that Les Snead's not happy about it?
No.
That Les Snead's saying, I wanted to go with Simpson. And now we can't agree. Here we are at the midnight hour, and we can't agree with what we want to do at number 13.
Yeah.
So, okay, if I go with Reuben Bain Jr., then I'm going to be pissed because I wanted to take the quarterback now. I think it's time to take the quarterback now. So somebody's got to win the disagreement.
Right.
I mean, just because you went through the process together and you've had a good working relationship and you've won a Super Bowl and all of that sort of thing in the past doesn't mean that you're not going to get to the midnight hour on something like this and have a difference of opinion as to who we should take at 13. And somebody's got to win.
Right.
Somebody's got to win that argument. So if Les got to work on Thursday and said, I hear you loud and clear. I understand where you're coming from. But I know you like Simpson. I like Simpson. Matt's not playing forever. To me, it feels like the time to use the luxury pick is on a luxury item like a backup quarterback. So I'm taking Simpson. Otherwise, we take Bain and I'm pissed off. But I think it's the smarter thing to do. I have hand. I'm taking. Is that crazy? That's not crazy.
No, it's not. You're not going to make everybody happy with every pick. It's not going to happen. I mean,
two parents that are trying to figure out what their only child, where she's going to go to grade school, on the time where it comes down to, we got to make a decision. Like, they need to know tomorrow, one parent, if you disagree with what the right school is going to lose that argument.
Correct.
And they might be angry. And especially if things go sideways the first couple of days at school.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So even parents who absolutely love each other and have the absolute best interest in their child and their child's future can, when it comes to a big decision, get to the midnight hour and haven't agreed 100% on what they want to do. And one of the parents is going to win the argument.
Yes. Yeah.
So why couldn't a coach and a general manager also arrive at that conclusion on draft night?
No, and I completely agree. Any partnership where you are close with somebody, you are working intimately with somebody, you're going to have those moments. And their moment was just shown on television. And McVay couldn't hide his disappointment when he had to go sit there and try to sell it. And I don't blame him. I mean, sometimes you have a real human moment. They're not all robots.
Right.
So,
and I have a feeling Sean McVay wears his emotions on his sleeve a lot.
Yeah.
It's what we kind of like about him, even though he's our rival. I kind of like him for that.
Yeah.
But I think that's what happened. I think that's a perfectly reasonable conclusion to draw from what happened Thursday night with the Los Angeles Rams. And we don't even have time to get into what the San Francisco 49ers apparently got accused of over the weekend. And the Arizona Cardinals, who a lot of people are split on whether or not they had a great draft or a bad draft. It's interesting. So, yeah, we'll break that up over the course of the next couple of days. But coming up next, I am going to get a little baseball in before we bring Hugh Millen aboard. It's a Monday morning quarterback draft edition here today. And so Hugh's going to be with us from 8 to 10, breaking down all the draft picks for the Seahawks from over the weekend. And I'm sure we'll get into a few other things as well. But coming up next, your ABCs of the M's on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. have some ABCs of the M's, and then we're going to go heavy draft for the rest of the show. Hugh Millen here for us to break down all the picks made by the Seahawks from over the weekend. They ended up with 8 before all was said and done. That was double the amount of work that Hugh thought he was going to have to do in preparation for today. But we'll get to the ABCs in a moment. Do want to let you know Tulalip Resort Casino is sitting there waiting for you. It is still the month of April, which means the Carnival of Cash is still going on. I mean, it's a rager out there at Tulalip Resort Casino. $75,000 of Carnival of Cash available, 200 weekly prizes. This is the last week, and one lucky winner is going to end up with a $10,000 grand prize at Tulalip Resort Casino and Quilceda Creek Casino. And if nothing else, just go play your favorite games, become a member of the One Club, find all the details at everythingtulalip.com.
Listen to the cha-ching, cha-ching of the slot machines. Mm-hmm. It's like music to my ears.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. They pipe in that air.
Oh, yeah.
All that sort of thing.
Good stuff.
All right, let's get to the ABCs of the M's. We left off at the letter E. E is for the Emersons. Man, it's getting pretty interesting. It's getting pretty sticky right here. Emerson Hancock, another really good outing. He has an ERA at 2.86. He has been our most consistent starting pitcher this season. We can even now place him ahead of Brian Wu on that list of consistent starting pitchers for the Mariners. And he's going to make it really difficult. So Luis Castillo with Bryce Miller, getting ready and ramping up all of his usage. Luis Castillo, it feels to me like all of his starts are important because he's been the least consistent of our starters to this point in the season. Be really tough for me to take my most consistent starter and replace him with my least consistent starter and keep him into the starting rotation just because one has more seniority over the other. Not in a year where I'm trying to win a World Series.
That would be a terrible way to judge it or to go about it and decide that.
Well, that decision is starting to now bubble to the surface now. I mean, we're going to have to make that decision sooner than later. And I will throw young Colt Emerson in there as well. I mean, he's not lighting up Tacoma right now. He's got a 250 average, 360 on base, 821 OPS. But I'm going to tell you something. Plays a really good defense. He's fast. And he has power. He's hit 2 home runs in his last 4 games. JP's batting average is still well below 200. His arm strength is obviously affected by whatever injury he had in the offseason. He had a couple of throws over the weekend where it was like, can you even get the ball across the diamond?
Yeah, it seemed like a struggle.
He is slow. And he is even struggling with his batter's eye at this point. He's got a high on base. He's getting a lot of walks, but he had a bad challenge yesterday. That was a bad moment, and he still won't cut down on his swing. He's still trying to hit a home run, it feels to me, like every other swing. Which is just not his role. I mean, at some point, we might have to make the decision. We just have a better shortstop in Tacoma than we have in Seattle. And so, I mean, I'm going to give it a little more time, but every day that passes, I'm a little more convinced that our best shortstop in the organization is a 20-year-old freckle-faced kid living in Tacoma right now.
Yeah, I mean, it is getting harder and harder to ignore. That's for sure.
Yeah. F is for firings. Man, what a weird day in Boston on Saturday. And I'll tell you, somebody that doesn't subscribe to It's Early, Craig Breslow.
Yeah, clearly.
The general manager of the Red Sox. Here's what he clearly did. He's taking heat for Red Sox fans for the bad start that they're off to. And Craig Breslow's passing the blame on to his coaching staff. He feels that he gave them a great roster this year, one that should make the playoffs and maybe contend in the American League. But they got off to a 9-17 start. And so was he going to blame himself for that? No, he decided to blame a very successful in a Red Sox uniform manager in Alex Cora, and whatever disagreements they'd had, because apparently there'd been a lot of them, he just decided he was going to take all of Cora's buddies out too.
Everyone.
Because he didn't want them lingering around the locker room after if he just gets rid of Cora, you still have the message to the players that was a mistake from the 5 other guys that were his cronies, if you will. And so he decided, I'm just going to get rid of all of them. I mean, it is a bold move, but it has to work. Otherwise, Craig Breslow's out. And even the president of the Boston Red Sox said, nope, this was the general manager's decision alone, which usually you kind of present a united front. President said, nope, this was the GM's decision. He wanted to separate himself from it as much as he possibly could. So Craig Breslow, the general manager of the Red Sox, putting himself on the line right now.
I saw somebody tweet out, it's like it was a tweet that they got or a comment they got from a former Red Sox player who said it's like pooping your pants and changing your shirt.
Yes. Yeah. And so, I mean, I mean, thank goodness the Mariners started turning around a little bit. But I didn't mention this with Dan Wilson. There are just a lot of teams in Major League Baseball who believe they've got really good teams, and they got off to bad starts. The Blue Jays are still 3 games under 500. The Royals, who thought they were going to win the division this year, are still 6 games under 500. The Astros are 11-18. The Mets, I'm expecting any second now that the Mets are firing their manager. Philadelphia is 9-19 at this point. They thought they were winning the World Series this year. It's one of those years. I said this about Dan, and I never said to fire him. Don't get me wrong. What I said, though, this is a precious year. And if after a 4-9 start, if we end up 8-18, it's something you got to consider. You can't waste this year. And I think a lot of teams feel that way. Like, I can't waste this year. And if I'm not in disagreement, not in harmony with my manager, I may have to shake something up. So I'm surprised that Cora was the example of this, but I'm not entirely surprised. I think maybe this starts an avalanche effect. I think that maybe Alex Cora could become the next next manager of the Phillies or the Mets. I think that his availability suddenly makes him a hot candidate for maybe a couple of other teams that just will not accept a slow start this year, not with the talented veteran roster that we've pieced together. We may have to shake it up. We may have no choice but to shake it up. So we'll see. I think we're going to see a couple more of these before the next couple of weeks. And thankfully, Dan's not going to be one of them because he's kind of pulled himself out of the fire.
Yeah, thank goodness.
Yeah. All right, coming up next, Hugh Millen is with us, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. not sad at all. The holidays are wonderful, but
I enjoy them.
you can't keep up that pace.
Well, it's so exhausting.
I mean, you got to ramp up to something, and then you got to get the payoff, and then you got to do a little recovery. I mean, we just can't do every day just celebrating like it's 1999, for goodness sake.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, so
Imagine that every day.
I had my fill of draft nog, and I don't want any more for a while. We had the tree, but we put it away today before Mike Holmgren criticized us.
Correct.
For over-celebrating, over-draft missing. And by the time the 7th round rolled around on Saturday, I'm like, you know what? Kind of tired of picks I've never really heard of. So why don't we just put a bow on this thing for another fantastic draft miss year? And now we'll just analyze the hell out of it. And joining us on the program is a man that he's already number one in your hearts as our QB1 top analyst here at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. But his role of Yukon Cornelius this draft miss season may just added new layers of adoration to this guy. And my goodness, I mean, we're selling Yukon Cornelius bobbleheads. We can't keep them on the shelves right now, Hugh.
Yeah, I mean, what claymation character would you rather be? I mean, come on. I mean, he's top of the food chain.
Number one
I'm
prospector.
honored to be linked with him.
We did it again. Another draft season comes to a close. Before we start diving into these 8 picks, as John decided to make you do twice the work over the weekend.
Thank you, John.
Just
have an easy Sunday.
Yeah, I just wanted to get your overall thoughts. What's the thing that stood out most to you about the draft weekend this year?
Well, I think you come into it with relatively low expectations. I mean, we had a couple of years ago where you had the 5th and the 20th pick, and you get Devin Witherspoon and you get JSN. You're down to
good?
4 picks.
Was that good? By the way, was that a good draft?
You think they hit on those? Yeah, that's why they got another Lombardi. But so I think you come into it and obviously you had the 4th and 5th round losses with Rashid Shaheed, who with his special teams contributions, made it all worth it, right? And so I think it's just a low expectation draft, but I really do believe that they several days before, I think they had their eye on Jadarian Price with the first pick. I'll get to that in a second. I think that they had their eye on Bud Clark at 64. And I think that they had their eye on Julian Neal at 96. Though that, like, bang, bang, bang. That's how they had projected. They thought now the one caveat is that they probably felt like they could have and should have been able to pick up a couple more picks, but drop back to 35 to 38 somewhere in there.
Yeah,
and still get the halfback in Price. But other than that, I think, and then there's, I don't want to call them surprises, but some issues that we'll talk about in the later picks. But I think as far as them identifying their needs, identifying the players that would best fit their needs, I think they're absolutely delighted. They got the guys they wanted.
Well, we've got 2 hours together here, and so I hope I'm not throwing you off, because you would think I'd go, sort of chronologically through the selections, but we did do Jadarian Price for quite a bit on Friday, and so with our big fat segment to start things off, maybe we begin with the 2 Friday picks, since we on the Chuck and Buck show have not had that analysis presented since that happened on Friday, and then we had the weekend. So if you don't mind, I'd like to skip to Friday and get your thoughts on those 2 selections to get us started here today. Let's go with Bud Clark. They did stick and pick again at 64, and this is a safety out of TCU. Sounds like he's got some cornerback coverage skills that might be able to slide him inside. Kind of sounds like the reverse Kobe Bryant experiment. A cornerback that could play safety. This is a safety that might be able to play some corner. And it did feel to me like we have a hole. We really like that Kobe Bryant player, and maybe we have his replacement in Bud Clark. It did feel like you're trying to fill that hole in your roster. Now, can he pull it off? Tell me about Bud Clark through your lens.
Yeah, I would agree. Obviously losing, Kobe Bryant, you got to have a plan to have some competition there. I mean, Ty Okada really played well, won a lot of games with him. There's some physical limitations, but in looking at Clark, I would say it's yes, that replacement, but I think you add a little bit more, Chuck, to it, because when you listen to Mike McDonald in the press conference that Friday night, and he was talking about his versatility, and he immediately mentions nickel. And I'm kind of, whoa, the light kind of goes on for me that when you look at Devin Witherspoon, I'm going to work backwards from Devin Witherspoon, because I think the point to make about Bud Clark, you'd say, well, wait a minute, isn't that more of a Julian Neal a comparison? No. To me, it's a Bud Clark comparison. So Spoon has played for Mike McDonald 2 years, right? The first year, Spoon, that was 2024. Spoon had 390 snaps out wide, but inside he had 683, whatever that ratio is. But remember that 390 out wide, 683 inside. Last year, he goes from 390 outside to 461 outside, and his inside snaps dropped from 683 to 419. And so I think that what you want with Bud Clark, and what Mike McDonald envisions, is you could see a situation where Bud Clark comes inside and plays the nickel, and Spoon stays on the outside. Because when Spoon went inside, when Reek Woolen came on, Reek Woolen's not an inside player. Reek Woolen had to be the outside corner. So Spoon, when they wanted to play the dime, and again, 36 snaps in the Super Bowl of dime, the most of the season by far, they were ramping up. The first 9 games only had 2.5 plays per game in dime. And then it jumped to 18 per game in the second half of the season, highlighted by 36 per snaps in the Super Bowl. So that ability to play dime, and of course that's with Nick Emenwari, who's technically a safety, but look at him and you could almost view him as a sandbacker. But in any event, I think Bud Clark, he played in the box last year 214 times, plus a slot corner at 309. So you combine them, that's 523 inside. And then he was a safety, only 139 in a back end safety. So he has a lot of experience playing in the slot. His height is 61 percentile, even though his weight is. You look first rep. You when you put on the tape, you go, whoa, that's a thin frame. He's 188 pounds, 9th percentile for safeties, but 61st percentile in height and 93rd percentile for his 40 time, 86th percentile for his broad jump. He was a long jumper in high school. So what you see is a lean dude, just exactly what you said. What was Kobe Bryant? Played corner at Cincinnati, won the Thorpe Award for the best college DB as a corner. And then they put him in slot with Pete Carroll, and then he found a home in the back end with Mike McDonald. I think that what you see with Bud Clark is a guy that, has a lot of versatility, big time IQ, football IQ, has a great sense of recognizing patterns, what have you. Will go get the ball. Unbelievable. 15 interceptions. I mean, he had an interception against Colorado where he was covering the underneath guy right near the line of scrimmage. The quarterback is throwing it to an intermediate sail cut, outbreaking route, and he just jumps up and snatches it, like some leopard catching a bird or something on the Sahara. I I backed it up and I go, the ball was only in the air for 7 yards. Like, how does a man catch that? So he's got an ability to play the ball. He gets his hands on a lot of pass defense. And as I said, 15 career interceptions. He's got a lot of experience and the athleticism he brings. What he lacks in weight, he makes up for in his ability to catch up, cover ground. And now he's not an elite tackler in space. Sometimes he's a little too technical, kind of breaks down, and that's not a bad thing. The very best safeties just kind of fly up and just chop you down at full speed. They never break down. I mean, let me explain what that means. In high school, if you go watch a practice and you're teaching young safeties, you have to do what's called breakdown. So you come from depth. There's a guy out in space. You got to drop your hips. You got to widen your base, and you got to slow down and come under control to give yourself a chance to make the tackle. The contradiction is that the very best safeties, you watch Buda Baker play. Buda Baker comes flying. He ain't breaking down for nothing. He just takes the correct angle, and he's so fast. He's on you so fast, he's going to chop you down. Right. And of course he's an undersized safety, but just plays with this abandonment and, breakdowns, schmake down. I'm not breaking down for anything. So the elite guys have that ability. Clark, tends to be more technical, come to balance, get his feet wide and drop his hips, which is fundamental. I know I'm just, it's dichotomous what I'm trying to convey, but so I think he's very good, but not elite tackling in space. But you get a cover guy, high IQ, ball skills, great versatility. Let me say it again. Great versatility. It's very important. The Seattle Seahawks had this guy targeted at 64 days in advance. And so, they got the guy they wanted.
Yeah. Hugh Millen is with us, Monday Morning Quarterback Draft Edition here, as we're going to recap pretty much all the 8 picks that the Seahawks ended up with by the end of Saturday, right here on the radio program. The other player they got on day 2, Friday, was Julian Neal, and apparently you have already struck up a kinship with Julian Neal. I've heard the clips of your exchange in his interview. So there was Cosell and Ali, and now apparently there's Millen and Julian Neal.
Oh my God, that's a deep pull, and I know it. I don't know. I'm not sure if all of our listeners know it, but I know exactly what you're talking about. That's funny. But you're a funny guy, Chuck Powell.
A long corner out of Arkansas, and I know he's not an athletic doppelganger to Reek Woolen, but he is a long corner, and Reek Woolen's loss from this secondary, you are going to have to match up with some long receivers in the NFC West and throughout the National Football League. So I'm not surprised they went out there and got themselves a 6'2", 6'3" corner. Can this guy play?
Yeah. Well, first of all, just a little bit of background on the exchange we had. So he had early in the kind of the media scrum, he had talked about playing off corner. Somebody had asked him, "Hey, you play a lot of off corner, tell us about that." And he had said, he was talking about, "Oh yeah, I'm really good at reading routes from off corner, the progressions, right, as opposed to press, right? So when you off corner, you're kind of, you're backed off, as the name implies, and you're looking at he says, I'm reading the quarterback, I'm reading the offensive tackle, I'm reading, the formation." So he's talking about the IQ that by the way is really coveted by Mike McDonald. Like there no dum-dums allowed on a Mike McDonald defense. All right, period. End of story. So if you see a guy get drafted by the Seahawks, you can promise the guys in the top quadrant of football IQ for his position. Hard stop. Like, can we agree on that?
Yeah.
And so he's talking about all of his processing in the off corner, and which to me, a lot of guys, that's great, but a lot of guys say, "Hey, I want the challenge of, bump and run, press coverage and what have you. So one of the questions I like to ask these guys, whether it's a lineman or a running back or whatever, it's like, hey, when you get the huddle call, because I remember as a player, you're looking to the sideline and you're looking for the call, and then you see the signal come in, and there's that immediate reaction like, hey, do I like this play? Or do you have like a slight disappointment? I don't want that one type of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I figure all players have that, right when you hear it in the huddle, are like, oh yeah, this is my play. An offensive lineman, if you're the power and you're the guard and you're gonna pull behind and you're gonna go fit up on the backer, you say that's my favorite play, and then you learn something about him. So, it's kind of going. So, what's your favorite play? Essentially, was kind of what I asked. And if there was a play on the line and he starts to describe it, and then I said, well, do you want off coverage or press coverage? Because he had already described all these things that he thinks he's good at off coverage, and then he says no. He said, hell no. I'm not sure exactly. I'm sure Ashley has it, but it's like I'm up in your face. I'm pressing you. I'm jamming. I'm
punching you in the face,
punching you.
Yeah, all
that,
sorts of stuff.
All that. So at any event, what's the takeaway? He feels like he's really good in how he can process when he's off, but then he likes the challenge of being on. And that's one of the things that the Seahawks really like about him is that there's, as you said, the length. 6'1" and 5'8". He's in the 92nd percentile now. He's not in the 100th percentile like Reek Woolen was, but you get the length and the arm length that has been discussed so much, 32-inch, the 32-inch standard that the Seahawks apparently had for so many years. Well, this guy at 32 3/4 arm length, that's the 80th percentile. Yet he can still run 4.49, 50 seconds. So he's in the top half, and his vertical of 40 inches. 40 inches. I want to see this guy in a dunk contest, 92nd percentile. So, and understand this, what Mike McDonald's looking at, he wants more fire coming downhill and run support. He wants guys that when they come up on the flat, whether it's a screen pass or whether it's a wide zone, whether it's a pin and pull, some scheme that gets the ball outside the numbers, he wants corners just like with their hair on fire coming up to smack that crap.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that they really like this about it. And then the other part is they need to be able to cover the go route, right? Like if you, that's one trait you have to have, because that's hard to teach. You have to be able to, turn and go and be able to make a play on the ball. So with his length and adequate speed, he's shown on tape he can cover the go route. The rest of it, they can kind of live with. I mean, in my tape study, I think he's a little bit slow in transition. When he backpedals and then he reads it, I think it takes him an extra step, or I think his balance is a little bit too far back. So there's more weight on his back foot when he tries to transition from a back pedal to coming forward. Whether that can be fixed, we'll see. But I think that it just seems a little slow, because I'm used to, remember now, this is my process. I study all the first rounders for the mock draft. I tell Rich, Purple Sheet, I'm like, don't expect me to be doing all like that. The math doesn't add up. And there's a lot of guys. This is another one of the things that chafes me about these mock drafts. Like Mel Kiper, I know, spends the whole year studying these guys through 7 rounds. Like, so if you say you can't really get a feel for a guy unless you've studied him for, a minimum, I would say 4 to 6 hours. And then it doesn't add up. Like, how are you going to, how, unless you're like Mel Kiper and you're Santa Claus and you work 1 day a year and you work the rest of the year, making sure the elves have the toys, like
another draft misconnection, by the way.
Yeah. You see how we played that? Yep. You hit your line. So, but Mel Kiper, and of course he's the OG, but that, to be a true draft expert, I don't know how long Daniel Jaim around, but you got to spend 6 months minimum doing this stuff, right? Yeah. Like, so somebody who just says, well, I'm going to drop in and do a 7-round mock draft, even though I'm covering another team or whatever, and think that they can, in 2-3 weeks. Do this. Well, you're not really studying those players.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Chat GPT or or a 30-second highlight on YouTube or what, I don't know, but in any event, with this guy Neal, he can cover the go route, and then all the rest of it they can teach. And so getting back to my point, so I watched just the first round guys.
Yep.
I only watch first round guys, and then when the Seahawks get drafted, then I watch them. And so my eyes are already in tune to watching first rounders. So when I see mid rounders, it generally pops off the tape pretty quickly. Oh, this is why the guy's not a first rounder, right? Like there's something that's preventing him from being a first rounder. And so in Julian Neal, he looks like a first rounder in several aspects, but his transition doesn't.
Yeah.
It's not first roundish.
Mm-hmm.
How he changes direction. So, which is why he's a third rounder. But you know what? How many Pro Bowls have been third rounder later at corner? More than we could count.
Yeah, sure. Hugh Millen is with us, our QB1. It's our Monday morning quarterback draft edition. 2 hours with Hugh breaking down the draft picks. I'm sure we'll have more on Julian Neal coming up on the program, including maybe we'll hear a little bit of that clip, that exchange between Hugh and Julian as well. On the other side, I want to hear what Hugh has to say about Bo Stevens, the guy that the Seahawks traded a pick next year to get into this draft so that they could grab the Iowa guard. So we'll do that next on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
back to Chuck and Buck on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th Man. Brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulalip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Oh, yes. Another draftmas season comes to a successful end, and today we recap the National Football League draft, the Seahawks part in it, certainly with our QB1, Hugh Millen. It's a Monday morning quarterback edition, draft edition, right here on Chuck and Buck in the Morning. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. I know it's sad to put away that draftmas tree and all of those Mel Kiper cookie cutout things that you have. That you bought at Amazon and had delivered this past year. I know it's difficult. I know it's hard. I only get to wear that tux once a year, so it's a little frustrating. I'd like to have another occasion as specialist draftmas to be able to wear it and crack it out of the closet. But here we are on Monday, and we still have a lot to discuss from the National Football League draft. The Seahawks, of course, had a pick in the first round on Thursday. They had 2 on Friday, which they used. They ended up picking up an extra pick on day number 3 by trading down 3 spots and grabbing Julian Neal out of Arkansas at 99. But Saturday was supposed to be slow, and instead John Schneider did his thing, and he ends up with 4 picks on actually 5. Excuse me, 5 he ends up with on Saturday. We got Hugh Millen to break him down for you. And let's talk about Bo Stevens, Hugh, the guard out of Iowa, 6'5", 315, because this was a decision to move a piece from next year to get into the 5th round in order to get Bo Stevens. And I didn't watch any film, but I'm just assuming out of Iowa, a part of a All-American line. This guy's pretty fundamentally sound and quite a nice addition to your depth at the offensive line, but I'm sure you got more information to share.
Well, yeah, I think first of all, you go with the pick and the decision to trade up. I think the Seahawks had him as a 3rd round grade, maybe close to 4th round grade, 3rd to 4th at the latest. From what I understand. And so as a general rule, when you trade, give up a pick for next year, you have to give up, it's 1 round ahead. So if you want to draft in the 5th round, you got to give a 4th, et cetera, right? And that's generally how it plays out. And you've heard that the general rule. So that general rule did play out. They give up a 4th for next year, but remember they got a lot more picks next year. They've got compensatory picks, and so
they had 11. They still have 10.
Yeah, right. And so I think there's that piece. Then when you look at, I think it's really interesting when you look at a day 3. Why is a player a day 3? It's one of 4 things. Either he didn't have the production and that you would expect from his skill set. Like you want, okay, he's a better athlete. Like, why didn't he produce? Why didn't he get more sacks? Why didn't he break more passes or, make more tackles? And so there's that one. The second one would be, he's very productive, but we don't think it translates. Whether that's because he's from a small college or there's just an athletic limitation. So, we see a really nice college player here, but don't think it's trend. And then there's, 2 other factors: injuries and character concerns. Like, so if you got a day 3 guy, it's one or more of those, right? So Bo Stevens, he goes into that second category. The dude was extremely productive. He was a first team All-American, a first team AP All-American. He had 0 sacks, 0 hits on the quarterback, 0 penalties, only 4 pressures. And he was part of you mentioned Iowa. They won the Joe Moore Award, the offensive line. That's arguably the best award in football. because the guys that are behind it and the guys who vote on that, there's about 20 guys, I believe, and they all played or coached, and they watch tape and they meet and what have you. I know this. It's a lot more strict in their requirements than Heisman Trophy. And so I know the people that are doing that. They really dedicate themselves. Iowa wins the Joe Moore Award. You watch the tape, you look at them. First thing you see, so you're looking at a great offensive line. First thing you see that this guy Stevens has the widest ass and the lowest ass. That's good. Okay, we want sand in the pants and we want ankle flexibility. Why do we want ankle flexibility? Because in theory, then you can bend at the ankles to get low man wins, and you don't have to bend at the waist, right? So ankle flexibility is a real thing. So just before they even snap the ball, where he is in his snap, how he looks, his frame, he's great. Big, heavy guy. He's in the 86th percentile in height. And as we said, the production's there. Now, here's the thing. He's a technician in the pass game. He was playing along a center, Logan Jones, who was he was the 57th pick to the Bears, and he was an All-American team. So they had 2 first-team All-Americans, the left guard and the center for Iowa, and the center was helping out Bo Stevens on their slide protection, right-handed quarterback. If there's the defense is only rushing 4, now the left guard gets help from the center if he needs it. So there, that comes into play. He had the shortest arms at 31 and an eighth. He had a 6th percentile over the years. He had this for this particular year, shortest arms and smallest hands of all 22 guards in the combine. So again, the production's there. The question about whether or not he can, it translates, the reach, the really athletic guys. When you see him mirror, and his lateral foot quickness is just okay. So he's got to be technically sound at the second level. He wants to be such a hammer, and there's an aggression to him. He gets out there in space. He wants the knockout punch. His temperament is writing checks that his feet can't cash. Sometimes you see him get out off balance, what have you, and he'll miss. And I think that's one of the things that will be in question. Now, he's a smart guy. He'll take the coaching, and they'll coach that aggressiveness to say, hey, let's throttle that down. We just talked about cornerbacks and defensive backs having to come to balance. You got to lower your base, widen your feet, and be in a position to react. And I think that they'll teach him that. But at any event, those are some of the thoughts about him. Finally, he played left guard in college, 682 snaps last year, 612, none at right guard. I had to go back to the 2022 tape where he had 387 at right guard. He was starting right guard. Think about that. That's like being a freshman. Now, because he's a COVID guy. I mean, he's a 5-year guy. He played 5 years, but only 8 snaps in 2022. But I went back, watched the Ohio State tape and some others of him at right guard. He was thinner back then. But think about that. That's 2022. He's obviously not playing left guard for the Seattle Seahawks.
Right.
He's going to be. So you're taking a guy that over the last 2 seasons has 1,294 snaps at left guard and 0 at right guard. And so, we'll see. He says that he prefers going to his right more. There's going to be plenty of plays where he has to go to his right and plenty of plays he has to go to his left. I'm not going to get into all that. But nasty temperament, very productive in college at a big-time conference, of course, part of a group of players that had a high standard, won that award. So we'll just see. Do the short arms and the by the way, of the slowest miles of all the athletes at the combine, 189 players ran a 40. His GPS of 18.5 miles an hour was the slowest out of 189. So there's some athletic limitations to the guy, but he was a hell of a college football player. And this is one of those, if you love the draft, and I know Chuck Powell loves the draft, you know this is one of those things. This is like, hey, you were really great in college, but we see these physical limitations that we think are going to prevent you from being great in the pros. That's why you're going in the 5th round.
Right.
Fascinating to see how he plays, with all these factors.
And 45 seconds. Could he play some center? I mean, could he be like a 6th man to you on the interior front? Josh Jones on the outside, but maybe could he profile at all with his experience and his wisdom and his fundamentally sound nature? Could he actually transition to center at some point?
Yeah, I think good question. You don't see centers that tall often. He did get some snaps at the Senior Bowl at center, with the eye to what you're asking about. I don't want to plant a flag on that and say absolutely, but I think it's been experimented, and that would be a natural. Certainly, they're going to try. We're going to see first and foremost, can he present a challenge to Anthony Bradford?
Yeah.
But then you see, okay, can he? If he can't start, then he needs to be a versatile inside players, and that usually means you got to be able to play center in a pinch.
Yep. All right. Hugh Millen is with us. It's Monday morning quarterback draft edition right here on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. We will continue with the breakdown of the Seahawks 8 picks next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. The weekend, he had already done all of his work on all the first rounders, and Bud Clark and Julian Neal, no sweat. And then all of a sudden, John Schneider decided to make 38 trades on Saturday and doubled up the workload. So we still, in our draft edition of Monday Morning Quarterback, have the day 3 maneuverings of John Schneider to go over. Sixth rounder Emmanuel Henderson Jr. out of Kansas. And then in the 7th round, he ended up with 3. He didn't have any 7th round picks. He ended up with 3 of them. Andre Fuller, cornerback out of Toledo. Devin Eastern, defensive tackle out of Minnesota. And Michael Dansby, cornerback out of Arizona. Hugh, let's get into Henderson here, the wide receiver out of Kansas. Kind of sounds like there's some special team stuff with this guy, but he had some production at the college level.
Yeah, he did. I mean, you watch his wide receiver tape. I mean, there's a lack of polish, in his routes. I don't think he's terribly instinctive tracking the ball. Watching verticals, the ball seems to get up on him, and then next scene he doesn't really track where it's going. Kind of sometimes, often, I think his hands don't look natural. So I think the wide receiver piece is pretty raw, but the special teams piece is off the charts. Right? Like great gunner. I mean, fast. I think they were at 22.6 or something on the miles per hour. Fastest gunner, return guy. I think this is one of those deals where Harbaugh, the special teams coach, is delighted, and you kind of throw him a cookie and say, who's your guy? Who do you want? And then he comes with this Henderson and said, all right, let's get you your guy. It's kind of that type of thing in these meeting rooms, to keep everybody placated. And so, that's what you get with him. Now a thought, Chuck, about these 7th rounders. I think that maybe some of them in a different year might have thought to have been free agents. And, this is one of the problems, pardon me, with being the Seahawks, the Super Bowl champion, is that agents, they don't want to send their guy to the Super Bowl champions. They just figure it's going to be a lot harder to make a team. Mm-hmm. And so some of this wheeling and dealing where you see, why is Schneider so enamored with so many 7th rounders? Well, it's kind of like, rather than just have to deal with the headache of trying to sign these guys as undrafted free agent, let's just go draft them so that they're ours. We can get them into camp. Yeah. And look, Seahawks have had a great history with undrafted free agents and probably more so than with 7th rounders. Chris Carson's a 7th rounder, but for every 7th rounder that you could name that did something, I'll name you 10 that didn't. Right. So almost in your mind, think of it as free agents that you lock down to a Super Bowl champ, so you don't have to haggle with the agent who wants to take them to the Cleveland Browns to go make a team. Yeah. Andre Fuller was also taken in the 7th round. That's somebody they brought in for a visit. I put him in the draft miss catalog as somebody that maybe they would be interested in based on the fact that they brought him in for a visit. Sounds like a skilled guy. Athleticism might be the question here. Yeah, I mean, I just think he's, not terribly big, not terribly fast. I think there's some aggression there that you like, but as you look at a 7th rounder, you don't see a lot of size or quickness. You do see a tenacity there. That's probably the part that you like the most, but it's going to be a battle for him. And Devin Eastern, defensive tackle out of Minnesota. Michael Dansby, cornerback out of Arizona. We might as well throw them into this pot here to close out the hour. Anything stand out about either of those guys? Well, I'll start with Dansby. Dansby, kind of maybe got lost with the corner. They had a really good secondary, Arizona, the Wildcats, and this was a guy, again, kind of mid-level size and athletic traits. I would say the guy of the defensive of the 7th rounders for me watching the tape, the one that I thought, whoa, this guy's a 7th rounder. I thought Devin Eastern, the defensive tackle. Now he's runs a 5.15. That's the 18th percentile. His vert was only the 15th percentile. Big dude though, 315. That's the 88th percentile. And so he's a run stuffer, but I saw more quickness and shoot the gaps. Of course, he played in the Big Ten, so you see him playing against some pretty good competition. His most impressive play was against Rhode Island. All right, I'm not going to really file that, but I saw a number of times where he was able to, shoot a gap, penetrate, beat Big Ten linemen, get to the quarterback. And so, of the three, I was most surprised that he's available in the 7th round. So I think he's got a chance to make it. Originally as he would be a rotational. If he has a chance to get varsity snaps, it's going to be as a rotational interior player on 1st and 2nd down, run stopping downs. And you want to have some rotation for those guys because the big guys get tired. Maybe you play in early September and you're playing in some heat and what have you, and you need to rotate those big guys a little bit more. Maybe he comes alive in a situation like that. But I was surprised he was available in the 7th round. I saw more, potency from him. Not a great athlete, but showed enough twitch at a time that I would have thought he would have gone earlier in the draft.
All right. Well, I think we've analyzed them all here on Chuck and Buck. And so now we get a chance to, in our final hour, kind of go over maybe some national reaction, some NFC West reaction, and also to look back to Thursday, Jadarian Price, what kind of fit he is in our next segment, and just kind of an overview. How did the Seahawks do at the 2026 NFL Draft through the lens of our QB1, Hugh Millen? We'll continue our Monday morning quarterback draft edition next on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
quarter. It's a critical time. You get the huddle call or from the sideline. What's the coverage? What's the defense that you like the most? That you say, yeah, that's the one I want to be in. And what's your role in that?
So we're in a 4-2-5, country cover 3, basically a true zone. Wait, you said we're in the fourth quarter?
Yeah, fourth quarter. Any important situation? What's your favorite defensive call and your role in it? So you're saying you're playing country cover 3? Yeah.
Oh no. We playing man.
Okay.
I'm gonna go punch him. I'm gonna go punch him. I'm gonna go punch on somebody. They're not getting past me. And if you get past, I'm gonna look back for the ball and I'm gonna get that. Simple.
And
I'm gonna go punch somebody at the line.
Love it. Now, are you in off coverage or in press in this situation?
I'm in press. I'm all up in your face. Okay. I'm gonna get down and dirty with it. Come on.
There it is. The first of many future interviews, exchanges. And now you're just being truculent, Ollie.
Yeah, I get that. I don't know how many others, but and again, there's some context there because he had earlier in the interview had described all when he plays in off coverage. He had been asked about that, what he's looking at and how he loves playing in off coverage, reading the concepts and what have you. So at any event, he's expressing his versatility. Mm-hmm. But you hear honestly, you hear the feistiness in his answer matches the feistiness on the field.
Well, I was going to ask you that because, he talks a big game. He acts like he's a physical guy. Does that show up in the game film study?
Yeah, it does. Yep. Yeah. He comes down I think that when you see corners go particularly high in the draft from now on, you're not going to see anybody who is middle of the road on run support. That is a big part of it. Reek Woolen, remember now he got benched by Pete Carroll for lack of will in the run support. And so it's something they just kind of managed. He brought so many traits that he demanded to be put on the field, talking about Woolen. But when they're targeting those traits, they're going to want a guy who gets nasty coming downhill on screens and outside runs. And he puts that on tape.
All right.
That was a big part of what, and again, Chuck, I'm just telling you, they figured they did a hell of a job predicting for their first 3 picks. They figured Julian Love would be right there. They didn't want to. They would have liked to have traded down a few spots, but when they, all the trade partners dried up, they just said, "Let's not get cute here. Let's get the guy we want." Price that was absolutely targeted, and then as we said, the Julian Neal there in the 3rd round, Bud Clark in the 2nd round. Those guys were targeted and predicted to be available, and Seattle, took their guys.
Hugh Millen is with us, Monday Morning Quarterback Draft Edition. We've recapped, we've talked about everybody drafted on today's program, with the exception of Jadarian Price, and I did that intentionally. We got some analysis on Price back on Friday's show, and so here on Monday, I wanted to get to the guys we haven't analyzed, broken down here on Chuck and Buck in the morning. So we took care of that in our last hour. So let's go back and circle back to that first round draft selection. Jadarian Price, 32nd overall out of Notre Dame. And now that you've had an entire weekend to think about it, what do we feel about him being the Seahawks' first selection?
Well, I feel good about it because I think it's their number one need. I think that that they feel that he was the number 2 running back on the board. Obviously, Jeremiah Love was in a whole nother cut of steak and unavailable to them unless they wanted to really expend resources to climb up to 3 or higher to get him, right?
Yeah.
So I liked Mike Washington. I thought there was, it'll be interesting to watch him. He went early in the 4th, right?
Yeah, he didn't go until the 4th to the Raiders.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean, Terrell Davis didn't go until the 6th, So I don't think that signifies anything. And Seattle's had 3 second-round draft pick running backs, and with in addition to Rashard Penny, who was the 27th pick. So, 4 guys that were drafted right around then, and kind of mixed results, right? Christian Michael was a second round pick. Now I was later in the second round, but in any event, you asked me, I'm really happy that they got some competition there. This is a guy that has great lateral quickness. I think very good vision. Not much of a contributor in the pass game from a stats standpoint. They threw it to him 7 times. He caught 6. The 7th was uncatchable, but of those, he looks like he's a natural in catching the football. So I think he can be a contributor in the passing game, and I just think it's his lateral quickness and vision is probably his best strengths. I think he has good contact balance. I think the physical piece is it's certainly not A+. A+ is Marshawn Lynch. Closing the circle of physicality on the football team, as Pete Carroll would describe. So don't expect a guy that's, going to be an intimidating back, but very skilled. You watch the combine, there's a drill that every NFL team I've ever seen or been on, they do the same drill with the running backs. And basically the running back goes straight ahead with the ball, and then a coach is going to take a dummy and then move one way, and then that guy has to go laterally like 90 degrees and then go vertical again. And it's kind of like a portion of an H, and capital H or something, it up, lateral, up. And this guy, you see it on the game tape over and over again. He's going someplace, he reacts, he's lateral. He looks like the example that you would show young running backs. Okay, this is how it's supposed to look, just beautiful feet that are well connected to his decision making. Smart guy, resilient, a lot of grit to him. So other than the physical piece, he doesn't have great finishing with the physical, and I think his top end speed is good but not elite. But other than that, very worthy of taking a pick there, and given this year's draft and the need you had, that's a real good pick.
Yeah, you brought up Terrell Davis's name earlier. I mean, one of the things that people brought up with his success was that because you didn't have transferring wasn't easy back then, and because he didn't get the ball much in Georgia, like all the tread was on his tires as a running back when he got to the National Football League. And you can say that maybe not all of it, but Jadarian Price has got a lot of tread left. He didn't get a lot of carries because he's backing up Jeremiah Love. But on the flip side of that, also a 203-pound guy that we've not seen go through an entire game being the bell cow ball carrier. And I'm not sure he'll ever fill that role with the Seattle Seahawks the way that we divvy up carries in the National Football League today and the way they divvied up carries last year in this particular organization. But marry those two together, weigh them against the other to get a running back that really didn't take much abuse in college, but also he never went through the proving ground to show that he can take abuse.
Yeah, the knife cuts both ways, right? I mean, as soon as you're the more you want to laud how much tread he has on his tire, then by necessity you're acknowledging that he didn't really have a workload in college. He touched the ball, counting receptions, a little under 8.2 touches per game. And, you'd want to be close to double that at the NFL level. So, it's a little bit of a concern. He goes from the number 2 running back for Notre Dame, who has a relative, Notre Dame's got a sexy brand, right? Like, who doesn't know Notre Dame? That sounds pretty cool. Hey, you're from Notre Dame. And Coach Freeman there, they're bringing a high caliber of dude, and this guy's a high caliber of dude, but they're not playing a great schedule. They play the Miami Hurricanes, and I'm not saying they didn't have some quality opponents, but they're not playing a Big Ten schedule. They live in Big Ten country, but they don't play a Big Ten schedule. And so not only did he not have a great workload, it was against relatively soft competition. That was more like a Big 12 schedule at best. or an ACC schedule at best.
Yeah.
A couple of good opponents, but that's not a SEC or Big Ten schedule that Notre Dame's playing. And then the other part is outside zone is his. I'm going to get a little technical on the X's and O's here. Outside zone's his specialty. Excuse me. He says it's his specialty. You watch the tape and he has more inside zone and duo and power than he has outside zone. But he did run a fair number of outside zones. It was mostly from the offset position. What do I mean by that? He lined up on the left. We talked about this. I'll just repeat it real quick. He lines up on the left of the quarterback instead of behind the quarterback. And so his reads as he's reading the end man to hook, that's a farther distance for him to travel. So his reads would more likely to cause him to turn up and go inside in the middle, because he would look at the tight end trying to hook the defensive end, and he says, "Well, I can't get to the stretch. I better go up north and, go in the A gap or the B gap, go over the guard or even the backside guard." So his reads are going to be different. You don't see as many reads where if he was behind the center and he's closer to that block, his read would more likely to take him to have to bounce it outside. At that juncture, we'd be able to evaluate his speed and his ability to get to the edge. The only time he got to the edges in Notre Dame was when it was just blocked like so clean, it's like anybody could have gone there, and so I think that the timing of the outside zone is going to change for him on his reads. It'll be interesting to see when the read declares him to go outside. And again, you're just saying, okay, AJ Barner, he's trying to get to the outside shoulder of that defender. That defender is coached, no, I need to keep my outside shoulder free. So generally, more often than not, the defensive end, the end man will win that battle because that's his responsibility. But on the times where the tight end does win the battle, and that's a green light to go wide towards the sideline, we see the burst that Kenneth Walker has. He reads and he goes, okay, stretch, go time, green light, go. And then boom, you see the burst. Remember now, K9 had the second fastest 10-yard split of any running back over in a 10-year period. And Price didn't, it shows up quicker in the tape than the stopwatch showed, but there's some real nuance to, hey, do you have the burst to get outside if the read takes you outside? I'm going to be interested to watch to be able to answer that question.
Well, it sounds like Hugh Millen is satisfied draft-wise with the boxes that the Seahawks did check. But, man, you can't cover all. You can't keep all the plates spinning. Is there an area that you kind of wish the Seahawks would have addressed? Or if nothing else, you didn't have enough chips to cover the roulette wheel, and so maybe it didn't get covered.
Yeah, I'm not the first to say it. I think the losing Boye Mafe and the idea that you want to have a rotation. They had 4 quality guys, 2 older guys in Nwosu and DeMarcus Lawrence, and then 2 younger guys in Derek Hall and Boye Mafe, and so I thought that was a real nice combination. And to lose 25% of that, is a little bit of concern. But I've said it before. I'm going to say it again. Write this down. Jared Ivey, 6'6". He's been lingering behind the scenes with no real varsity time. He's measuring 280 pounds, a solid 280. That guy is going to be a factor for this football team. And Jeremiah Pritchett, to a lesser extent on the end, Connor O'Toole. I think that the Seahawks feel like they have guys. They didn't, when the defensive ends were getting plucked off, they didn't think that they had the value at defensive end that they had at the DBs. And so they said, instead of getting a slightly lesser quality defensive end,
right,
let's just get a higher quality DB. So that, that's a little bit of a concern. You look at this, Chuck, So the Seahawks win the Super Bowl in convincing fashion. So you're left to think, well, they're a dominant team, but had the Rams been in the AFC and you played them in the Super Bowl, it would have been a Super Bowl for the ages, right down to the wire, and the Seahawks are Super Bowl champions. And you go, wow, that's really a close, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now let's just think of it like a horse race, but as we know, horse races, they all line up at an even spot. But just as a thought experiment, let's say now they're staggered. Got me? Kind of like you see on a track on a 400 meter, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're staggered based on how they finished last year. So the Seahawks, they're a horse in the horse race that starts with the lead, and the Rams are just behind them. And then of course you got the Cardinals way in the back, and the Jets way in the back, and they're stacked, right? Okay, so this horse race is called the 2026 horse race, right?
Mm-hmm.
So right after the Super Bowl, the morning after the Super Bowl, all the teams are in the blocks. All the horses in the blocks, because again, this is a thought experiment. Since then, the other teams have been able to catch up more to the Seahawks on paper. I mean, just look at who Seattle brought in and who they lost. If you don't count Malik Willis, because he's actually a backup and it doesn't really affect the Packers when they're on the field, because Jordan Love is their quarterback, right? If you don't count Malik Willis, the Seahawks, they had the most net losses by guaranteed money and contracts of any team.
Mm-hmm.
So that means that the horses got a little closer to the Seahawks. And then going into the draft, they only had 4 picks, the lowest amount. And so all the teams that had, more draft value and more picks, they got a little closer. So the Seahawks are still starting, ahead,
Mm-hmm.
but everybody else has closed a gap. So the question is, was the gap big enough that they can withstand it? And that's kind of the picture from my end. But in looking at the Rams, an interesting thing happened with them at 13 that we'll talk about. But that's kind of the is that a fair way of looking at this?
And it's set up that
Seahawks?
way. I mean, that's the way that's why we have the draft. That's why it's set up this way, is that so those teams that are behind have some advantages that they didn't earn. And to try to close the gap. And the good teams with the good front offices will do it, and the bad teams with the bad front offices always do seem to remain a step or two behind. That's just kind of how it's all set up. And fortunately for us, we've got one of those organizations that's one of the good ones that does the right things.
Well, it's interesting, the NFL, in their, what I say, wisdom, they are very married to this idea of parity. I think the mayor is the owner of the Giants. If you read the history of it, there's a book called America's Game by, I believe, Michael McCambridge. I read years ago. It's about 620 pages, the history of the NFL and how influential the mayors or the owners of the Giants to say, no, we need to share all the revenue. We're not going to act like George Steinbrenner, who didn't exist then, but think of it that way. And, the Steelers and the Packers are going to get just as much. And we have to have, the worst teams draft first. And they want to prevent dynasty. Now, think of college football, where, they're even in recent negotiations about, okay, how are we going to have any kind of super conference or what have you? All the teams that are at the top are demanding that they get more of a share of the revenue. Right. Have you read about this? The Alabama and the Georgia and the Ohio State, all of those say, no, we're going to get more than the others, and so college football is designed to prevent perpetuate dynasties. Pro football is designed to prevent dynasties. So Seattle's trying to have a dynasty. Right, the whole league and its structure is conspiring against them, and so we'll see how they can battle those forces that work against them. Drafting last in every round, and the toughest schedule. They'll have the number one schedule and all the other things.
Yep. And you look ahead to next year. I mean, there'll be a lot of guys leaving. Nuosu and Lawrence, who's already talked about retirement. Cooper Kupp's probably nearing the end. Jaron Reed's probably nearing the end. So it's probably going to be a good thing to have 10 picks next year, because there might be a few more veterans that are exiting the operation. Hugh Millen is with us. We are Monday morning quarterback draft edition here today, and we've talked thoroughly about the Seattle Seahawks and what they did over the course of their 3 days of drafting. But there are 31 other teams in the league, and I want to get Hugh's thoughts, what stood out to him about what everybody else did at the draft. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
back to Chuck and Buck on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th Man. Brought to you by Tulalip Resort Casino. When all you want is everything. Everything Tulalip.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Well, of course, the NFL draft has come to a close. And it wasn't just the Seahawks that drafted this weekend. There are a lot of interesting storylines, a lot of fun stuff out there to break down. And Hugh Millen did all that work, all of that research to make sure on the Mahler Millen mock draft and during our draft coverage that he was prepared. And yes, he sounded very prepared. He's joined us here today for some Monday morning quarterback draft edition. And so we should use all of that knowledge. We should show it off. We should showcase it here this morning and get his thoughts on what happened in the draft league-wide. But I do want to start with the Rams. We had a conversation about it Friday. And Sean McVay has since gone out of his way to try to explain, Hugh, that he was just trying to protect Matthew Stafford, and that he is, in fact, in lockstep with Les Snead, that he really likes Ty Simpson and glad he's part of the organization. But you've had a couple of days away from it.
Yeah.
Here we sit on a Monday morning. What is your evaluation of all of that drama that went down and the pick itself?
Well, the default would be that Sean McVay would be highly valued by the Rams, and they would never want to thrust upon him, who's an offensive guru, a quarterback that he doesn't want, right? So the default is that he would sign off on it. What's peculiar to me is the guy they signed off on, because I just go to Jared Goff, who was the number one overall pick, who made 2 Pro Bowls as a Ram, took him to a Super Bowl. Had a season where he was first in the NFL in yards per completion and net yards per attempt. Had another year where he number one in pass attempts. I mean, this guy was a certainly a quality quarterback, and yet they sent 2 number ones and Jared Goff to the Lions to get Matthew Stafford. So it's, what did Stafford provide? Like that should be on some level a tell that of what Sean McVay needs. What does Stafford give you that Goff doesn't? And you look and you say there's an idea that Goff just kind of needs to be in a system, right? That he cannot elevate. He cannot play above the system and the structure. He has to have the protection, doesn't have the arm, and Stafford, he can, he had played in Detroit, bad teams, he can throw off angle, but really more than anything, he just could drive the football. He just has this elite, one of the best arms that's ever played in the National Football League. And so if you take Goff and you put Ty Simpson and Matthew Stafford and Goff, and then you have to rank them. Well, Goff is going to be in the middle of all of those attributes. Stafford's going to be the best, and Simpson's going to be the worst. Huh. And so, now there's other things about Simpson's game, and maybe some of his deterioration really had to do with the injury halfway through the season. So I'll put an asterisk on that. But you're talking about a 6'1" quarterback with not a real strong arm, and not extraordinary playmaking ability off script. It just seems odd that they would make that evaluation of Stafford. We got to have that, but then they would turn around and say, but the guy that replaces him, has all of these, woefully short at those critical attributes that he had over Goff. Does that? Yeah. I don't know if I'm making sense there, but it doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. I mean, maybe the plan is, hey, we just do it again. We trade Simpson and 5 first-round picks for Josh Allen in 3 years.
Right. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. I don't know.
Maybe that's
those guys are pretty smart down there. I wouldn't put it past them.
All right, so let's talk about the just draft overall. I don't even want to guide you anywhere in case there's some nugget out there that stood out to you that you definitely want to get to. But is there one pick or one team or one situation that you found particularly interesting from this weekend's draft?
Oh, I think the entire draft is interesting, but let's focus on the Chiefs and their decision. Now, remember now, who are the Kansas City Chiefs? Well, they're quarterbacked by Pat Mahomes, thought to be the greatest quarterback of our generation. They were two-time champions, and if Seattle's going to try and repeat, it's not unfathomable that you'd have to go through the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, right? Is that a fair assertion?
Mm-hmm.
I think what they did, they trade McDuffie, and I went through all the three different draft value charts: the Jimmy Johnson, the Rich Hill, and the Fitz Spielberger charts, and that might be a little too nerdy for some, but you're really just kind of saying, okay, what was the Chiefs' thoughts about this? They have a quarterback with a high cap number now, and what are they going to do? So they get rid of McDuffie, and that was for the 29th pick, right? But then they turn around and they have to trade up to get Mansour Delane from the 9th spot. They become so dependent. The Rams pick up not just OJ McDuffie, but you know I was going to do that at some point. Trent McDuffie, right? I played with OJ McDuffie with the Dolphins. So at any rate, and they get two corners from the Chiefs, and really, what it all comes down to is that Brett Veach, the GM of the Chiefs, and with Andy Reid's blessing, presumably, effectively what they did, they traded Trent McDuffie, the Husky, a 3rd rounder and a 5th rounder for Mansour Delane, the 6th overall pick. And also a late round depth pick. So I just think it's interesting.
What's unique about what you guys are facing week in and week out in the pass game and the pass defense game?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the Big 12, right, it's quarterbacks, it's wide receivers, and the wide receivers are all tall. They're tall guys. If you got some spread offenses, they got smaller guys in the slot. And so I think the thing that's prepared Bud is he's seen every type of wide receiver you can see. He's covered guys that are 6'4", 6'5". He's covered the 5'9" jitterbugs in the slot. You know what I mean? He's seen it. He's seen really good quarterback play. Spread offense is huge. RPO throws are huge in the Big 12. And so he's seen all of those things. And so I don't think he's going to get intimidated by anybody he goes against. I think he's going to be a guy that's going to welcome the challenge. He's going to want to compete against the best players, even in practice. He's going to want to take reps against the best players. And he's going to work on his craft. And so I'm so happy for him. Talking to him, I'm proud of him. And like I said, man, Seattle's going to be in for a treat with Bud Clark.
In those big games, tough games, big moments, what did Bud show you about who he actually is as a competitor on that field?
I just look at it like this. This year we played in the Alamo Bowl against USC, which if you watch college football, a lot of players opted out of bowl games, right? It's like, okay, the draft pick guys, if they weren't playing in necessarily the quote-unquote playoffs or the big games, they wouldn't play. And Bud Clark went out and played against SC, and he played every snap, every single snap. And he wanted to play, and he wanted to leave his mark on this program, and he wanted to go compete against the best players. And so he knew USC had a lot of good players. Obviously, some of them opted out, but he wanted to be there every step of the way. And that just showed me a lot about Bud Clark and who he is, because he could have easily not played in that game. And he went out and played, and he played every snap.
Coach Juice Brown, the cornerbacks coach for TCU, where he just coached for 2 years. Bud Clark, the second-round pick for the Seahawks. He joins us on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline here on 93.3 KJR FM. You said you talked to Bud Clark since the draft, I assume?
Yeah. We was just talking over text. I just told him how much he was going to love Seattle. I got a good friend who lives out there, Greg Wasick, so I told him he had met him. Greg came up to a couple games, so I just said, hey, anything you need, man, I got you. And so he's going to love Seattle. He's a kid that's from the country. He grew up in Louisiana. That's where he's from. And so I know he's going to love the city of Seattle.
In your time, even in the last 5 years since you were at UW, how college football has changed and transfers and NILs, Bud Clark stayed at TCU. He's one of multiple Seahawks they drafted this weekend who played all of his college years at the same school. Jadarian Price, the Seahawks #1 pick, did the same thing at Notre Dame. What in that in itself does that tell you as a college coach when you have a guy willing to be in the program for 4, 5, 6 years, 6 years in Bud Clark's case?
Yeah. I mean, it tells you a lot about their character, and the things that they stand for. Bud Clark had the chance after his junior year to go to the NFL draft or go to a different college. Trust me, there was a lot of colleges coming after him. And he decided to stay. He wanted to become a better football player. He wanted to finish with his teammates. He thought we had a chance to have a special year, and he wanted to be a part of it. And so, again, I think it just speaks to the character of that kid. He's not going to take shortcuts. He's going to look the challenge right in the eye, and anything he signs up for, he's going to stand there toe-to-toe and try to get it done.
TCU cornerbacks coach Juice Brown on the phone with us from Texas here on 93.3 KJR FM. Can you talk to us about that dynamic alone, Coach, that do you have to actually actively re-recruit your own players during a season, knowing that there are programs coming after your guys, and you have to offer them NIL money in season? And how many budget meetings do you have about NIL to retain your own, let alone get transfers? How much of your time that you used to spend game planning or doing things during the season toward the team itself and the practices and games, how much of that time is spent trying to maintain your own roster to keep them from leaving?
Yeah, as a position coach, you obviously are very aware of if schools are coming after your guys. And so, you have a great relationship with the guys you coach. They'll tell you. As an assistant, obviously now in college football, you have huge departments, right? And a lot like the NFL, colleges now have general managers who really deal with that stuff and take it off of our plate. For us, it's just really making sure that you control your room, because I tell guys all the time, I mean, you can wake up as a position coach after the season over and literally every player out of your room could be gone. Every single player can be gone. And so it's just,
I don't know.
it's just, it's just coaching those kids, making sure that they believe in the things that you're teaching, making sure you're continuing to grow them as men, as football players. And my experience with it is, if you do those things and you're developing them and you're growing them on and off the field and you're able to compete NIL-wise, those kids will stay. Those kids, the ones I've been around that really work hard, that don't really want to take the shortcut, that want to stick it out, people like Bud Clark, they'll stay and continue to get better. And hopefully, for us here at TCU, Bud Clark is a prime example. You look at a kid, like I said, he could have left after his junior year, and he came back and ended up being a second-round pick. So, he maximized his opportunity, he maximized his development. He graduated from college, and now he's able to go on and chase his dream.
He's also a father. He had a son with his fiance, who's about to marry. How did that show up? How did he handle that from a football coach's perspective? We all know that's a full-time job to be a big-time college football player and stay eligible in your classwork. How did he handle all of that?
He did a great job. His son showed up to practice. His son was at scrimmages. I have a son who's 1 year older than his. And so when they were out on the field, man, they just running around. And, I've just seen the kid be a really good dad. I know he cares about his son. I know he cares about his fiance, and they live together like a family. And he would be here at the facility, and, he would have his son in the facility. And I know, they're doing a great job of raising that kid. So, he does a hell of a job.
What is it about the TCU program with Sonny Dykes that turns out these NFL prospects, and 3 more drafted now, the second-round pick Bud Clark? And how does Sonny Dykes, your program there at TCU, prepare these guys, and how Bud Clark developed into an NFL player in it?
I think it's like I said, it's the development part. I think that our guys are playing in NFL-type systems. I just look at the guys we had drafted on defense. They play an NFL system. There's checks that they have to make. We align by formation. We align by personnel. And so, those guys have to be smart football players. They have to anticipate. And I think when scouts come here and you get around these kids, and first of all, you figure out that they're really good kids and they work really hard. And obviously, they had God-given ability, right? But then when you really break down and figure out how much time they put in working on their craft and how much it means to them, I think it shows. And like I said, we have 3 guys drafted on defense. We have a bunch of guys going to camps, and those kids are really, really smart football players. They love to play. And, Coach Dykes allows them to do that.
Coach, what's the one thing about Bud that it probably doesn't show up on tape, but it still makes him a special player that's joined this incredible locker room that just won a Super Bowl?
I think the guy's going to love his personality. Like I said, he's one of those guys, man. He's going to talk the talk. He's going to walk the walk. And he's going to do it in a great way. And so I think that's the thing in the locker room the guys are going to appreciate. There's no dull moments around Bud Clark. So, he's going to be laughing and joking in the locker room. He's going to be laughing and joking on the field. When you guys see him at practice, I'm telling you, he'll be running around, bouncing off the walls, and you'll go, look at this guy, and he never gets tired. He never gets tired. It's the damnedest thing. And he's one of those guys, man, he can go all day long. So I think that's the one thing that'll show up. I think the fans of Seattle will embrace that because the way he plays, the crowd will love it. He plays with fire. He plays with edge. And like I said, the game's very important to him.
Now he is going to the next level, and there are going to be obviously challenges. So what's the probably biggest adjustment for Bud going in that he's going to have to make early on once he gets to Seattle and gets things rolling?
I think just the speed of the game. All those guys are going to be fast like him. Obviously in college, there was times he showed out on the field, and he's one of the fastest guys. And he'll be fast in the NFL, but we all know all those guys are fast. So I just think the nature of that. Now here, the last 3 years, we practiced so fast, and the pace of play we played on offense. He had to run and get lined up really fast. But I think just getting accustomed to the rules and how guys lined up and figuring out the hashes and things like that. But once he does that, and it won't take long for him to figure that out. He'll put in the time and effort for it. So I look for him to have a great season.
Coach Juice Brown, thank you for your time, sir. Welcome back on the Seattle Airwaves, back to your old UW days from a few years ago, and have fun with your young son. Thanks for joining us on KJR.
Thank you, guys. Enjoy Bud Clark.
Oh, we shall, and hopefully Seahawks fans will too. Thank you, sir. Juice Brown, the cornerbacks coach for Texas Christian University in Fort Worth, Texas, where Bud Clark played all 6 years of his college experience. He had 6 seasons, counting a red shirt and a COVID year, and he stayed all 6 years at TCU. Juice Brown telling us that Bud Clark could have left after what would have been his normal redshirt senior year to go to the NFL, and that many colleges came asking for him and NIL money to transfer, and Clark did neither, and he stayed and he was one of TCU's standouts. He said that the bowl game that guys were opting out of left and right, including half of USC's roster this past winter, Bud Clark played every snap. He made a point of telling us in that bowl game. He said he's going to talk to the offense. Who does that sound like, Chris? When he said that, I immediately thought of one guy.
Well, there's two in my head. Devin Witherspoon, and if you want to go way back, you can bring up, everyone's favorite from Seattle, Jamal Adams. So,
yeah, I was thinking Richard Sherman from before that. But
we're going way back. Okay, even better.
But yeah, Devin Witherspoon is who I was thinking of. As soon as he said that, I thought he and Witherspoon together are going to be a trip, and that's exactly what John Schneider said after they drafted Bud Clark. They said that the Seahawks scouts were saying, "Can you imagine if we get Bud Clark, what Bud Clark and Devin Witherspoon in the same defensive meetings and secondary are going to be like?" It's going to be nonstop chatter, nonstop woofing, and nonstop everything. I mean, Witherspoon is as close as an NFL player. I've covered the NFL for 26 years. 20 years. I haven't seen a player like Richard Sherman other than Devin Witherspoon, both in bravado, talk, skill, production, latitude he gets on the field with the coaches. And these guys are saying Bud Clark has a similar persona. Now, we'll see how good of a player he is, obviously. But you just heard Juice Brown on the phone from Texas and TCU's cornerbacks coach saying that he's going to be jabbing at the offense. Seattle's in for a treat with him. Bud is competitive as they come. TCU cornerbacks coach Juice Brown said, great ball skills, anticipates really well. Bud Clark is so athletic. He's so fluid. He's fast. Said he played him at free safety. I'm telling you, Coach Juice Brown said of Bud Clark, he's going to be running around bouncing off the walls. I'm telling you, he never gets tired. That's what the Seahawks have in their second-round draft pick from TCU. If you missed that interview with Juice Brown, the secondary coach from the TCU Horned Frogs that coached Bud Clark the last 2 seasons, you can go to our iHeartRadio app, download it for free. Go to the KJR 93.3KJR.com website. The podcast will be up this afternoon. Chris will put that up. You can get all our draft coverage there, too, from all the weekend. We killed it in the NFL draft. Back at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, our coverage Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Chris and I were out there. You can get that all as well at our website, 933kjr.com, on our podcast page. Up next, your chance to be a part of the show. What you thought you heard just now from the position coach at TCU about Bud Clark, the second-round pick. We heard a lot about Jadarian Price, but now you got to hear more about Bud Clark. What's your opinion of Bud Clark? Put that on 49451. We'll read back your text. A lot of them coming in about the Seahawks draft. We'll read them back next on 93.3 KJR FM. Welcome back. Greg Bell of the News Tribune and Christopher Kidd with you on a Monday. Happy Monday to you. I'm waving into the YouTube camera that apparently YouTube is down. So if you're looking for that, go instead to 933kjr.com or the iHeartRadio app where you can listen to us for free. You can also download the podcast of all the shows, including all of our shows from the weekend at the Draft at Seahawks headquarters. Our show today that just talked to one of the position coaches for the Seahawks second-round pick, Bud Clark from TCU. TCU cornerbacks coach Juice Brown. Our interview with him will be up on the podcast page, podcast tab on the left side of 933kjr.com shortly. You know what time it is. The music means it's time to be part of the show. 49451 on the Tacoma Dodge text line. Also, your chance this hour to win $1,000 in cash in our Grand Slam cash giveaway. This hour's word is cash, C-A-S-H. Enter that at 933kjr.com for your chance to win $1,000.
From the 425. In my opinion, you never want to, and I quote, win the draft or free agency. The teams that do it doesn't seem to work out for them. I'll take a boring draft any day. And also, what about the development aspect of a team for these new draft picks?
What do you think?
I think from the Seahawks, I think they do an outstanding job of preparing guys for opportunities, right? Whether they get them or not, they're prepared for it. You look at Nehemiah Pritchett, for example. Did he have the greatest game? No, but he had one of the best PBUs I have ever seen. I don't know how he did it, but it goes with the reps. And even Mike McDonald talked about repetitions, and when they're thrown to the fire, it's not necessarily the fire. They're prepared for this moment, whether reporters, fans, whether they believe it or not, it's completely different. They believe in one another, and when they get out there and get on that field, I think the Seahawks do a tremendous job of making sure that every guy is ready for his moment. Hell, look at Drake Thomas, a guy that broke his leg, what was it, 2-3 seasons ago? Was a fringe guy linebacker.
Practice squad player, claimed off waivers from the Raiders.
And now he's got a new deal, locking him up for a few years, and he's making the most money he's ever made, and he's playing linebacker with Ernest Jones on a Super Bowl winning team, by the way.
If Drake Thomas doesn't intercept that pass that went off of Christian McCaffrey's hands inside the 10-yard line in the fourth quarter, early in the fourth quarter of a 13-3 game, Week 18 in San Francisco, who knows what would have happened in that? It would have been 13-10 with the 49ers with the momentum, having scored their first touchdown in the game. Instead, they didn't score a touchdown at all, thanks to that play by Drake Thomas. I talked to him in the locker room after that game in Santa Clara in the early January, and he was smoking a cigar because they had clinched the number 1 seed. They were going to have a bye that week, and the guys were smoking cigars in the locker room celebrating. And I said, well, I have a pretty cool cigar. You're a pretty cool deal. You make an interception like that and smoke. He said, this is the first cigar I've ever smoked in my life.
First time for everything, baby.
Choking it down. It was pretty funny, actually. 206 said, I just wanted to get a word about a former Seattle Prep tight end. His name is Jack Velling. He went from Seattle Prep, here, high school football in Puget Sound, out to Michigan State, where he played for the Spartans. And just this morning, the update, Jack Velling from Seattle Prep has signed an undrafted free agent contract with the Atlanta Falcons. So congrats to him and the Seattle Prep football community that I know a little bit of. Congrats to them. Jack Velling to the Falcons on an undrafted free agent deal.
This is from Williams 425. For where they had to draft and the few number of picks they had, I thought the Seahawks did a fantastic job. I think a lot of people would agree with that.
Again, we'll see as they are as players, but yeah, just the fact that they only had 4 picks, they turned into 8.
Yeah, that's huge.
And even though this draft was supposed to be weaker, they got some backup spots that they didn't think they were going to add depth to with only 4 picks. They did. They drafted for, let's be honest, if you get in the back half of the draft, you better play special teams or you're not making the team. They drafted it was the first instance I've ever had in my career that spans back to 2002 in the NFL, 24 years ago, drafting a gunner because he's a punt gunner. I mean, they drafted Emmanuel Henderson Jr., the 199th pick in round 6 because he is a gunner who runs 23 miles an hour down the sidelines, tackling punt returners. He also returned punts and kickoffs for Kansas. Fast dude, but yeah, we asked about the Snyder and McDonald, and they said, yep, gunner. And same with Andre Fuller, the 7th round pick, the first of 3 7th round picks from the cornerback from Toledo, Andre Fuller, Snyder said, yeah, he's playing special teams. If you don't play special teams as a rookie, especially a later round draft pick, you're not going to make the team.
From the 206, I love this draft. Filled needs and got some real ballers. Bud Clark is going to be a problem and will be starting sooner than later. We still have a lot of picks next year, so moving one to get a good Iowa guard, that's nothing. They are making O-linemen in a lab over there in Iowa.
It's true. That is true. Keith, did we get a final PBJ tally for Hugh?
I would say anywhere between 9 and 10.
I think the number was set at 12. It might have been. It might have been close to 12. It might have been close to. And we're counting mornings, evenings, afternoons. Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah, Hugh Millen is PBJs. So how it works is the setup of the Seahawks draft room for the media is actually the main defensive room on the second floor of the team headquarters, the Virginia Mason Athletic Center in Renton. And right next to that is the main dining room. This majestic place, floor to ceiling windows looking out on Lake Washington, and a splendid, first class setup in there. And the food is, the players renowned, the Seahawks, for their food, and the whole setup in there is fantastic. And so this is the 3 days of the year the media gets to be in there, and they tend to go to work. And there's some people I think who cover the draft just to eat. There's a lot of food in the going on. PBJs are in a constant flow, and yeah, Hugh Millen caught some of that for sure. And 206 says, why is it draft Saturdays are the best weather days in the Pacific Northwest? Chris and I talked about at the top of the show. You are exactly right. If I was a bride-to-be or a father of a bride-to-be in the Pacific Northwest, I would schedule the wedding to be the final day of the draft each year. It is uncanny how the best day of the spring, we're talking clear, crystal clear blue skies, boats out on Lake Washington, 60, 70 degrees, always on a Saturday. I cannot remember the Saturday of the draft being there from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. like I was on Saturday, and not it being that nice outside. I can't remember. It just rained or something on the day I'm stuck inside.
And that's how you know it's probably been a few years since we've had rain or clouds. Because I remember last year, I believe it was also very nice out.
Yes.
Clear sky. And
now, it used to be a week or two later. There was a time that the draft the Saturday coincided with Kentucky Derby Saturday, Windermere Cup Saturday, the opening of the boating season here in Seattle. It used to be the first Saturday in May, which would lend itself to warmer weather and nicer weather. But yeah, for all you fathers out there who have brides-to-be daughters, schedule that wedding the last day of the Seahawks draft, the Saturday of draft weekend, and you're guaranteed to get the most beautiful day yet in the spring in the Pacific Northwest. It's just uncanny. It is. I spent 11 hours in a building looking out the windows wishing I was outside because of how nice it is. It's really nice. Yeah, that's funny that people pick up on that because it's not just me that thinks that.
From the 206, hi, guys. Excited we drafted an offensive line to replace Anthony Bradford. How do you guys feel about his chances to win the job from Bradford? I will say this. If I'm not mistaken, they brought in guards the last 2 seasons.
Christian Haynes, they drafted. Yep. They moved Oluwatimi from center to guard, and that didn't work.
Yeah, I guess they've tried to do it, and it hasn't worked. So they're 0 for 2 in that regard. So maybe this year it works, but Anthony's proven to be the starter. And Mike McDonald alluded to that when he was on with Softy and Fane a few weeks back. He's excited to see the improvement, and then they bring in another guy. And Bo, can he push Anthony Bradford even more? Can he even get that starting job? And not to mention, if Anthony has a average year, he might hit the market and make a lot of money. If he has a Pro Bowl year, maybe John Schneider says, I'll pay the guy. So we'll see what happens. But I think it's a smart move to draft a guard just because Anthony Bradford's contract's about to end.
Chris waking up the populace with the Pro Bowl year for Anthony Bradford on deck.
You never know, man. Hey,
all right.
We'll see.
Just to let you know, Bo Stevens was an All-American at Iowa playing left guard. The last 2 years, he was the left guard for Iowa in Kirk Ferentz's system that is NFL plug-and-play offensive lineman for decades. It's Kirk Ferentz is the head coach there forever. Succeeding Hayden Fry. Used to be an offensive line coach for Hayden Fry at Iowa, and he just molds offensive linemen, churns them out like hay out there in wheat in the farms of Iowa and Iowa City. So he played the last 2 years of starting left guard, Bo Stevens did. The year before that, as a sophomore at Iowa, he was the starting right guard. So, of course, after the draft, we asked Mike McDonald, which side is Bo Stevens going to start here in Seattle, begin playing, I should say, not start as in start, but begin his career playing. And he didn't answer that. he knew if he said what's going to happen, which is right guard, that Anthony Bradford would be put on notice before the kid even showed up to the first time in the building. They're not putting him at left guard. They did not trade one of their 12 picks in a stronger draft next year, a fourth-round pick, relatively high in the middle of the draft, for a guy they're going to stick behind Gray Zabel, who's going to be here for as long as anyone can see. He's a first-round pick with 3 years left on his contract, a day-one starter, a stud as a rookie left guard. They have a fifth-year option on him. They're probably going to re-sign him based on how he played this past year and how he just was, a revelation. He was fantastic, even better than I think they thought he was going to be. But, yeah, they're going to play Bo Stevens at right guard. We'll see how he competes with Anthony Bradford. Thanks for your text. Every day we do that at 11:30 is your chance to be a part of the show at 49451, the Tacoma Dodge text line. Also a part of the show and a part of your daily life from 12 to 3 here on 93.3 KJR FM is Ian Furness, and the mayor of Maple Valley joins us next on 93.3 KJR FM. Christopher Kidd and now Ian Furness joining us. It's good news. I'm reporting that the YouTube channel is back up.
Yay.
You can watch us live, which means Ian is going to have 3 hours of people watching him now.
Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that.
So, yes, the YouTube channel is back up.
Okay.
Draft weekend, I got to see Ian a few times out at the Seahawks. I thought it was very turnkey. Lost a running back, draft a running back first.
Yeah.
Lost a safety, draft a safe. Lost a corner, draft a corner.
I would agree. It was an interesting weekend for sure. Only in the sense that the first 2 days were really chalky. Then the third day, which we thought wasn't going to be eventful, ended up being very eventful. And that's probably what you would expect from a John Schneider draft. Don't try to predict what he's going to do, right? Because he zigs when you zag, and he zags when you zig. That's what he does. And in the end, they filled the needs that they needed to fill, except for the edge rusher depth. Probably makes you feel like Fowler is going to happen, right?
Yeah, we talked about Dante Fowler. If you missed that, the veteran did visit the Seahawks last week. Found that out over the weekend. And and now today, anybody signed a veteran free agent does not count against the comp pick formula for next year.
Right. So I would assume that's when it's all said and done, that just kind of feels like that was a direction without even going down that road in the 7th round.
Right.
I would think that would be the case. But yeah, I mean, you certainly lose Ken Walker, you have to replace that position. I mean, we can even without the ACL injury to Charbonnet, you needed to replace that position.
Yeah, they have none of their 7 backs under contract beyond this year.
No,
and now they will.
And like it doesn't take a lot. Like the eye test tells you, right? Like Walker was at a different level than those other guys.
Yeah.
You would expect Price to be at a different level than those other guys. So I like that pick. They got some DBs with some swagger.
Awesome. I will say.
They got an offensive lineman to compete with maybe Bradford at right guard and certainly to provide depth at the guard position because Christian Haynes has never been able to give you that at all. I think that's an interesting dynamic in this whole thing, right? I mean, Christian Haynes was a 3rd-round pick.
That's right.
And he has been given ample opportunity and has never been able to take advantage of it. So they got to go back down the road and make a trade to get back into that situation. But good. Feels like they accomplished what they needed to accomplish. And if we're being honest, what Greg, you probably agree that when you're the Super Bowl champions, you don't need to do a lot.
No.
All right.
With 21 of 22 starters off that team returning.
Yeah.
Aiden Hubbard, the edge from Northwestern, is reported to be one of 6 undrafted rookie free agents signed to the Seahawks. To me, that is the most interesting guy in that camp this weekend, as at least on the undrafted guys and the rookie free agent guys. They have 8 spots to fill. 6 apparently have been signed, and one of them is Aiden Hubbard. He's an edge from Northwestern, played very well in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
Some people thought he was going to get drafted. You just said that we talked about all weekend. There are spots to be had at edge rusher, and not just now, but for the future as well. Derek Hall is going into the final year of his contract. It surprised me they didn't do edge. I thought maybe I had a mock to get Malachi Lawrence first, but then he went not even barely halfway through the first round.
Yeah.
To Dallas. So I believe it was Dallas off the top of my head. So yes. And Mike McDonald said, yep, this is part of the process. And now the process goes into veteran free agents. And they just had Dante Fowler come in. So somebody asked on the text line what my favorite backstory of the weekend is. Mine is Jadarian Price and his mom beating cancer and what an inspiration she is. And he was openly talking about that. But there were all kinds of things. You mentioned how brash the defensive backs are.
The DBs were just, it was fun to listen to. I mean, obviously, Julian Neal was the top of the list, but we had Bud Clark. Bud Clark was drafted in the 2nd round. And when we heard from him, he had a little swag too. It's just shorter answers, but wasn't as demonstrative, say, as Julian Neal. But
he invoked Cam Chancellor. Hammer, not the nail.
Which is weird because he's not built like Cam Chancellor at all. not even close. But and also, I think you pointed this out on your show. I think it's interesting. It's been a long time since those dudes were here. Like it's over a decade since Cam and that group was patrolling the secondary and so forth. So those guys would have been not even teenagers maybe in some cases,
like
right?
10, 11, 12 years old.
Pretty good awareness of the league, but also kind of shows probably how impactful that defense really was, right? But yeah, I like Neil. You mentioned Jadarian Price and his backstory. Hugh and I late on Friday had a chance to talk to him, and we'll replay that at 2:00 today because we went down that road of your mom and helping raise your sisters, the whole 9 yards. He's an impressive young man, really is. So we'll see if he can run. But I mean, I like they kept using that term loyalty as well all weekend. That was something that jumped out.
Bud Clark stayed all 6 years at TCU. We just
Mm-hmm.
talked to his position coach, Juice Brown, down there in Fort Worth, and he said all kinds of schools came after him.
Oh, I bet.
And he stayed.
Yeah.
And he also could have gone to the NFL last year and was projected to be a mid-round pick, as would have been a fifth-year senior. He ended up being a sixth-year senior. And he also said, Juice Brown, that of all the dudes, like half of USC's roster opted out of the bowl game that TCU played against him, and Bud Clark played every down of the game.
Wow.
So 8 second-round pick saying, no, I'm playing.
I think that times, people will downplay it. I do wonder if that does help a little bit with guys.
I think so.
And I'll give you an example. Kyle Williams last year for Wazoo. When they was getting drafted. Chris, do you remember, was he third round? I think Kyle Williams, second, third round. What was he?
I think it was third.
Third. Kyle Williams played in the bowl game 2 years ago for Wazoo. Didn't need to. By then the quarterback had left, gone to Oklahoma, Mateer, and that dude played, put up big numbers. But I don't think that's why he got picked in the third. I think it's just the competitive factor, and what he was talking about. And we hear that with Bud Clark. It's the same thing. Like, yeah, I'm playing. Let's go. I think Jonah Coleman, did he play in the bowl game for Washington this year? I think he did. Yeah. Good for him.
Yes.
Right? I mean, I think there's you talk about guys that could have left, though. I mean, Price, my God, you're playing behind a guy that's third overall pick.
Exactly.
That's why the portal was invented.
Yes.
For a guy like that.
And he said, I wanted the challenge of playing behind and with the best running back in the country.
And Julian Neal did transfer. He was the first of their guys that did. I mean, Bo Stevens, I don't think did. He stayed at Iowa all 4 years. But Julian Neal did transfer. But his transfer story is remarkable. I mean, goes as a wide receiver to Fresno State with Kalen. Kalen obviously leaves, goes to Washington. He almost goes to Stanford, which just tells you everything you need to know about the kid.
Snyder said he actually enrolled briefly and then left, but yes.
And if you're
enrolled in Stanford.
And Stanford doesn't like transfers.
And they also don't enroll anybody.
No. So that tells you all you need about Julian Neal. Ends up going to Arkansas and has a hell of a run there. So yeah, you got to be excited what they did. Again, the most exciting thing is they didn't need to do a lot.
Yes.
Right? That's they didn't need to do a ton in that regard. So,
have you ever heard of anyone drafting a gunner? Because that's what they did in the 6th round. Emmanuel
Henderson. Yeah.
That's the reason he's on the team.
We're going to talk to Hugh about that. I guess his return skills are pretty elite too.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
A returner who tackles returners.
Yeah. It for a second, except for the gunner part of it and tackling, it sounded a little bit like Tyler Lockett, but Tyler Lockett wasn't a gunner.
Exactly.
Probably would have broken half.
And Derek Young signed with the Raiders, so there is a need at gunner.
Yeah.
That was their gunner.
Well, and I think you go looking for some depth too for returns too. I mean, you got Rashid Shaheed, and you certainly have, hopefully Torrey Horton's finally healthy. You got those two guys. Those are also two dudes that you're going to be relying on a lot, too. So you need some depth at that position. We saw that happen last year.
Yes, we did.
With some guys getting dinged up, and you need a guy and it's weird how a return guy can change the entire outcome of a game
or season,
right? Yeah,
is it Mollywop Monday?
Mollywop Monday. We'll do that in the 1 o'clock hour. We'll mollywop with those dudes at 1:20 today. Hugh Millen, Hardcore Football Draft Edition coming up at 12:20, and as I mentioned, Jadarian Price. Had a chance to catch up with him late on Friday. Hugh and I did, and just a delightful interview. And you might be a fan of him just watching him run and the highlights and all that fun stuff. You'll be even more of a fan when you hear from him.
That's great.
Yeah.
Listen to that again. That's 12-3. Ann Furness, Anderson Hurst, Jessamine McIntyre, Greg Bell, the News Tribune, Christopher Kidd. Thank you for listening. We'll do it again tomorrow, 10 to noon. Ian's up next on 93.3 KJR FM.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Headlines are brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. NFL draft recap. We'll go through that in just a couple seconds. In the first segment, Hugh Millen joining us at 12:20 Hardcore Football to break it all down for you. Mariners sweep the St. Louis Cardinals over the weekend. 4th straight win, 6 in their last 8, 14-15 on the season, approaching that 500 mark. They start a series hopefully in Minnesota tonight against the Twins, although it is raining there, so we'll see how that goes. MLB, Red Sox fired basically their whole coaching staff, including manager Alex Cora. Gong show. College football, Texas Tech transfer quarterback Brendan Sorsby checking into a residential treatment program for gambling addiction. Hopefully he didn't gamble on anything college football related. They say it's probably just Major League Baseball. We'll see. NHL, Carolina, Colorado both sweep their series, move on to the second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Winner over the weekend, the Seattle Sounders FC, 6-1-1 on the year now. Torrent finished up their season with a shootout loss. They're done, but they were a massive success off the ice this year, selling games out, putting people in the stands, and good for them. Next question is who's back next season, because the PWHL is expanding again. Another expansion draft. Hillary Knight. We'll see if they protect her. They're able to keep her for next year. Here we go.
The Ian Furness Show is presented by Snoqualmie Casino. Text us at 49451 and hit the talkback mic on the iHeartRadio app. This is the new Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, welcome in here on a Monday. I'm going to ask Jessamine, if you can, to keep an eye on the Seattle Times sports website.
I got it.
Only reason, Greg, sorry. We love you. Love the News Tribune.
News Tribune.
I got a little tip that they're going to put up a story here in a second on NBA expansion.
Oh.
I know what it is, but I'm not going to. I know what it is, and I don't want to. I'm not, out of respect to my buddy Tim Booth. We're going to keep that to ourselves until he posts it, and then we'll discuss it. But there is a little bit of nugget of news coming out of a meeting that the commissioner of the NBA, all the commissioners are meeting with sports editors across the country today. A little sit down. Hello, hi, how are you? That would be F1 to keep that thing muted.
Volume on my phone.
All your phones, gotcha.
Yeah, I was going to Twitter to keep an eye on Tim Booth's account.
There you go. All right. So that's coming up in a second. We'll tell you what that is. It's I don't know how big. Okay, hello. How are we? Off to a rousing start. Muting. All right.
It's not me, I swear, Ian.
No, I know it's not you. I thought it was a computer. So.
It was definitely it was the phone because I'm doing as I'm told.
I just keep an eye on it for me. But yeah, we'll see what the story. Well, I'll explain the story once he posts it in a second. But some news coming out NBA, so stick around for that. Okay. Or go to SeattleTimes.com. We'll give Tim a little shout out as well. All right, draft is over. We're going to check in with our guy Hugh Millen here in about 15 minutes' time. Do a little hardcore football on a Monday. I guess with the 3-hour show, we'll have to revisit when we're going to do hardcore football next year. Maybe we'll do it in the noon hour on Mondays. We'll see. But that's coming up in a second. We spent a lot of quality time together. Hugh Millen, myself, Rob Rang, over the last few days on Thursday, Friday, and then Rob and I Saturday held it down from 9 to noon before Chuck took over, and then Chris Kidd and Jackson Feltz. You know what? I'm just going to start here for a second. We joke a lot. I joke a lot about, the company, not being a company guy. None of us are. Nobody is. The man doesn't do anybody any favors anymore in this world, right? We always say that.
It's true.
It's very true. It doesn't matter what business you're in, who you work for. It's hard. The man doesn't like us, little common folk. But I'm going to be the company guy now. What we do over the course of 3 days of an NFL draft is remarkable. The time, the effort, the hours that people put in, the content that you receive, most importantly, is second to none. It helps. We don't, have baseball or anything else to worry about. We just do the draft for those 3 days. And with the expertise of Hugh Millen, Rob Rang, specifically those two, and then you add in contributions from Greg and for a little while and others. If you're into the NFL draft, and Lord knows everybody seems to be, it's a big deal.
It is an event.
Yeah, if you're into the NFL draft, we've been doing this for a while now, and I just find it remarkable how everyone comes together and puts together great quality product. Jeff's out there kind of running the show and spearheading it, and guys like Anders and Travis and Jackson and others back here at the studio trying to gather everything, and it's at times pretty high, not stressful, but a lot going on. So hopefully you guys enjoy it. Here's the thing. I believe pretty much everything is podcast. Is that right? Is our Saturday stuff podcast?
I will check.
Okay.
Yes.
Hopefully all of our stuff is podcast from not it is.
All 8 hours of Saturday's coverage is podcast.
Beautiful.
Yay.
Our 7 to 9 stuff on Thursday, Friday, hopefully.
Yep.
That stuff, I mean, if you missed any of it, it's all up there. You can go listen to it again. We had a ton of fun. And shout out to the Seahawks and their PR staff. They're the best in town.
They were unbelievably kind.
They're really good.
And accommodating, the hospitality, and everything that they do.
And always have been. Dave Pierce and his staff are great. And, we just appreciate going out there because I know, listen, if we're being honest, that's what people want. People want more Seahawk news. They're the 500-pound gorilla in this town. And away we go. All right, so before we get Hugh on, the story of the weekend really for Seattle was really kind of, I would say, the first 4 picks about as chalky as you can get. Now, how you get there and who you pick and so forth, but just they needed a running back 1. They drafted running back 1 on Friday or Thursday. They needed some help in the secondary. Bud Clark, Julian Neal took care of that on day 2 with the 2nd and 3rd round picks. We then go into day 3. This is where it was a little bit more fun and interesting and kind of got a little crazy. We go into into day 3 and rounds 4 through 7, and sat down there on Saturday morning. Did Rob and myself? Jess was there hanging out, making sure we got on the air and we did what we're supposed to do. Yeah. made sure we did all the things we're supposed to do, and we were assuming there'd be nothing going on until about 12:03 p.m. right after noon when the Seahawks were scheduled to draft, and that would have been a 6th round pick. John Schneider actually walked through the media room, and there was it was early. There's 4 of us. Not 4 of us. It was the 3 of us, you, Rob, and I.
Yep.
Corbin was there.
Yeah, it was pretty empty.
Greg, I think, was there, and that might have been about it. In fact, I think that was about it. No, Greg wasn't there yet because I meant. And lo and behold, they moved down in the 5th round, and they ended up picking up a Bo Stevens, and then things got crazy. I left at noon. Chuck took over, and then things got all out of control. They ended up having 4 picks after we left at noon. Emmanuel Henderson, the wide receiver, return man, special teams guy from Kansas. Andre Fuller, a cornerback from Toledo. Devin Eastern, who's a nose tackle, is massive. From Minnesota, and Michael Dansby, a cornerback from Arizona. So they ended up getting busy. So Schneider going in, and the Seahawks not having a ton of picks. Greg Bell brought up a great point earlier, and I think Hugh did the same thing this morning when I heard him with Chuck and Ashley. The Seahawks are in a position where they didn't need a lot. Their roster was pretty full. You can only have 90 at a time, and their undrafted free agent class was going to be very small. They also, as the defending Super Bowl champions, do not have it easy as far as signing undrafted free agents, because the best thing about being an undrafted free agent, really the only good thing about being an undrafted free agent, is you can kind of pick and choose where you go. Well, an agent's not going to want his guy to go to Seattle. The rosters, we've gone through it. They lost 1 starter on offense. They already replaced that. They lost effectively 2.5 on defense, and I say 2.5 because Maffei's a rotational guy.
Could say the same thing about Wolin too.
Yeah, but when
3 corners,
they lost. He's a starter, and so, but doesn't matter. They didn't lose a lot. So you're an undrafted free agent, and you're like, well, they got dudes waiting in the wings. They got depth guys. Why do I want to go there? So instead, what Seattle did is they went out and they went kind of fast and hard with the 7th round all of a sudden. And they're like, okay, let's go. Here we go. And pick some more guys that probably would have been undrafted free agents in a normal year. and still retain, I believe it's 11 picks I think they still have, including the compensatory picks for next year. So I think John Schneider, listen, you can read all the grades you want everywhere. The Athletic did one today. Dane Brugler, who does the Beast and is really good at what he does. He really is. And he had Seattle at 27, 25 for whatever reason. The funny thing is the top teams, this tells you all you need to know. The top 5 teams were all non-playoff teams. Cleveland, right? Giants, Las Vegas, Dallas, and the Jets.
Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, there you go. Of course they were.
It's easy to make your team better when you suck.
Exactly.
Whoever you're adding is going to be better than what you already have, right? Like, I Hughes looked at every snap of all these guys, so I'll lean on him a little bit more. I lean on Rang a little bit more. I do tell you this. It is fun watching Rob work Rob lives in the scouting world. Like and he's out there. It was fun watching him. Like he's literally, if I kid you not, there's the area scouts come rolling around. They're grabbing a bite to eat, a coffee, whatever. I see Rang in there all day Saturday. He's chiming up with these guys. So he's got a pretty good feel as what they were thinking and doing as well. So he'll be on with us Friday to kind of wrap things up, our final visit with Ranger. But yeah, Hughes watched all the snaps. I think if you're a Seahawk fan, you got to come out of the draft feeling pretty damn good about what your team did. For me, it's not much of a debate that the biggest priority, period, end of story. By the way, Man U's up 1-0. 1-0, sorry.
Let's go. Come on.
I know you're interested in that. They missed a couple point-blank shots, and in the 11th minute, they just made it 1-0. Casemiro, is that his name? He just knocked in a header for you. All right.
Thanks for the update, Ian.
I just want you to be focused on the show, so I figure I'll give you those updates as need be.
We should have played the breaking news sound.
Yeah, no, we're good. But here's the thing. They needed to address the running back situation. 100% needed to address the running back situation. And the running back situation was addressed on Thursday with that first pick. And that's all you can ask, which is perfect.
Exactly.
So that's what they did, and away you go. They've addressed it, and the Seahawks then added to the secondary, and they've got a guy depth-wise at guard that can maybe come in and compete with Anthony Bradford, or if not compete, gives you depth, because Christian Haynes apparently ain't it. They've given him enough chances. So it's time to move on and find some depth at the guard position as well.
I like that pick.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Keep an eye on the thing. Tim Booth will have a story up on the SeattleTimes.com here very soon, and we'll tell you about what the latest on the NBA expansion front is. I will tell you this. It's about timing. You may not like it, but it may not be that much of a dire situation. So I'll just leave it at that. All right, so as soon as that gets posted, we'll let you know what Tim's got up for you as well at the Seattle Times site, as the editors across the country, all sports editors, AP editors, and sports newspaper editors have a meeting every year with the commissioners around all the sports. And Adam Silver was today. He met with them, so there's a little nugget that came out. We'll tell you what that is. When we come back, Hardcore Football, Hugh Millen next.
Furness on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, Hugh Millen, Hardcore Football. Hugh, give me 2 seconds here. Two pieces of little business we got to take care of. Jessamine has the name.
Yes.
What's the name?
Oh,
What's the word?
I do.
What's the word?
Well, Sports Radio KJR 93.3 KJR FM brings you the Grand Slam Cash Contest for your chance at $1,000 every single hour, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. And you have to enter that word on 93.3 KJR at FM. Sorry, I'm having a Monday.
Okay.
But you cannot enter it on the text.
No, go to the website.
It does not count, and this hour's word is fun.
933kjr.com.
Thanks, Sanders, for the assist on that one.
Gotcha.
But this hour's word is fun.
All right, that's about
F-U-N.
It's about 2 minutes too long on this situation.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. We're good. We move on. We're keeping an eye on the Seattle Times. Nothing yet on the Sonics situation or the NBA. We'll let you know when something does come up. Hugh Millen, the Seahawks announced about 10 minutes ago they have released Cam Akers. They now have 6 running backs on the roster, so Cam Akers has been released. Probably not a surprise. A little bit of a glut there, a little older back, and they of course drafted Jadarian Price in the first round. We'll talk about him and so much more. First of all, my friend, great to have you on. Number 2, great to spend time with you the last those couple days up there, those 7 to 9 shows. It's become
awesome.
It's become a tradition. You and Rob and I from 7 to 9. I think we've done it for like 15, 16 years. It feels like, and love those. Honestly, just as a football fan, just enjoy those shows. So great having you on with us those few days.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you always just forget you're on the air.
Yeah.
You're just talking to a couple buddies about a topic you love, and you're like, oh yeah, shoot, I got a headset on, and there's a microphone right there. Like, it's fun to rap about a great football team and a successful group. It's interesting you think in sports we know percentages, right? Like if you're in the NBA, you should be over 80% free throw, right? But and you should, you're good if you're over 40% from 3. Well, there's a big difference between 80 and 40%. Right, hockey goalie, what's got to be 90%.
Yep.
Yep. So all these GMs, even the best, are well under 50%, and in terms of their hit rate. And so you just kind of go into this with the relatively few, the fewest in all of the league, just 4 picks, and you say, okay, this has got to be a draft where your percentages are a little high. Like we got to get. We got to get 2 good guys, hopefully 3 out of 4. And then, you always had the thought that they were going to grow 4 into whatever. They grew 4 into 8. But I still feel like, you're just kind of crossing your fingers that they can accelerate that percentage, because next year they're going to have, I think they're down to 10, right? But I bet you that if need be, you'll see John Schneider turn 10 into 12 or 13.
Yeah.
And then of course you absorb a little bit lower hit rate. But when you only have 4 picks, it puts a little bit of a stress on your percentages. And so hopefully Schneider hit some high percentages here.
Well, and as I mentioned to Jess and Anders, I mean, and Jess was sitting there when Mike or John Schneider rolls into the media area where we're doing our show at 9 a.m. It's about 9:15, Jess, like 9:15 or so on Saturday. He comes walking through. Hey, what's going on? You guys are live? Yeah, we're live. Oh, hey, okay. Walks away, and it's like
I tried to give him my headset.
The guy was like, he was just kind of going stir crazy and bored, and we're like, is he really going to wait until noon or so and the 6th round? And the answer was no. 4 trades later, they end up with the 8 draft picks when it's all said and done. So I do want to hit on a couple of guys that we hit on late on Thursday or late on Friday. Obviously, Price was Thursday night. That pick was made after normal hours, so we'll hit on him, and then definitely want to hit on Bud Clark and Julian Neal and Bo Stevens. We'll kind of take it from there and see how much time we have. Sure. Let's just go this is hardcore football. So Jadarian Price, backup running back at Notre Dame, to the number 3 overall pick, but what he likes to run and what the Seahawks like to run in terms of offense, that's a fit. Can you walk us through that?
Well, when you say the Seahawks like to run outside zone, just be aware of what that means. We're going to refer to percentages again. The Seahawks only ran 38% of their runs outside zone. That, by definition, makes you an outside zone team. They still run inside zone. They run what's called duo, where you're down blocking at the point of attack, but you don't have a puller. They still have what's called gap scheme, which is power and counter, which is down blocking. So what does that mean? If you're going to run Price over right guard, when you have down blocking towards the ball, towards the middle, then that's what's called duo if you don't have a puller. But then if you have a puller from the backside, if the left guard is pulling, as a general rule, you would say that's what's called gap scheme. Now that trap technically could be in that description as well, but primarily the gap scheme, the power and the counter, that's where the running back you're watching. Okay, how does he get in behind a runner or a blocker rather as a runner, and then play off of that pulling? The backside guard's coming. I'm going to get in his wake. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And almost like you're water skiing, inner tubing behind a boat. I'm going to get in his wake and then I'm going to read off that block. That's a different type of skill set. When you say outside zone, typically, and I'm going to get to the alignment because it is hardcore football. Typically, and I've sat in on the meetings when Alex Gibbs, the godfather of the outside zone, was going through everybody's responsibility, including the quarterback. And when Alex Gibbs takes a laser pointer and he puts it on John Elway, and he says, "Quarterback, carry out your fake." Like damn well that guy's got the room, and he's got an expectation for everybody on there, and he would coach up Terrell Davis, who was a rookie that year, and he would just say, "Hey, listen, on an over front, you're gonna have the 3 technique in the B gap. Expect it like this." If you under front, what they call Navajo front, all these fronts, and he would get Terrell to just kind of anticipate based on the front where the hole is going to hit. But in any event, this is the general rule. If the running back's in what's called the dot position, that's behind the quarterback, he's going to run stretch right. That's outside zone. What he's looking at is what's the block, and this applies to whether it's to the tight end or whether it's to the weak side, and you're talking about the open side tackle, but you're reading the end man offensive blocker, and he's trying to hook. He's trying to get to the outside leverage, outside arm of the technically armpit of the defender that has the responsibility to hold the edge. If he can hook him, then that's your read. It's like, okay, go now, sprint to the sideline as fast as you can go, and this is going to become a very wide play outside the numbers, certainly, maybe up the sideline. If you can't hook that guy, then now your eyes just go in one guy in, the 3 technique or whatever the front is, then the defensive tackle, then the next one inside, and you keep reading for, hey, is that man getting hooked? What does hook mean? Hook means is the offensive player is able to get to the outside shoulder of the defensive player. That's what a hook is. Mm-hmm. And so you're just looking for the hook. And if you don't get the hook, then you just keep going inside. And all of this is processed quickly. And you want to read this by your third step and make the steps by your 5th step. So when you see these outside zone hits, the 5th step, the running back, if he's going to go up the field and not try and get wide, he's going to do it by the 5th step. But of course, he has to make the decision before, to allow his, brain neurologically to connect to his feet. Like all of this is real stuff, and so that therein lies kind of the responsibility for the running back. But I mentioned the dot position in watching every single snap that Jadarian Price had at Notre Dame, 113 carries. When they ran outside zone, they started the first couple games, they would go pistol and the back is behind the quarterback. But then they, for whatever reason, they gravitated to having the running back offset. What does that mean? If we're going stretch right, instead of the running back being behind the center, you could line up with the ball, whether it's in pistol or whether you're under center. And by the way, Notre Dame only had Jadarian Price had 1 snap the entire season with the quarterback under center. They operated entirely out of shotgun. But getting back to outside zone. So now Price, instead of being behind the center, he's on the outside leg of the left guard. So he's got they're just, just draw a tape measure to where he has to get if he's going to stretch that play and get to the outside. It's longer developing. Like the defense that's flowing to that spot, they already have a head start on Price because of where Price aligned. So when Price comes on and he tells us that he gets the cutback more, that he likes the cutback. In fact, I asked him, hey, would you rather, when you run the stretch, would you rather, what do you like better? Where you hit it and it gets to the sideline? And he had some plays like that at Notre Dame. Or do you like the cutback? He says, I like the cutback.
Mm-hmm.
And that makes sense because he's far more likely to get the cutback from that offset alignment. So now the question is going to be for him, everything's going to speed up on his timing as to when he can get to that aiming point. Generally the butt crack of the tight end is what it is.
Yep.
And to use the terms that you hear in a meeting room, and all of that's going to come faster to him. And in theory, if AJ Barner's doing a good job, he's going to give him some opportunities to get outside. And so now does he have the burst to get outside of that tight end when the tight end is again hooking the defender, the end man on the line of scrimmage? In a playbook, NFL playbook, you see EMLOS. I saw that for 20 years, counting earlier stages of football. But that end man on the line of scrimmage, he's got to set that edge, and the tight end's got to hook him. And generally, more often than not, the defense wins that battle.
Mm.
So you are, even when the running back's in the dot, the ball's gonna the ball's gonna cut back on some level. It's either get north or even sometimes cut back across the backside center. If you actually watch how the offense, all the gaps are shifting because everybody's stepping to the right and trying to reach to the right on a stretch right. So you could say the backside A gap, which is the gap between the center and the guard. If the ball's on the left hash and you go stretch right, you say, well, the backside A gap is to the left of the hash. Well, once you snap the ball and all the line is traversing sideways, now all of a sudden the backside A gap is where when you hit it, that might be where the front side tackle was. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Because all the gaps are moving
Yep.
once the ball is snapped. So what's the takeaway? That's a lot of detail about the challenge. How can we summarize it? Jadarian Price is going to be closer to the stretch than he was at college. He's going to have to make his decisions. His decision is going to come a little faster, and he's going to have to, if he sees he's going to have more opportunity to probably, let's call it 25% of the time, he's going to have an opportunity to turn that into a true stretch.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got to be able to do that and be effective. He's got to have the acceleration to be able to do that, because then everything flows off of that. The defense goes, holy cow, we got, all the linebackers, they have to sprint to the ball. Well, that really helps your play action, your naked keep game with the quarterback on the bootlegs. And so, being able to actually get to the outside on outside zone is real important. We'll see if Price can do it, because he's going to have a different look than he had in college.
When you watch him on tape, Hugh Millen joining us, Hardcore Football, when you watch him, I'm thinking of those cutbacks, and like you said, if everything's flowing to the right and then the A gap is flowing there, and all of a sudden, boom, he sees that's where the hole is. Do you see a guy in that, what he told you when you asked him? We'll play that interview, by the way, coming up at 2:00 today. When you asked him that, do you see that in his game? Do you see that ability in his game?
Oh yeah. That's
Good.
one of his real great strengths. Is there's only one. Oh, I should have written down who the opponent was. I've seen a lot of opponents because I've seen a lot of tape, but I do remember it actually happened to be he was going inside zone left, and I thought he had a cutback going back to the right, and I rewound it and I go, wait a minute, that's a lot of steps to have to gather yourself. That doesn't look like a top flight running back to me. Mm-hmm. And so there's a run or two on there that you're left unimpressed. But fortunately, they're conspicuous because it's in contrast to the other times when I see him cut back, he's able to do it at near full speed. And he sees it, and he's got the athleticism and the strength in his legs to be able to make those cuts at full speed. So on the rare occasions that he didn't, it's like, whoa, okay, that doesn't look good. And thankfully you don't see that a lot. I would say the other time where you find yourself unimpressed, or at least I found myself unimpressed, is a couple of finishes. You feel like he could move the pocket more, like he goes down hard and easy.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes, you know, and at 203 pounds, I mean, he's not going to finish like Marshawn Lynch.
Right.
And there was a rep, for example, and again, I looked at every single carry that he had. So this isn't just me happen to have seen some highlight tape or something. But he had a play against USC where the safety came out of the middle and came up and just smacked him, and he went down hard, and the safety was, woofing over him, what have you. And you just go, okay, I would like to see more physicality from my RB1.
Gotcha.
Right?
Yeah. But there's enough there, and I know we talked about him a lot, and you liked him. We'll hear that interview. He was part of that interview coming up at 2 o'clock. Let me stay on the offensive side for the final 5 minutes of this segment. Then we'll talk about the DBs in the second segment here in a second. Let's talk about Bo Stevens. I didn't get a chance to hear your thoughts on him because that was a Saturday thing, and it kind of took us all by surprise. We didn't think they were going to pick until late. They ended up making a trade. They get Bo Stevens, the guard out of Iowa. They actually moved down. Up to go get him out of Iowa. He was an All-American, big dude, stayed at Iowa. The whole loyalty thing they talked about was kind of in play again, but Iowa offensive linemen, usually we kind of like to hear those words together.
No doubt.
And if we're being honest, Bradford, even if Bradford's their guy, he's in the last year of his contract. And number two, and the other part of that is that Christian Haynes and others have had a chance to beat him out, and nobody has. Do you see enough in Bo Stevens that you think he can come in and compete?
Yeah, well, I think it's interesting here. First of all, yes, you love the brand Iowa offensive linemen. There's a standard of toughness. They're intelligent, what have you. They push a lot of guys into the NFL. As you mentioned, he's a big dude, 86 percentile, 6'5.5". So when you watch the tape, the first thing I noticed. Now remember, Iowa won the Joe Moore Award as the best offensive line in football. When you watch them on tape, they're cohesive. They're good. They had two other guys, the center and a tackle, get drafted ahead of Stevens.
Right.
So he's a member of a really good line, but he was a first team All-American. And this is the thing: if you're going to the third day, you're missing something.
Right.
Either you show really good athletic traits, but you didn't really make it happen on the football field, or the opposite of that, you were really good on the football field, but we're concerned your game doesn't translate to the NFL because you have limited athleticism. And then of course there's injuries and character things that can knock you down to the third day as well. But this is definitely the category of the following: high production, great tape, but a question whether it translates, because that's why you can't explain away why he's a fifth rounder. And by the way, Seattle had a third, fourth round grade. That's why they felt comfortable giving up next year's fourth for this year's fifth, because they just said, this guy fell through the cracks. He's a fourth rounder all day, and maybe even a third rounder. But first team All-American, no sacks, no hits, no penalties last year, only 4 pressures. And he's had 0 sacks in 3 seasons. Now, they turned their protection often, and they had an All-American, literally first-team All-American center to his right that was helping him out on a 4-man rush. If you're going, what's called 2-jet protection in the West Coast offense, or, you have a half slide with the center going to the left, and so that would often equate to a double team. So if you're a 3-tech going against, or even a 1-tech going against the Iowa, and it's a 4-man rush, the way they turn, you got 2 first-team All-Americans blocking you, right?
Yep.
So, but getting back to Stevens, so you really like his technique. He's got good ankle bend, so his ass is low. When you watch the end zone copy, you say he's got the widest ass and the lowest ass of the 5 guys. I like both of that. Ankle flexion allows you to bend, be low, because he's 6'5.5", 86 percentile in height.
Yep.
He's got a low man win. He's got to get leverage, right? And you're not going to be able to get low man leverage unless your ankles are flexible. You can see that even in his stance that it is. But here's some concerns, and I know the Seahawks had this concern, right? You say, why isn't it first round draft pick if he's a first team All American from Iowa? Shortest arms and the smallest hands out of 22 guards at the combine this year. Is 18 and a half miles per hour in his 40 was the slowest of all 189 players who ran at the combine. There's some athletic limitations. Now, the dude is a legit glass eater. Love like
Yep.
he's a mauler and a mauler and a brawler. He wants to engage in the physical part of the game, and sometimes too much. Ian, he'll come up at the second level. He should be more under control. He should he should kind of be trying to drop his hips, widen his feet, get a base and kind of more cautiously approach those linebackers. Let the linebackers declare the route they want to go. Do they want to go underneath them or over the top and then close? But he comes in hot looking for the freaking knockout punch, right? I mean, he wants to Mike Tyson, Trevor Burbick, linebackers out there. And sometimes he just gets out of position. He doesn't have enough lateral quickness to make up for that. So you see mistakes, but they're very few. You wouldn't be a first team All-American if you made a lot of those mistakes. I'm just saying, I throw on the tape and I go, okay, why is a first team All-American, with this kind of size, why is he waiting to, falling to the fifth round? And it's because of some of those things. You don't see elites feet sideways, and again, a little bit over aggression. And then those short arms are going to be, you go against the Chris Joneses of the world.
Yep.
These big, elite interior guys that are long and strong and very athletic. And you could quickly see how there could be an athletic mismatch, including the arm length.
All right, we'll take a break, come back. We got to talk about Julian Neal and Bud Clark, the two DBs they took on day 2 of the draft and where they fit into the Seahawk offense, or defense, I should say. Hugh Millen, Hardcore Football continues next.
the Sportsbook, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
What's your favorite defensive call and you're rolling it? So you're saying you're playing country cover 3, yeah?
Oh, no. We playing man. I'm gonna go up there. I'm gonna go punch him. I'm gonna go punch him. I'm gonna go punch on somebody. They're not getting past me. And if you get past, I'm gonna look back for the ball and I'm gonna get that. Simple.
And
I'm gonna go and punch somebody at the line.
Love it. Now, are you in off coverage or in press in this situation?
I'm in press. I'm all up in your face.
Okay.
I'm gonna get down and dirty with it. Come on.
He was almost offended. You asked if you were if he was impressed or not, man. He was like, "What are you talking?" That's Julian Neal, by the way, Seahawk cornerback. Initially, I think he thought you were asking about what is the country cover 3, by the way.
Well, cover 3 is distinguished in a few different ways. Cover 3 is 3 deep. It's a zone. So the deep guys have deep thirds. Now there can be 3 under. There can be 4 under, and there can be 5 under. As a general rule, you say there's 4 under. So it kind of looks like a baseball outfield and infield minus the pitcher and catcher, if you can kind of visualize that. So what country cover 3 is that everybody just kind of drops to a spot. They're looking at the quarterback. And I know there's a term that Nick Saban used going back to his days when he was the defensive coordinator under Bill Belichick in the mid-'90s with the Browns. And in fact, Saban says that of all people, get a load of this, and I can get into the weeds on hardcore football. Of all people, the guy that influenced Nick Saban the most was Neil O'Donnell, the quarterback for the Steelers.
Yeah,
yes.
Wow.
Because now Saban says guys like Marino, you can't play country cover 3. And country just means like, hey, it's 3 deep, 4, and drop to your spot. And you say, what's the country part? It's just like, that's what they play in the country. You go out in country high school. It's like, 3 deep, 4 under. They just drop to a certain spot and then eyeball and read from there. What Saban said is that if you do that against the best quarterbacks, and he mentioned Marino, but he said they specifically that year, the Steelers went to the Super Bowl in '94, lost to the Cowboys, I think he said they lost to the Steelers 3 times that year, because they played in the playoff as well. And they said they were hitting 4 verticals, and they're just hitting these seams. O'Donnell, an unlikely instigator of the history of football in any capacity, but he was hitting these 4 vert seams, and the Browns were just hitting their spots. And he says. And Saban just says we can't do this. And so that thus evolved pattern match, which if I had to really condense what that means, that basically says if the receivers, particularly the slot receivers, if they go vertical, we're going to play man-to-man. And if they go shallow, and then they say, well, if they go shallow crosses, we're going to get picked off and we're going to be vulnerable. So the idea is if you do shallow cross, if you go horizontal to the flat or particularly on shallow crosses, then we're going to zone it up. If you go vertical, we're going to man it up. So some of those pattern match, man matches, zone matches, there's little nuances to it. But as a general rule, when he says country cover 3, he's talking about guys just dropping to a spot, oblivious to how the routes are developing, and then look back to the quarterback and react to what you see from that spot. That's country cover 3. And he had said, and the reason I asked the question is he earlier in his answer, somebody had said, hey, you really excel in off coverage.
Right.
Tell us about that. And he says, yeah, I can see the offensive linemen, what they're doing. I read the quarterback. I see the routes develop in front of me. So he had, in a response to the question, how do you place off coverage so well? He had described all these attributes. And so now when I'm saying, hey, the game's on the line, what do you want to play? And I wanted to distinguish between whether or not he wants to be, in man or zone and then press or off coverage. So there's a few nuances in that. And anyway, we get a fun soundbite.
No,
that's the long answer.
Well, and we'll learn a little bit more about him. I think he can play in both. It sounds like is what you're telling me too. This is a guy that he fits into that secondary probably as a depth piece. What does Bud Clark bring to the team?
Yeah, well, and real quick on Julian Love,
Julian Neal. Yeah,
I knew that.
No worries.
That is not going to be the last time. Julian Neal. I'm looking right at his name, right on a piece of paper. He's 92nd percentile at a little over 6'1.5", arm length at 80th percentile. Still top half in the 40 yard dash, and 92nd percentile in his vertical. He's 40. It's the one thing I see on tape is that he's a little slow in his transition. He's not a first rounder because we could say that about all second and third day guys. He's not a first rounder because it takes him a little extra time to get, if he's backpedaling and then to trigger down, top down, it's just a little, he's a little bit slow in his transition compared to first rounders. As for Bud Clark, versatility and great competitor, 3-year captain. Like how rare does that state at TCU? In the box, let's talk about his versatility. Box 214 snaps, slot corner 309, and at back safety 139. Very important. And then his athletic traits: height 61 percentile, 441, 93rd percentile. He is a very fast safety, but weight 9th percentile. He's in 100 under 190. He clocked in, or he measured in at 188. So he has really kind of more corner attributes. He's also got a 38-inch vert, but 15 interceptions, ball hawk. Here's a thing that you can see. Instead of having to always put Witherspoon inside when you go dime, look for maybe keeping Witherspoon outside and Bud Clark being able to come in and play, as a overhang defender, an apex defender, curl flat defender. There's a lot of terms that are synonymous based on the coverage, but you got Nick Gaiman-Wari on one side of a too high structure, and you've always had Devin Witherspoon on the other. Essentially, they're both playing like outside linebackers. Now, Bud Clark, I think that Mike McDonald in his press conference on Friday night talked about his versatility. He said the word nickel. The second thing out of his mouth was nickel.
Yep.
He also talked about his man-to-man abilities because of that 4.41 in the range. So I think that you're going to get you got to have a physical presence to you out on the field. In Mike McDonald's world, you're going to get it somewhere else because he's not going to be terribly fit. He's going to have the attitude and the want to, but he's only 188 pounds.
Right,
but what you are going to get is, again, this versatility, the high IQ, high football IQ. And of course the ball traits to be able to get 15 interceptions, tracks it well, and away you go as a woofing competitor. I think he paired with Witherspoon. There's some great stories about Witherspoon. Just like after the first Ram game down there, we lose that Darnold lost. Witherspoon was just jaw jacking to the Rams, like damn well you got gifted this. We kicked y'all's ass up and down. You got gifted. Yep. He is just jaw-jacking to the Ram offense and telling them what they knew. And there's just a certain, there's a swagger that Witherspoon has that he can back up. And I think Bud Clark is he's going to be a Witherspoon junior, man. He's going to be like the Robin to Witherspoon's Batman in that regard.
Clark and Neal, maybe both. I wanted to quickly ask you about the world of draft grades. I'm pushing up against the clock here. Can you give me like a minute?
Real quick. I fill in or on this radio 12 months out of the year in some capacity. I don't think there's any topic more absurd than draft grades in the entire calendar year. Who the hell freaking knows? That KJ Wright is going to be an elite linebacker. That Cam Chancellor, the 5th rounder, is going to be a borderline Hall of Fame safety. That Richard Sherman is going to be a Hall of Fame. Like, we look at all this stuff and who's qualified to say that? Like, how much tape do you have to watch? Now, a guy like Dane Brugler, he spends the entire year I might listen to that guy. But to really evaluate these guys, I don't think you can do it for under 4 hours. Ideally 6. Multiply it out times 300 players.
Yeah.
Now you're at 1,800 hours. A full-time job, 40-hour week full-time job is 2,000 hours. So anybody who says that they can do a draft grade, even if you spend 1,800 hours, how do you know on these mid-round guys whether or not they're going to be anything? I think it's absolutely absurd.
I would only not push back, but I would say that if you asked a lot of those people, much like we were told to do a mock draft, our hosts were last week.
Yeah,
I'm not qualified for that, but I was told to.
Copy and paste, man.
So I was told to, right? And so I think a lot of times that's what those guys
is that first round or the entire draft?
The first round. I mean, I'm not qualified for that, but we're told to. I think oftentimes some of the people in our business are told to do things that they might be uncomfortable with, and they just do it. But I'm with you because here's the thing: I went through, and I'm a sucker for it. I looked and see, what does Dane Brugler have in the Athletic today? Seahawks ranked 25th. Well, to me, they would be higher than that because they filled their needs, right? They got a running back one. They address their secondary, and they're probably going to sign Fowler as a DN, right, to address the edge.
Yeah.
So that's not a 25th ranked class, right?
Well, and in 2012, how would you ever know that Russell Wilson was going to be what he became, and Bobby Wagner was going to be a first ballot Hall of Fame?
We here in Seattle love it because that class was ranked didn't get like a D- an F by most people. So
I just think the whole exercise it's a effort and futility to try and do that. So I just roll my eyes. So
I'm with you. More at 4, I think, with you today. I assume.
I think so. Yeah, rock and roll. It might be at 5. I don't know.
More at 5.
Yeah.
More at 5. More at 4. All right. I'm in trouble because I just went way past the break. So we'll take a quick break. Come back. We're going to update. Hugh, thank you so much. We'll listen to you later on today. We'll come back. We'll update you on the timing of the Sonic situation next.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Headlines are brought to you by Frostbrewed Coors Light. Choose Chill M. Sweep the Cardinals over the weekend. 4 straight wins. We'll mollywop coming up here in about 10 minutes time, 15 minutes time. 6 wins of the last 8. 1 game below 500. Red Sox fired their whole coaching staff, including manager Alex Cora. NHL, Carolina and Colorado both sweep their series, move on to the second round of Stanley Cup playoffs. Anaheim has Edmonton on the brink of elimination.
Let's go, baby.
And Buffalo the same with the Boston Bruins as well. Let's see. Bobby Wagner getting his number retired by the Utah State University Aggies. They're going to do that this year. When are they doing that? God, please don't be against Wazoo. We don't need that. We don't need that to happen in the first year of the Pac-12. You guys go all revved up and stuff for B-Wags. Probably depends on, actually, you know what? It'll depend on when his schedule is, when the bye week is for the Washington Commanders as well. And we're going to get to some NBA news right now.
From the R&R Foundation Specialist Broadcast Studio, now back to Ian Furness, powered by Seattle's closest sports book, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
We should mention the Sounders also won this weekend. 2-0, I believe.
2-0.
Jordan Morris.
2-1. Sorry, 2-1.
2-1. Jordan Morris, another goal, and they're 6-1-1. They're just...
Keep chugging along. Let's go.
Schmatz, attaboy. As well, Torrent finished their season on Saturday. They will not go to the playoffs in their first year, but to say that thing was anything but a massive success would be wrong, because it was a massive success on the ice. They didn't have the results necessarily they wanted, but off the ice, they just put people in the Climate Pledge Arena every single night. It was a pretty cool story this year with the Seattle Torrent. Okay. I mentioned this earlier in the show. Booth finally posted the story. Come on, Booth, tell me. Don't be teasing me like that. Anyway, here's the deal. Tim Booth, Seattle Times, wrote the story. What happens is the league commissioners from all the leagues across the country, they have what they call the Associated Press Sports Editors Commissioners meeting in New York. So sports editors from all the big newspapers across the country, AP and others, including the Seattle Times, sports editor, a guy by the name of Paul Barrett, have a chance to sit down and have conversations, fairly intimate conversations, a little more casual, but it's on the record with all the commissioners. So Bettman, your guy from baseball, everyone's favorite guy in the world. We love him. Lockout coming next year. Can't wait. Hates baseball. Where's Chuck Powell? Cue him. Manfred, and then of course Adam Silver from the NBA, and our guy from the NFL as well. So, but here's the thing that came out. Adam Silver said today he did not think that the NBA owners would be at the point of deciding on expansion by the time the league holds its summer Board of Governors meetings. This is the quote from Adam Silver. I think this summer would be premature, but there is time between the summer and the end of the calendar year, he said Monday. Quote, it's still my hope for both Seattle and Las Vegas that we would be positioned to make decisions about specific groups by the end of the year. There was some thought and maybe some hope that the NBA and the owners, would vote and approve expansion in the summer. In July, we could all have a big celebration in the summer. Rah, rah, here we go. Give us something to talk about in July. That would be during the NBA Summer League when they meet, the owners meet in Vegas. That will not happen, at least what Silver says right now. The twist is it probably won't be happening because Vegas doesn't have their you-know-what together. Even though they're meeting in Vegas with the Summer League taking place in Vegas, this might be some, I'm guessing, just a guess here, but I'm guessing it might be to carve out some more time for Vegas to figure things out. But they are not going to, more than likely, according to Silver today, meeting with the sports editors across the country, it sounds like more than likely the earliest we would hear about expansion being a done deal and approved would be sometime in the fall or even late fall before the end of the year. Now, that is the timing in terms of by the end of the year that we've heard. So it's nothing alarming other than I think there was a pretty strong feeling we could have seen this thing happen in July, and that ain't happening right now. I think the only concern I would have is the NBA willing to expand with just one? like the NHL did coming up on almost 10 years ago.
2017. Yeah.
Right? The NHL did that with Vegas. And they did it because they were specifically waiting for Seattle. Quebec City was sitting there in the background, brand new building, wanted a team back. They lost their team to Denver, to the Colorado Avalanche back in 97, I think it was. So the NHL wanted Seattle so bad and wanted this market so bad that they were willing to wait a couple extra years for Tim Leiweke, not Todd, but Tim and the Oakview Group to get the arena situation put together here in Seattle. So they went with 31, and then obviously we saw the expansion come a couple years later in Seattle here, and away we are, and that's where we are today. This is almost the opposite. It is not almost. It is the opposite. We're waiting on Vegas to get their you-know-what together. Seattle, the only ownership group that has stepped forward so far has been the Oakview Group, led by Samantha Holloway. I always caution people. I see this all the time. I hear this all the time. Well, they don't have the money. They don't have. I'm gonna just ask. I'm gonna ask for some common sense. I know we're living in the world of sports radio, and common sense is not a part of our repertoire.
Not always.
Do you really think, when we're talking about the money that we're talking about and the level of business that we're talking about, an NBA expansion franchise that would be caught? I'm still hearing more like 6 as opposed to the 8, but whatever it would be, we're talking about a $6 to $8 billion business plan. Do you think that Samantha Holloway and the Oakview Group is just going in saying, yeah, we're interested and hopefully we can find the money? Do you think they just started this process 2 or 3 days ago, or 2 or 3 weeks ago, or a month ago? Give your head a shake. They're so far down the road on this, it would blow your mind. But there could be others that step forward. There could be competing groups here in Seattle. I doubt it. The way the arena structure is, it would make no financial sense unless you just got stupid blank U money. And people do, but there's very few people that have that. But it looks like we're going to have to wait, which, so be it.
So what does that mean?
We're kind of used to it, aren't we?
Yeah.
I think there was a thought when the stuff came out in March, we could hear it by the summer league meetings.
So what does that mean for the timeline of throwing the ball up in the air, Ian?
It's still 28, 29.
Even if they decide towards
2 years out, 2 years out, this by the end of this year would still be 2 years out. If for some reason it goes past this calendar year, like I would say even past those September. Now they can call a meeting according to what Tim Story said. They can call a meeting anytime. But more than likely, the earliest a vote would be right before the season starts in September. So they could do that. If they don't vote then, they could still call the owners together for that meeting before the end of the year. If for some crazy reason, and again, I would probably put it more on Vegas than anything else, it doesn't happen before the end of the year, then we're probably looking at 2029. But right now, you're still 2028, 2 years away, is still very much in play. That's probably the most important thing for you to know. It's still very much in play. And all it means is we won't be having a big party this summer and talking about the NBA in July. Okay. All right. Take a break. Come back. Mariners on a heater. How are these guys going to handle that? Huh? Rob Refsnyder, ladies and gentlemen. Huh? There were people that wanted him. Well, I don't know. Maybe on this show. Who knows? Comparing him to Tommy LaStella. No. Hey, how about the ABS system working in Seattle's favor yesterday?
Yes.
Chris and Nate are here coming up next.
all Mariners fans can relate to, and brought to you by the company that's all about Seattle sports. Simply Seattle. Visit simplyseattle.com for the best Mariners gear. Now with the Mollywop boys, Nathan Bishop and Chris Crawford with My Oh Why. Here's Ian Furness.
Mollywop Monday on a Monday. Who knew? Who knew? Darren Pupa knew that.
So literal.
That is a name. Darren Pupa.
Yep. Darren Pupa.
You ever heard of Darren Pupa there, Anders?
Nope. I still have not understood one of Chris Crawford's references.
You'll get the one next week, I think. I've got a few planned. I think you'll get the one.
Do you have a spreadsheet of these?
No, I just have some names that I kind of have in my head, and I was going to go with, well, I'm not going to spoil it. By the way, Darren Pupa had a mullet that was just biblical.
Yes.
Just absolutely gorgeous. A decent goalie, but the mullet was definitely better than the tending.
He's 60 years old, made his debut against the great one, Wayne Gretzky. That'd be fun.
Oh.
Hey, welcome to the NHL. That's fun.
Yeah.
Good times. Good times all the way around. All right. I got to do that. That's my fault. You already did me?
No, I think it was Jess, actually, but that's all right.
Okay, there we go. All right. Mollywop Monday is brought to you by our good friends at Simply Seattle, simplyseattle.com. Boy, they had a really cool event this past weekend, by the way, with Hillary Knight. Like a zillion people showed up to that thing, which just tells you the popularity of that team and how well the Torrent did. Captain America herself was there. I think if you weren't a fan of women's hockey before, if you watched a second of it, hopefully you are now. They did a great job at line out the door, one of their most successful events they've had in a while with Hillary. So that's really cool to see. Mollywop 15 at checkout for your discount. Fellas, you both said last week need to have a 4-2 week. They got to 4-2. Not in conventional way, because they were 0-2 to start the week, losing a series of the A's before winning the final one, and all three against the Cardinals of St. Louis. We'll get into the hows and the whys and the fun things from that as well. But as always, we start with opening comments. Nathan Bishop, fire away.
I'm so tired of this crap, you guys. Why can they not lose a series over the weekend? They lose every single series at the beginning of the week, and then they look great over the wall. They didn't necessarily look great over the weekend, but they won all of the games over the weekend. It just makes my job really, really difficult. But, they're a better team than the Cardinals. I know that the record doesn't necessarily directly reflect that at this point, but it was really nice to see them take an inferior opponent and win. To your point, Ian, not the traditional method. I thought it was actually really cool that it was kind of the island of misfit toys that led to the sweep. You've got huge hits from Leo Rivas, Connor Joe, a Will Wilson home run. That's right, Will Wilson. You definitely remember him, everybody. Just huge hits up and down. And then last night, a huge hit from the much maligned Rob Refsnyder. His fourth hit of the year. He's now only 18 hits behind AJ Pollock. We've got the tracker updated so you can keep track on that. So it was great. And the team is, as we keep saying, I think there's 4 teams in the American League that have a positive run differential right now. There are 15 teams total in the American League, so that gives you an idea right there. I'm checking right now, and right now there are as many teams in the NL Central above 500 as there are in the entire American League. Wow. So the Mariners at 14-15, 1 game and a half behind the Titanic Sacramento Athletics. They're like one more good week from basically just putting that entire crap start to bed and just looking like arguably the best team in the American League and definitely the best team in the American League West. All of that pains me to say as the designated hater of this program, but things look pretty much fine to me. Cal Raleigh has started hitting home runs again. Julio Rodriguez had a great home run. Josh Naylor is finding some BABIP luck finally. The ball's finding grass. And he started stealing bases again. So you can pick nits here and there. The bullpen's a little shaky. Brian Wu had a terrible start, but everybody has a terrible start. More than anything, I think things look like they're progressing perfectly on schedule, as much as I hate to say it.
Off brand is hard. I get it. Chris, fire away.
So, it's great to see the sweep, and it was fun to see them win a couple different ways. You saw the vintage Seattle Mariner win on Friday. You saw the vintage 1997 Seattle Mariner win on Saturday, where you just outslug everybody.
Yep.
And then I know the score's the same as Friday, but it kind of fell in between those two. So it was nice to see them win 3 games that way. It's nice to have a 4-game winning streak. It's also annoying as hell that a 4-game winning streak puts you a game under 500. And we should be talking about this 4-game winning streak, putting them at 19-15 or whatever the heck the record would be instead of 14-15, because obviously the math was very good there. Can you tell I went to a public school? There is just something very frustrating to me about that. Yeah, it's great that they're playing well again, but it's frustrating that you're playing catch up again. You are once again digging a hole and then having to dig up. And that's just frustrating to me because, I have demands. I demand that this team go to the gosh damn World Series, and I demand that they, look good doing it too. I want to see them look good. And it's nice to see them look good. But those first two games against Oakland / Sacramento / United Arab Emirates, whatever the hell they're going to be, that was frustrating. That was frustrating. And I can't completely ignore that either. But I have to admit that even against a team that I don't think is competing for a playoff spot in the Cardinals, it was really nice to see him play well over the weekend.
I'm confused. I'm like, did I take a gummy before the show? No, I don't think I did. I'm trying to balance out. So Nathan was by and large Captain Positivity.
Mm-hmm.
Chris, this is like the WrestleMania, like the heel turn. Like just when we think that we don't like someone and they're mad, then all of a sudden they just flip the script, Vince McMahon. And I don't know if you guys met beforehand and decided to do that, but I don't know what to think. I'm a little confused.
Here's what it is, Ian. It's a 6'4" person is very tall in the NBA, but pretty short compared to the 7'1" center. Like, I'm positive compared to this dude. Like, that's not exactly saying a hell of a lot. Like, being 6'4" is still really tall, but compared to the 7'1" guy, it's a little bit shorter.
All I'm going to say is if you want some classic stuff, I watched that Sacramento A's series, and that team's down Brent Rooker, who's a pretty damn good hitter. And I was left thinking that I think that Sacramento lineup is better than the Mariners lineup, even without Brent Rooker. So that team can't pitch worth what,
so bad.
But it's awful. They are the 1996 Mariners, as we're throwing back to mid-90s Mariners references. But they can hit the hell out of the baseball. And if they get even a modicum of pitching, or if they graduate anybody from the minors, Chris would know if they have anybody that could potentially help them out, or if they trade for anybody, that could be a tough team over the course of the season, because that lineup is not going to quit. Nick Kurtz is an absolute monster. He and Jordan Alvarez being in this division is really not fair. But that's a team to monitor. I don't think that they're a great team, but they are a good offense.
Let me just, because we did this with the NFL draft, you kind of concern yourself with your neighbors as much as yourself sometimes, right? And I think we were in a group chat on one of those days we were talking about, Chris, you were saying just along the lines of the A's, and we'll get back to the Mariners in a second, but I mean, right now they're the only problem you have in this division. So let's talk about the A's for a second. You mentioned the lineup is really good offensively. And then who do they have in the system? Did you say they have like the top dude coming up or something?
They have one of the very best prospects in baseball by the name of Leo DeVries, who is in Double-A right now as I believe a 19-year-old who has a chance to be a superstar, like a supreme talent. It's who they got in the Mason Miller trade.
Okay.
And it's why that trade has a chance to pay off big time for them. And they have a really good pitching prospect named Jamie Arnold. He actually battled Cade Anderson. By the way, Cade Anderson is freaking awesome. But Jamie Arnold is a guy who has a chance to be a number 2 starter somewhere along those lines. But after that, it's pretty thin for pitching. But they're really good. They're building something really sustainable there, which is so funny because I don't think Las Vegas is sustainable whatsoever in their long-term plan of where they're going to play. But the actual organization, like, they've got some special building blocks in whatever you want to call them right now.
It's Molly Wop Monday, brought to you by Simply Seattle. Molly Wop 15 at checkout. Nathan and Chris are here. Let's we'll let Chris go first here. Nathan, you can bring up your tracker in a second with AJ Pollock, but let's give a little love to Rob Refsnyder, shall we, for a second? And by the way, big thanks as well. Let's give some love to the ABS system. That helped yesterday, because that would not have happened in the old days without ABS. I think Aaron Goldsmith said it was probably the most egregious miss of the year with the ABS.
So bad.
Like, it was really bad, but Refsnyder, good for him. Doesn't matter if it was bad. Like, he made the call on what would have been a strike 3 in the next pitch. Thanks for coming. Pinch hit, solo homer on the 9th to give the Mariners the 3-2 win against the Cardinals. Refsnyder can hit lefties, right, Chris? And like the rest of the team, slow start, but maybe picking it up a little bit.
So I'm going to give you a list of names, and I brought this up in our group chat as well, but Aaron Judge, Yordan Alvarez, Yandy Diaz, Ketel Marte, and Jorge Soler. Now, Slayer maybe not in that same group of guys, but those are really good hitters, right? You know what they have in common? They're the only 5 hitters with a higher WRC against left-handers over the last 3 years than Rob Refsnyder. And I'm sorry, I get, like, this show is fun because we get to react to just the week, and we get to be a little bit negative Nelly, and it's fun to Rob Refsnyder's a really good hitter. He's especially against left-handers. And I understand that we are triggered by the Kristen Orpheas and the Ryan Langerhans and the AJ Pollocks and all that stuff. It's fine. I totally get it. Rob Refsnyder, people giving up on him based on a basically couple handfuls of bats is dumb. It's just dumb. It's really freaking dumb. And it kind of pisses me off because there are lots of things to complain about with the Seattle Mariners. Rob Refsnyder is like 27th out of 26 somehow. There's no reason for people to be just throwing this guy under the bus. And it was so awesome to see him come through there and to use he honestly should have used a challenge earlier. He missed by so much on that first strike too. It's just so frustrating to see that we don't have just an automated system, but it's also just frustrating that people just like to crap on players because, hey, Mariners. And I find that annoying as hell when there are legitimate things to complain about, like this ownership group and the price of parking and a whole bunch of stuff. There's legitimate reasons to complain about the Mariners. Rob Refsnyder is negative 1,000 on that list, and I'm just demanding that people be better.
Can he hit righties at all?
Not really well. Like, he's the type of guy who's going to post like a 660 OPS against righties, and that's not great. You don't want him in the lineup against those guys. It's not an automatic out the way Luke Raley is an automatic out against left-handers, but it's not good. But against left-handers, this guy has a huge track record of playing well. And somebody brought up that he's not been great as a pinch hitter. That sample size of 20 at-bats a year is just too small. And we've seen a couple of quality pinch hit at-bats. We've seen the process for Rob Refsnyder look good all year. The at-bats just haven't ended very well. But you saw what he can do on Sunday. And if you want to say that's confirmation bias, so freaking be it. But I have a large sample of Rob Refsnyder being a really good bench bat, and I think is going to help the Mariners a hell of a lot in 2026.
Nathan, I need you to get on the Refsnyder bandwagon, sir. All right, please. Can you get on there, please?
Look, he gets one more hit this month. He's going to be on pace to beat AJ Pollock's hit total by early September, and I think that's just terrific. And I think that we should all salute this. And woe be to anyone to see the Seattle Mariners sign a mid-30s part-time role player and think perhaps this front office could have spied somebody and signed them a year too late. That's never happened before. So if he gets off to a slow start, God forbid, we start getting a little concerned that this could be a bad fit. That's not disagreeing with anything that Chris is saying. I am here to merely say, for the average fan, I understand why this front office's ability to piece together platoon bats, find older guys towards the tail end of their careers. AJ Pollock was a great baseball player, had a fantastic major league career. I think he was a 6-win player once in Arizona. The Mariners and had been a really useful bat, if I recall, the year before the Mariners got him in Chicago in primarily the role that we're talking about for Rob Refsnyder. And the Mariners got him a year too late. He bombed, and he was out of baseball by the end of that year. So it's not a shot at Rob Refsnyder as much as it's just saying he's 35 years old, which is around that time when careers start to fall off. None of that means that he's done. He just had a great at bat. He just won a game. But the concern that the Mariners may have done it again, I think is a valid one. That's all I'm saying. We're going to monitor the situation for a little while and see where it goes. But good for him for doing exactly what he's supposed to do yesterday. That was awesome. I don't remember Pollock ever having that big of a hit in a Mariners uniform.
No, I don't think he did. If the hit total's
he only had 22 of them.
Yeah, if the hit total's almost there, we're in pretty good shape in that regard.
Yeah.
I think it's just listen, if and certainly I think everybody agrees, like, okay, who is Rob Refsnyder? And if you're not a diehard baseball fan, right, you're probably like, who the hell is this guy? Especially if he's a platoon guy hitting only against lefties. The number that jumped out at me, I was thinking, God, Leo Rivas is just killing the ball right now. He's only 2 for 8 on the road trip, but every hit he gets seems to be big.
Yeah,
I think one of the cool things, Chris, about Leo Rivas is this: there are certain guys on every team in every sport that the rest of the locker room, clubhouse, whatever, rallies around. Rivas seems to be that guy. And when Donovan comes back, he's back to being, a utility guy, and that's probably this is probably not, we don't want to go down the, hey, Dylan Moore's having a good start to the season, let's play him every day road, right? That I think Nathan would agree with that. Didn't work. I think that was like 4 shows last year, right? Why is Dylan Moore in the lineup every single day of the year? But Leo Rivas, he only got 7 RBI, but every one of them has been big.
And we kind of forget too that he has one of the biggest hits in Seattle Mariners history, that hit again in Game 5 against whoever the reliever was. That wasn't Tariq Skubal. Thank you, AJ Hinch. And you listen to that guy in interviews afterwards, and he's just kind of like a little bit of a fireball, which is funny to me because sometimes you think of fireballs as being like free swinging guys who have a ton of power. Well, that is not Luis Rivas. Leo Rivas, excuse me. He just takes quality at bats. He draws his walks. He makes pitchers work. Now, I do not want Leo Rivas to be a starter for the Seattle Mariners, like you said, but he's a nice little weapon to have off the bench because he's somebody that you have to be a little bit cognizant of. And also just like, he can wear you out. He can be the type of guy who makes a reliever, if he comes in as a pinch hitter, throw 6 or 7 pitches and give hitters a chance to see what the arsenal is. That's a valuable little thing. And he's not a great defensive player, but I think he's held his own at third for the most part. I don't like seeing him at shortstop at all. I hope we never have to see that again, but he'd be just fine at second base too. But those are valuable players. And then I think there's something too about the clubhouse too. Like, I do think that he is a positive resource for those guys. Maybe resource is the wrong term, but somebody that they kind of rally around. And that's fun to see as well. It's not all just about performance. Performance is the ultimate thing that matters. But if you can do your job and you happen to be someone who's likable in the dugout as well, that's a nice little added bonus too.
Yeah, I love a guy that knows his skill set too. And Rivas knows exactly what he can and cannot do on a baseball field. To Chris's point, he's just never going to give away an at-bat. And I don't want to see him at shortstop either, but he's probably the best shortstop currently on the big league roster. So I will just leave that at that.
Hey, that other guy that starts, he leads baseball in successful ABS challenges, though. So Chris,
he knows the strike zone very well.
Chris, he knows the strike zone. Chris doesn't always use it well, but he knows the strike zone. He should be along the way. I don't want to bury the lead. Nathan, might have heard of a guy. Where's number 21? Cal Raleigh. Last 11 games, 11-game on-base streak, 4 home runs, 5 RBI. All of a sudden, sitting at 6 home runs on the season. Batting average on base, everything's starting to come up a little bit. Number 29, he's got a long ways to go to get back to being MVP candidate, Cal Raleigh. But if I'm the rest of the American League, to see this guy, the big dumper, starting to dump some balls over the fence and starting to look like he did a little bit last year, I'd be a little worried right now.
Absolutely. I part of the reason why I was so bummed that he didn't win the MVP last year is that probably is Cal's one real shot at winning an MVP award, because you have to have that kind of a year in order to challenge guys like Aaron Judge. That said, the power is always there. So to see it show up in the game again regularly, that's the thing that needs his whole game offensively revolves around being able to hit that ball over the fence. So just getting the ball into the sweet spot more often, getting the ball into the air, pulling the ball with power. I think the first one he hit at the beginning of the streak was actually not a pull shot. I think he was left-handed and went oppo to left field at T-Mobile, which is a really hard place for a left-hander to hit a home run because it wasn't right down the line. It was full left center power alley. Just showed the big power that he has. So yeah, I think he's still going to end up being either the best catcher in baseball or a top 3 catcher in baseball. He and Julio continue to be the entire reason why this offense has upside.
Chris, what's changed for Cal?
So he's starting to chase a little bit less, and the barrels are starting to come. Now, it's still not where you want him to see. He's in the bottom 20th percentile, but I do feel like his timing is better. We saw a lot of long foul balls from both Julio and Cal Raleigh in the first couple of weeks of the season. And unfortunately, it's hard contact, but all that counts as is a strike. And I think he's starting to, straighten it out. You hear the Little League coaches say it all the time, straighten it out, straighten it out. He's starting to straighten it out a little bit. I also want to point out this is the best defensive season, small sample to be sure, that I've seen from Cal so far. And I was just looking at the Savant page to see if it backs me up. 97th percentile in blocks above average, 90th percentile in caught stealing above average. Framing isn't great, but I think framing is kind of a thing that still matters, but maybe not as important right now. Cal Raleigh's a really good player, and I still think he's going to win an MVP someday because I just believe in that power, and I believe in the positional value that he provides. it's really nice to see the results. But the biggest thing is I think the timing is better, and he's starting to chase a little bit less.
Well, if Aaron Judge is always your main competition, at some point he's
got to go.
At some point he's going to miss 40 games, right? Like seriously, I'm not wishing an interview.
True.
I'm not wishing an interview or an injury on somebody. I'm just saying at some point the reality is his body type and everything else, like he's probably going to miss some time, and that'll open up the door.
Sure.
Josh Naylor. Let's stay on what you're seeing in terms of the chase rates and all those fun stuff, all the little nerd stats you got there in front of you there, Chris. Josh Naylor, the raw numbers, his last 11 games, 357, 2 doubles, 3 home runs. Oh, by the way, 4 for 4 on stolen bases, a 1.023 OPS. Josh Naylor starting to warm up a little bit.
Yeah, and I knew that was going to happen just because I knew Josh Naylor wasn't the worst hitter in baseball, and he was literally among them, if not the worst hitter in baseball, especially when you consider positional value. His timing looks a lot better. Squaring the baseball up at a really strong rate, still not like great rates, but you're starting to see it. You know what else you're starting to see? You're starting to see him run, and I wonder if he's starting to have a little bit more fun. Now, worth pointing out that he gets the scratch from the lineup yesterday, so hopefully everything's all right there. But I just think the timing there looks better too, and that's not a huge surprise. Hitters sometimes just don't have that great timing, and hitters who play in the World Baseball Classic often don't have that great timing. I don't know what the heck that is. I'd love to have a deep dive into it, but there are definitely guys who have played in the WBC who just don't get off on all cylinders. You think it would be the opposite, that like after playing in a big competition, you're like ready to roar and just on firing in all cylinders, but that certainly wasn't the case for Naylor. Yeah, I still have some concerns with Naylor. I want to see quality back-to-back games. We still haven't seen that. We've seen a bunch of 3-hit games followed by 0 for 5s with a couple of strikeouts. But it's nice to see him getting on that right path, and I have no doubt that he's going to be a quality player for the Mariners.
All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. Pitching, kind of a mixed bag, I would say, last week pitching-wise, right, fellas? Like, it wasn't elite. Let's just put it that way. And Nathan, you mentioned your opening statement. Every starter is going to have one of those. We just don't ever expect to see it from Brian Wu because he's Brian flipping Wu. Like, that doesn't happen. But, and hey, by the way, Luis Castillo looking for his first win tonight if they play. It's raining there in Minnesota. So we'll touch it on the pitching, look ahead to the week ahead as well next on Molly Watt Monday, 93.3 KJR FM.
Test, I can say that, is win $1,000 by entering it at 93.3KJR.com. And as soon as you pull that website up, actually, it just shows up.
Beautiful.
So
Perfect.
win.
All right. 49451.
Win.
By the way,
What did I get?
Win. Yeah, you got to go to the website. Listen to the instructions just given to you, sir. 49451 Tacoma Dodge text line. Your thoughts, comments, questions, concerns coming up at 2:30 today. Stop it. This is Molly Wop Monday. That is Chris Crawford, a.k.a. Darren Pupa, former NHL goaltender for the Tampa Bay Lightning. Nathan Bishop, no alias. Jessamine the Specimen is there as well. And Ashley Ryan, who looks a lot like Anderson Hurst today since we use her Zoom account. All right. Way we
Huge
go.
downgrade.
True. Very true. All right. Let's, I want to, before we get to some pitching stuff, raise your hand if you want to give some love to Cole Young on this. Jess, you're not involved. Both of you guys. Well, Chris, let me start with this because he raised his hand. Nathan Bishop, Cole Young love. I'll let you start.
Well, look, I mean, the whole thing is being able to call a spade, and that's kind of been my whole deal with when I talk about the Seattle Mariners. So when they do things that are bad, I like to say things are bad. And when they do things that are good, I like to say they're good. It just so happens that more often than not, they're bad. But I've been pretty harsh on this team's ability to graduate useful positional prospects outside of Cal and Julio, which are obviously, I mean, they're the two best players at their position in baseball. So those are pretty big exceptions. But what this team has really needed to do this entire decade, and honestly, the entire Dipoto regime, is not just graduate stars, but graduate useful regular position players at a semi-regular rate. And with Cole Young, I think they may just have one. And it's not just the fact that I think we were talking off air, OAA, which is a defensive metric, has him rated as the best defensive player in baseball.
Wow.
I don't think that you should consider that to be factual, but that is what it is. He's played a good shortstop. The bat just looks so polished. There's just so much about the way he hits both right-handers and left-handers. He never really looks overmatched. He doesn't have at bats that look terrible ever, even when he doesn't get the results that he wanted. I don't think that people regularly remember how young this guy still is. I think he's just turned 22. I could be wrong there. Chris will know his birthday off the top of his head.
22, yeah.
So he
turns 23 in July.
Okay, turns 23 in July. So he's still only 22 years old. He'd be a young player in double and triple A right now. And he's doing just fine in the major leagues. It's not just results with Young. It is process too. The way that Cole Young is playing baseball right now looks like a very repeatable, stable level of performance. And that looks like something like an average to above average major league second baseman, which is the kind of player the Seattle Mariners have needed for so very long and have been looking for years. So I'm just really encouraged by what I've seen so far. I don't think there's any reason to think there's some, like, he'll have struggles. Every player has struggles. We just talked about how Julio Rodriguez and Cal Raleigh spent the first month of the season basically not hitting at all. Like, those streaks come, but there's no reason to think that's going to happen, and he's not going to be able to adjust back at this point. He has prospect pedigree. He's graduated. He looks like the player that scouts said he was going to be in the way that scouts thought he would be good. So it just seems like a good thing.
Chris?
Real quick, because I don't think it's going to come up organically. Could you tell me where the Seahawks first round draft pick came from? What school he went to?
That would be the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Sir.
Thank you very much, Notre Dame. So the thing with Jadarian, I almost said.
How'd they do in their bowl game, by the way?
We don't need to talk about it. He's perfectly fresh, and that looks great. It's great. He didn't have touches, and because he knew he wanted to be a Seahawk, baby. Process and result. The process for Cole Young has just looked so good, and he stays in on pitches, especially against lefties. Seeing the improvement that he's made against left-handed pitching has just been so massive to me. And I'm not surprised that he's a quality defender at second base. The arm strength, it's still very hard to watch him throw because there's not a lot of mustard on that hot dog. He just doesn't have the elite arm strength that you want there. I believe averages 71.5 miles per hour on his throws, which is well down there. But I'm just so impressed with, like, nothing seems to bother him. He gets in 2 strike counts. He fouls off some pitches. He bloops a little single into left center field. He fouls off a couple of pitches, and then he shows that pop. Some of the longest home runs we've seen from the Seattle Mariners this year have been from Cole Young. There is strength in this guy's swing as well, but he just kind of gets it. There's a little bit of an it factor with Cole Young, and I've been so impressed. And the fact that you don't have to rely on this guy to be – this doesn't have to be Jared Kelnick. This is not a guy who's being called up to be – like one of the 2 or 3 best players on your team. This guy's going to hit at the bottom of the order for a while now. In his career, he's going to start moving up. I think he's going to be a perfect leadoff hitter someday for the Seattle Mariners. But I love the situation that they've put themselves in with Young, and I think that's going to be a similar situation that you see with Colt Emerson as well.
The starting pitching, fellas, depending on which numbers you look at, has been pretty good so far this season, with a couple blips on the screen. Tonight's starter is Luis Castillo. He gets the start for Seattle. The raw numbers 0-1, 5.01 earned run average for The Rock, and not the one from WWE. Chris, give me just a quick overview. We're gonna we'll get to predictions and stuff and look ahead, but some thoughts on starting pitching specifically.
Boy, it was ugly from Brian Wu, but outside of that, I've been really impressed. And Wu was due for a game like this, and when we find out that the baseball was juiced to 87% for that day, I won't be surprised because it was just flying out of the ballpark.
That was insane.
But I've been really impressed. And the concern for me right now is Castillo, just because he's getting hit hard. Average exit velocity is at the bottom 6th percentile, hard hit percentage, bottom 18th percentile. And it's because he's just not locating his secondary pitches at all. His off-speed run value is -3, which is in the bottom 2 percentile. The fastball looks fine. He's getting swings and misses. I hate to make this comp. There's been a little bit of Noesi to him this year where he can get ahead of guys and just can't finish them off right now. And I know it's not a nice thing. And, but I still believe in Luis Castillo, but he's the one guy right now outside of maybe Emerson Hancock, who's coming a little bit back to life, although 6 innings of 2-run baseball is nothing to sneeze at. But this starting pitching has been really good.
Nathan, starting bullpen, analyst choice here for your final thought here.
Hey, there you go.
I'll talk a little bit about the rotation too. I'll just say that the thing with everything Chris said is accurate, as it always is. He's almost as smart as he is handsome. But I will say the Emerson Hancock thing that worries me is a couple things, and the reason why I think my concern level is maybe a little higher with him than it is with Castillo. Castillo's issue is that he's just getting older, has a lot of innings on that arm, and you're seeing fatigue in a way that comes from years and years of regular use. I still think there's a great track record there, including last year, of him being a guy who will take the ball every 5 days and give you a dependable start. Hancock doesn't have that track record. He had a really encouraging beginning to the season, but you're starting to see that third time through the order penalty really catch up to him the last couple starts, where once guys have seen him a couple times through in a start, he's really starting to get banged around that third time through. That, coupled with the lack of pedigree there, is just that's the one that I'm kind of monitoring a little more closely. Like we've talked in the past, the Mariners are exceptionally well suited to figure that out should they have to make a change in the rotation between Bryce Miller and Cade Anderson coming. The thing that I'm noticing and that I keep harping on with this team is I'm just looking at the Fangraphs stats here, and this is all small sample size stuff. The Mariners rotation, just their pitching at large, is I think 5th in baseball at 3.8 wins, which is great. Top 5 pitching is great. They are really low relative to that in their strikeout rate. They're 21st in strikeout rate, which would be fine, except that means that balls are in play. Right. And that means that this defense has to field the ball and successfully throw it to someone in order to record an out. And I think that's the thing, more than the pitching and more than the hitting, that's going to be the toughest thing for this organization to solve.
Real fast before we wrap things up, Chris, 2 updates: Bryce Miller, Cade Anderson.
Yeah, Cade Anderson had another outstanding start, a 0.48 ERA now in AA, which is just ridiculous. Pretty good. This is his first,
oh my God,
first 4 professional starts. I heard Bryce Miller looked pretty good. I didn't actually see the stat line, but was up to 98 miles per hour with his fastball. They're going to have some really interesting decisions to make. Really interesting, because all 3 of those guys have some trade value too. And you can have one of them in the bullpen. You probably can't have the other. Cade Anderson at some point is going to be a waste in AA. It's going to be, what are you doing? What is the point of this?
What's the process? Help us out. Like old guys like me that used to see like every good, like it was truly a step ladder. Single A, AA, AAA, majors. Sure. Does he still need to go to AAA?
Nope. And we've seen it from the Mariners in the past, like Logan Gilbert, I believe went straight from AA. George Kirby made like 1 AAA start before ending up getting into the majors. And we've seen guys like Paul Skeens and others of those ilk. And I'm not saying he's as good as Paul Skeens or a Tariq Skubal or something like that, but he's really good. But no, he does not have to make starts in AAA. They may choose to do that because they want him to work with that coaching staff, but absolutely not. He could absolutely make the jump from double A.
And it just does sound like it's almost at some point here in the next few weeks. It's like, why are you even here? Like it's just a waste of everything. Okay, Chris, Mile Y, pump it up. What do you expect for the week?
Really appreciate you guys supporting that. And please check out Roto World. It is a really cool reference for anybody playing fantasy baseball. I do a bunch of prospect stuff. Would really appreciate you checking it out.
What is it, 6 games this week? 4-2? Almost like
4-2. Yeah. 4-2.
Win 2 series.
4-2. There's going to be probably a doubleheader at some point, which screws everything up.
Yeah, today looks like it's in doubt, right? Today looks very much in doubt. Okay.
5-1. God forbid they get on a hot streak before July.
5-1.
Playing bad teams all week.
5-1 says Nathan Bishop. I love it.
Good. Yeah, let's start this with them in first place in a week and actually not have to talk about that anymore.
How about 6-0? Get a 10-game winning streak going, huh?
Okay, fine.
7 and
Mister,
-1.
I bet $1 below the high bid.
Oh yeah, we got all kinds of stuff. I 10-0. I had 10 straight wins. Come on, Anders. This isn't July. We'll wait till they have their next little swoon. Well, they'll swoon down a little bit, and we'll have one of those weeks, and then all of a sudden they're going to string together like a 10-game winning streak with 2 middle fingers pointed to Molly Watt Monday is what's going to happen. So,
Jadarian Price went to Notre Dame.
I'm just glad you've heard of us.
Pronounce his name right, Chris.
Jadarian rhymes with car.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. We were all corrected over the weekend. Jadar rhymes with car. Got to know that name when he's rushing for about 1,500 yards next season and 12 touchdowns. Huh?
Bet your sweet Bippy that's going to happen. I love him. I just
and
love
his running mate at Notre Dame behind that line in Arizona is going to probably end up playing 3 games and be just beat to hell. And yeah,
stop it. We love Jeremiah Love. We just want him to play outside of this division.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Carson Beck throwing balls. How could he fail?
Yeah.
Hey, it's Gardner. It'll be Gardner first, buddy. Just don't worry about it. Yeah.
Oh, let's go Cougs. Okay.
Stop it. Go Cougs. All right. That's it. Molly Watt Monday in the books. Molly Watt 15 at checkout at Simply Seattle, simplyseattle.com. Thanks, fellas. Talk to you next week. And, of course, on our fun chats, which we get to all week as well, which are highly entertaining. Someday we'll share some of those. No, probably not.
I'm not included on
we would all be fired and canceled and everything else. That's the boys. Speaking of Jadarian Price, Chris Crawford joins us next.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Frost Brew, Coors Light, Choose Chill. NFL draft in the books. 3 days of coverage right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Ton of fun. Seahawks end up with 8 picks overall. Jadarian Price, we're going to hear from him in a second. The first-round pick, 32nd overall on Thursday. 2 DBs, Bud Clark, Julian Neal. A couple of defensive backs on day 2. Bo Stevens, a guard, was a 5th-round pick on Saturday. Emmanuel Henderson, a junior out of Kansas, a wide receiver, kick returner. Andre Fuller, another cornerback out of Toledo. Devin Eastern, big man, big dude, man. Have you seen this dude?
No.
Softy always wants the, quote, big tub of goo in the middle.
Yeah, he does.
Devin Eastern is that guy.
Okay.
Michael Dansby, a cornerback, rounded out their draft picks when it was all said and done. Mariners finished off a nice week with 4 straight wins, including a sweep of the St. Louis Cardinals. They now are in Minnesota. Tonight's game is very much in question. Rain falling in the Twin Cities. They built a stadium there a few years ago.
Doesn't have a roof.
That doesn't have a roof. It also snows there. Do you remember the snow game the Mariners had there a few years ago? That was fun.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a good time. So that was a really bright move on their part. MLB, Red Sox fired the whole coaching staff, including manager Alex Cora, over the weekend as well. Carolina, Colorado both sweep their series in the NHL playoffs, move on to the second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Portland losing to San Antonio. Wemby back last night.
You'll love to see it. Portland sucks.
Wemby. They had a chance on Friday to take a 2-1 series lead at home.
No
They're
Wemby.
all revved up. No Wemby, and they lose. And then Wemby comes back yesterday, and they lose again, down 3-1. Rumor has it their new owner is going to they're going to have to take a bus to San Antonio after that. The entire team. That's what they're going to do. There as well. And news from the NBA, courtesy of Tim Booth from the Seattle Times, at a meeting today with sports editors across the country. Adam Silver saying unlikely that there will be a vote on NBA expansion this summer. So now the hope is it'll get done sometime in September before the season at the next Board of Governors meeting, or before the end of the year if they have to call a special session. But does not sound like we'll have an NBA franchise awarded until at the earliest this coming fall. Speaking of Jadarian Price, had a chance, you and I, to catch up with him the other day. It was kind of late. We're all running around. Wanted to take a listen to this. By the way, 49451 is the Tacoma Dodge text line. Wanted to get you guys a chance to get to know and hear from the first-round draft pick of your Seattle Seahawks.
With the 32nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jadarian Price, Notre Dame, running back.
And obviously very exciting day for Jadarian Price, for his family, and for Seahawk fans as well. And he joins us right now on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline. Jadarian, this is Ian Furness at KJR, along with former NFL quarterback Hugh Millen, who's with me as well. How are you doing today on the day after you become a first-round draft pick by the Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks?
Okay. Yes, sir.
How you feeling?
It was wild, man. I'm feeling good. Feeling great.
What walk us through yesterday a little bit? The phone call from John Schneider, the emotions you went through, and everything that took place yesterday.
Yeah, so just moments before the call, I was still walking around like, anxious about what was going to happen next. Were they going to keep the pick or whatever was going to happen? I brought it to myself to just, sit down and relax. And as I was going to the couch, my phone started ringing, and I'm just like, oh, it's that time. And when Snyder, answered the phone, I was just rushed with emotions immediately.
Your why was well talked about last night. We were here with listening to your conference call, and when you called into all of us here in the media in Seattle. And before I turn it over to my ex-NFL quarterback here, Hugh Millen, who's going to throw some X's and O's at you and some football stuff that's way over my acumen, sir. A couple things jumped out. One is they talked about loyalty to John Schneider and Mike McDonald yesterday. We live in a world now, as you well know, that the world of NIL, and young men can get paid and compensated for playing football at the highest level. Oftentimes they go and get more money, or they look for more playing time. You're at a school like Notre Dame, incredible academic institution. You don't get in there just because you're a good football player. We know that. We heard from your high school coach today. But you also stuck around, and maybe as a backup or sharing some time with a guy that was a number 3 pick in the NFL draft. That doesn't happen. That just flat out doesn't happen anymore in today's football. why did you stick around Notre Dame? What was it that kept you there as opposed to going somewhere else where you could have been the lead back and there would have been no question about going in the first round?
Yeah, there was many factors. One being I committed to the University of Notre Dame, and it's the best place I could be, and it made me a better player, a better person, and grateful for what Notre Dame has given me. I wanted to finish my degree, graduate from Notre Dame, and I wanted to come back with those guys and compete for a national championship like we did the year before. But also I made challenge to myself to do just as good and produce just as much as the best player in college football. And I trusted my with staying, even though I had a lot of people in my ears saying I should do one thing or another. But I trusted my gut, and I'm here today.
Jadarian Price with us. Jadarian, take us into whether it's your meeting room or on the sideline during the games or what have you. There must have been some component where you and Jeremiah were challenging each other, whether it's competing for reps or some, like maybe it's a friendly, like, hey, I can get more out of this stretch than you can get, like just kind of tell us the nature of that very unique competition you two had.
When you mention that, it brings me back to, I think it was the third game of the season. I had 4 touchdowns against Purdue. And we were challenging ourselves. I think we had 6 total touchdowns out of the running back room. Yeah. We're like, all right, when we go against Arkansas the next week, it's got to be more. And we had another running back, so we had 7. And then we were just like, all right, we got to keep this going. It's not very often you score 7 touchdowns from one position group every other game, but we made a challenge to ourselves to be the best running back duo in the country, and ultimately the greatest running backs to come through Notre Dame. And that came with our work ethic, the time we spent in the training room or the meeting room and the weight room with recovery, stuff like that. But also when one person's going on the field at the time, the other guy's just watching and closely and figuring out ways to give the other guy tips and stuff. We were never hiding away, ways to get better during the game. So,
yeah, Jadarian Price with us again, and I saw that swing route. You took the swing screen against Arkansas. You cut back took it to the house from about midfield, but and that in fact, that was one of the plays after we drafted you, Jadarian. I went back and watched the coach's tape, all 113 of your carries and all 7 times that they threw to you. And so I've got a good mental image of what you put on tape. And first of all, it's a fun tape to watch. You're a beautiful football player, and on behalf of the 12s, we're delighted that you're a Seahawk, okay? So it's a fun tape. I want to ask you an X's and O question, because you said last night your bread and butter is the outside zone, which, as you know, is the Seahawks' bread and butter, right? At the beginning of the season, you were running some of that from pistol, never from under center with a quarterback, shotgun. So you had some pistol, but then most of the season you were offset. So if you were going stretch right, you were aligned to the quarterback's left, kind of in the B gap off a left guard, the outside leg of the guard. Tell us how that changes in your mind, the difference between being in the dot right behind the quarterback versus you have so many reps where you are offset. You're going stretch right, but you line up to the left. Tell us how that changes your reads and how you expect that may change when you go to the Seahawks and you're behind the center.
Yeah, we realize, whether we're in gun or in a pistol, just based off of the stats throughout the season, sometimes it was better to be, and the coach's mindset, it was, pistol, short yards. But in my mind, honestly, I'd rather be in gun for the short yardage situations. But in my mind, also from gun, it's a little bit more of a stretch, and you're kind of forced to hit the outside or C-gap. But when you're for pistol, you can kind of see the whole picture, and you can easily see the backside as well. So, when those double teams happen, they double team all the way up to the linebacker. You can easily have a cut back or no cut at all, which my old running back coach used to say is the best cut. But yeah, I love both of them, whether it was gun or pistol. And what we did from pistol, it's definitely going to translate to the NFL. What they do under center, and then you got things off of that with like the RPO stuff that we did in college and stuff like that, and the play action stuff. It definitely will translate.
Jadarian Price joining us, Seahawk first-round pick, 32nd overall, out of Notre Dame. I want to go back to growing up. We heard from the show before me today, Greg Bell. He's a Seahawk beat writer for one of the local papers, the News Tribune. He was talking to your high school coach I think it was from your last year. He only coached you the 1 year. He said he got handed an Escalade for his first year coaching there in Denison. But he talked about what for people that know the story, your mother was diagnosed with breast cancer in 2016, went through chemotherapy. You have two younger sisters, and you kind of became the head of the household. You took control of everything at a very young age. And he said you never complained about it. You never asked for anything special. You went about your business. I'll ask you this. Your mom and your sisters, and what does your mom mean to you? Because she obviously instilled something in you that's different. It's different level. And taking care of her is one thing, but just the fact that you took it upon yourself to do that. So what does she mean to you, and what did last night mean to her from you as well?
Yeah, she means everything to me, and I think the ultimate thing is watching her go through breast cancer and overcome that. It really made me feel like nothing that came at me adversity-wise was going to defeat me. If she can go through something like that, life-threatening, then I can go through anything, whether it's an injury or a little setback or a missed assignment, a fumble, anything. There's always a way to get over it. And just thinking back to my mom and using that as motivation, like, it could always be worse. And just the fact that I'm in this position that I am now to, change other people's lives, I'm going to do everything in my ability to be the best I can out there on the field.
You can also change her life automatically as a first-round draft pick in the NFL. I know you know that. What about your sister? What about your sisters? Because I assume that the four of you are pretty close-knit family.
Yeah, my two younger sisters, we're all pretty close in age, so we'll fuss and fight growing up. But, as we matured on and thankfully, hopefully I was a role model to them, and they tell me every day how proud they are of me. And I like to give them some messages that I get from my coaches, and that's just the type of person I am. I like to use those football and team meeting messages just to relay them on to them. And, just life is hard, but if you just keep finding your whys and the reason for living and keep your purpose in God, and everything will be all right. And they remind me all the time. So.
Yeah, well, that's wonderful. Jadarian Price with this. And Jadarian, those experiences, they prepare you for the challenges. One of the challenges you're going to have in the eyes of the Seahawks fans here, the 12s, is they're looking at you, say, okay, he was the backup to Jeremiah Love in college. But now, as you know, Kenneth Walker is a Chief, the Super Bowl MVP, and you've got Zach Charbonnet. He's hurt for half the year. You go from running back number 2 in college to running back number 1 for the Super Bowl champions. Is that a thought that's kind of hit you? I know you're ready for the challenge, but just kind of tell us what your mindset is to be able to graduate that step in that challenge.
Well, my mindset personally is just to, be ready for anything and go in the locker room and compete like I'm an undrafted free agent. That's my mindset. Always have a chip on my shoulder. I didn't even see myself going first round, and I did it. And that just goes to show all the hard work I put in and the production that I showed on the field the past 3 years. And it's only going to get even better. I can feel myself getting even better. I'm healthy. I understand my body more now, and my habits are getting better. So I'm prepared to be, back if I need to, and return specialist if I need to. But I just want to be out there on the field and play football again.
You talked about adversity a second ago, and you have a former teammate that had to go through that last year. He was drafted, Riley Mills, by Seattle. He was a day 3 pick, and I remember Seattle talking about him, and McDonald and Schneider came in here, remember Hugh, and they talked about, hey, he's coming off a knee injury. We're willing to wait because we think this guy's special. Lo and behold, he, got a sack in the Super Bowl. That worked.
Yeah.
That was worth the wait. What have you talked to Riley much at all, and what has he told you about coming out here?
I haven't much, but I was definitely tuned in on the Super Bowl and seeing a former teammate, former captain do what he did. You know, it was unbelievable. It was, you know, emotional moment, but I'm proud of him, and I can't wait to be teammates with him again.
I got to piggyback on that. He's a well-spoken man. Let's ask you as an analyst. We only saw a glimpse of Riley Mills. What are we going to see next year from him when he's healthy?
Oh man, that one of the strongest and firmest guys I've ever. I mean, the amount of times that dude caught me with one arm going through the A gap in practice and fall camp. It's unbelievable. It gives me nightmares, but no, he's a great player, and I can't wait to see him back healthy.
Yeah, that's great. Well, we're going to continuing your role as an analyst. Okay, I want you to analyze yourself, Jadarian, and so the question would be this: you got to answer. It's in two parts. You got to say, and now we're going to give you permission to go third person. Say Jadarian Price is a first rounder because his best skill is blank, and then comma. But Jadarian Price needs to work in his game on this aspect. So you get two shots at that. I know you're Notre Dame and educated and smart, so you can handle a two-parter. But go ahead and be an analyst and fill in those questions.
Yeah, Jadarian Price is a first-round running back because of his ability to make plays on the field, and whether it's offense or special teams. And he's a home run hitter. He's got home run speed. He knows how to get to the second level and make guys miss. Almost every time he gets the ball, he makes someone miss. And his teammate Jeremiah Love is a phenomenal player, but Price being able to do what he did on that level with that caliber of a player is special. And Jadarian Price is going to do special things in the NFL when he gets his opportunity.
All right, what do you need to work on?
Yeah, that's half. You're halfway home. That was great, man. You just popped that stretch up the sideline for like 40 yards. That was awesome. But now you got to cut back into the middle of the field. So what's the Jadarian Price has to work on? Go ahead and finish it out.
Yeah, one thing that he needs to work on is just continue to be consistent in the pass game. Pass protection, protecting the quarterback, that's a huge thing, and he's showed great skill in doing that. He has plenty of film out there where he showed good fight and good technique, and he does it pretty well. But just consistently being able to protect the quarterback and being a reliable source out of the backfield.
I love it.
Hey, listen, this is a great conversation. Seahawk fans text in right now on our radio station, our sports station here, just loving you and excited to see you in a Seahawk uniform. We can't wait to see you out here at minicamp when you get out here very soon in the next few days. And congratulations to you and mostly your family and specifically your mom on everything she's been through and the long road. And she's got a first-round draft pick as a son now and a lot to be proud of because you're a lot more than that, as we can tell. So thank you so much for coming on today.
Yes, sir. I can't wait. I appreciate y'all.
That is Jadarian Price, the Seahawks' first-round draft pick, 32nd overall. You know, on Friday when we had that on right at the end of the show, he and I were talking to him, and I thought it was an interesting dynamic. A lot of people were saying, and I didn't get it at the time. Now, he's very well-spoken, very thoughtful with his responses. It didn't catch me at the time, but now I get it. There were a lot of people texting going, God, he sounds like Doug Baldwin. He does. Like voice, inflection, how he talks, what he says.
Very centered person.
All those things. There's a very Doug Baldwin type feel to his responses.
Definitely.
And that's massively high praise.
Yeah.
like it really doesn't get any higher than that when you get compared to Doug Baldwin. Not the player, but Doug Baldwin, and just in terms of how you carry yourself.
Absolutely.
And Doug's done so many great things off the field as well. All right, we'll take a break, come back. 49451, that is the Tacoma Dodge text line, 49451. We'll get your thoughts, your comments, your questions, your concerns next.
before this that could have predicted such a scenario. I'm not saying you guys shouldn't be talking about it, D, and I get it. I totally get why you're addressing it. I'm not saying it shouldn't be a topic. I'm not even telling people not to be excited. Fan how you want to fan. But holy hell, for me, who was a huge Sonics fan, continued zero excitement until an official announcement.
I'm going to address that in a second. Jess, you have the word for the hour first?
I sure do. If you haven't heard, it is the Grand Slam Cash Contest. And if you go to 93.3KJR.com, you have a shot at winning $1,000 every hour. And this hour's word is media.
Okay. 425 along the lines of that talk back says, NBA, here we go again. Looks like 2029 now, so I'm done. Then the talk back there. Would you guys agree with that doomsday or not?
I feel like it's a never-ending carrot on a stick. So
that's fair.
I just
That's
don't
fair.
trust anything that they're saying.
That's totally fair. Anders?
I feel like it's hard for fans to really understand like everything that else goes on behind the scenes a little bit, to really know that, you know, for people that are closer to this situation, that there isn't as much doom and gloom as the official announcement and then the reaction. You know what I mean? So I understand the feeling. I don't feel the same way. I still am pretty relatively like, okay, let's get it going here.
Yeah, I would say all that really came out today is that we won't expect to hear something in July.
Right.
In terms of a vote.
Which was like kind of the target date.
Probably best case scenario, just because we've been waiting for so long, it'd be nice to, and July would have been, I'll tell you what, it would have been a lot of ways just kind of okay, announce it in July. We lost the team in July. Team's coming back in 2 years. That would be 20 years from July. All those things. That would have been kind of a nice way to put a bow on it.
Poetic.
The NBA doesn't think that way.
Do they think?
Well, that's debatable.
Yep.
I do believe I really think this is more about Vegas than anything else.
I agree.
I think they're trying to buy Vegas more time to get their blank together, because ideally you come in with 32 and not 31. So I think that's what that is.
But look what the NHL did.
The NHL, it's just the blueprint's there.
Yeah.
Like if it's not done by,
and it was successful.
Right. If Vegas doesn't work, then that's fine. Then come in with 31 and give Vegas another year and a half. And if that doesn't work, then you go to Nashville or wherever else you want to go instead of Vegas. I don't think it's a huge deal. I don't even know if I wouldn't even call it a setback. I would just say it's just a little bit of a
delay.
A little bit of a delay. And even then, that's maybe not really accurate to call it a delay. It might just be more of
it's a delay.
There's no timeline.
Right. It's a delay until hearing it officially, but it's not delaying of when it would actually happen.
Right.
Because
here's the thing. It's not there's no set in stone timeline other than they said they want to make a decision before the end of the year.
Right.
That's the one thing we know in terms of an actual decision. They want to have a decision done by the end of the year. Well, we're in month number 4.
Almost the end of the month.
Yes.
But yeah.
Coming up on month 5. 7 months to go before the end of the year.
Lots of time.
Lots of time. But it needs, I do believe it does need to be done by September, October at the latest if you want the 2-year thing. I think maybe you could squeeze it in December and say, okay, well, you got 21 months to go or whatever. But that's not even 2 calendar years until you have a draft and until you have an expansion draft. I think there's a big push. My understanding is there's a big push around the league that owners and GMs around the league want to have at least 2 years to figure out what they're doing with their salary cap, what they're doing with their players, their roster, who's going to be available. This isn't like, and this is not a slight on the PWHL, but it's not like the PWHL where now they'll have adding a couple more teams next year.
Right.
And it's not as intricate in terms of who you're drafting. The NHL expansion draft was a lot to it.
Mm-hmm.
The NBA expansion draft, not as much because there's not as many players, but there's a lot to it in terms of salary cap. So I understand why there's been pushback and they want to have 2 full years. So July would have been literally 2 full years before you had a draft, an expansion draft, free agency, and all those things. So Again, the story's up at Seattle Times. Tim Booth does a terrific job covering this story. So go check out what Tim wrote, seattlettimes.com.
So I guess my one question and follow-up would be, what if Vegas doesn't get their blank together? Like, what happens then?
I have no idea.
It's a really good question.
Like I said,
That's why they should.
There's two ways you can go. There's 2 ways you go. 31 teams, the reverse of the NHL, Seattle first, Vegas second.
Or
they just put it all off. Because I don't believe... here's the thing.
They don't need to be in a rush.
They did not open the door for another city to make any kind of push. Like Vancouver,
Right.
Nashville, what have you.
Right.
That's the thing that's... So to me, it's either both, one or none.
It's not a different situation.
I don't know. Yeah, and I don't know what they're thinking. Somebody just texted in 253, just a little delay, ... Seriously, I get it, man. I totally get it. I think I've almost become immune to it.
Yeah.
That's another 253 says that's because the words they're choosing to use, and they're obviously going out of their way to use them, doesn't suggest in any way a basketball team will be here anytime soon. Let's just. I don't want to tell people to be patient. I don't know. We'll see.
No, that word has kind of worn off.
Yeah.
When it comes to, we're looking at 20 years, right? So, no. I moved out here right after the Sonics left.
It's been way too long.
I witnessed the hole that it left in this city, that it left on the downtown businesses. I lived
Continues
blocks.
to leave. Not left. Continues to leave.
No. Yeah. But it happened, and I was, blissfully unaware of that impact that it would have. And the Seattle U basketball team was playing there at the time, so I saw what life it brought in small amounts compared to the NBA.
Yeah.
But I was blocks away from what was Key Arena.
A lot of people texting in a lot of negative thoughts, and I get it.
It's not a positive development. We can't.
No, it's not. I mean, it would have been nice to say, hey, we're hoping to have a vote by July. If they would have said today, we're hoping to have a vote by July, to me, that would have been more significant than what happened a month ago.
Yeah.
Because we'd be like, okay, this is going to happen in July.
Yeah.
Now maybe it'll happen in the fall. Okay, let's see. 253. I do not believe the Seahawks will trade out of the fourth round, and next year is a very good draft to pick a guard that will not start. Now, it's a good point. They did. It was a weird trade when it happened because we're all like, okay, everyone has different draft value charts and all those things, and they probably vary by year, by the depth of the draft. But when the Seahawks traded to get Bo Stevens in the fifth round, so they traded a 2027 fourth round pick to Cleveland for the fifth round pick this year. That was straight up.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense on the charts necessarily. Now you'll have extra fourth round picks next year as compensatory picks for losing the free agents you did this year, but it didn't seem to make sense. And they maybe Bo Stevens, do they expect him to start? I think they expect him, if nothing else, to compete for that right guard position and provide, really, to be honest with you, some much needed depth at the two guard positions between Zabel and Bradford.
Well, and Rob mentioned this, I think it was on Friday, that while you look at the strength of the draft and it's just the consensus is that next year's draft is much stronger, that's why the Seahawks have many more picks. But the Seahawks right now are looking to compete. Right? They just won a Super Bowl. They're trying to go back to back. It's the timing of everything, too. You can kind of, I don't want to say mortgage, but give up a little bit of what you have next year to get something now and try and go back to back, because you can't just bet everything on one draft, right?
And Rob brought this up too, and so did Hugh. Like the way the roster is constructed, you weren't going to use all those picks next season. Those guys all weren't going to make the team next year.
No, exactly.
And
you had 12.
So those guys all weren't going to make the team. So you move, and I think what the key is you're not just making a trade to make a trade. What the texter said is 100% true. They all of a sudden there's a guy on their board that they had ranked, I think Greg said third or fourth round, and he's sitting there in the middle of the fifth round still. And the second you think you can get him, you make that move.
I thought it was great. It actually showed me the confidence, because the biggest glaring holes, I think, to everybody was running back, cornerback when it came to this draft. So when they traded up, a fourth round next year for a fifth round this year, I think it's a no-brainer for both teams, to be honest. Yeah. And I loved it because it showed me the confidence in the base that they have.
Yeah, they knew they needed some offensive line depth. Mm-hmm. They'd already got the DBs. They got the running back. The edge rusher, whoever that might be for them, wasn't there. And they went. Here's the thing. We all just don't ever try to predict John Schneider in the draft. And don't ever try to criticize. You can criticize John Schneider in the draft, but you sure as hell better wait a couple years.
I was just going to say, do it a year or two later.
wait until Malik McDowell decides never going to play a snap in the NFL. Wait till that happens. Wait till Christian Michael doesn't turn out to be much of anything. Wait till
Travis Kelce.
Wait until that happens. And then, I don't know. This would be such a massively deep dive. It would be impossible to do, and someone would really have to want to do it. But, think about this. If you just kind of went back over and Schneider, I think, is the longest tenured true GM in the league right now, right? It's 17 years.
That's a good question.
You go back, and just compare what he's done to what others have done. It's just probably not even close. The guy, he's constructed 2 Super Bowl championship teams from scratch. That just doesn't happen. 2 different quarterbacks, 2 different head coaches, 2 different coaching staffs.
He's the 4th.
2 different running. Who are the guys ahead of him?
Jerry Jones.
Okay.
Mike,
I kind of count him, but yes.
Mike Brown, Cincinnati.
Okay.
Mickey Loomis in New Orleans. And then
Mickey Loomis has been there that long.
2002.
Huh? Wow. And who else?
John Schneider, 4th.
Wow. How long Cincinnati again? Is that Brown?
Yeah. 1991.
Oh, well, there's ownership involved there, I think, too.
Yeah, it's probably a little crossover, similar to Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
My favorite thing about John Schneider, I had Ron Wolf on the air way back when John Schneider got hired, and he told me the story about him being 13 years old, riding his bike up to the Packers facility.
Oh, yeah.
And I just this is who we're getting. And then, John, we see him, he's a friend. He's a cool guy, and he's so smart at the same time.
He's about the most normal guy that's as high up in sports position as there is.
Yeah.
He's about as normal as it gets.
But that's how driven he was to be in the industry. He probably knew he wasn't going to play football. He wanted to be a part of it.
No, exactly. All right. We'll take a break. Dave Softy Mahler is here, ladies and gentlemen. I know you're excited. He'll join us next. forgot to mention in the headlines, Cam Akers released. I know, big news here in Seattle.
Damn it!
Damn it. What was your favorite Cam Akers? Favorite Cam Akers moment?
As a Ram or a Seahawk?
Yeah, really? Exactly.
As a Seahawk, I have no idea.
He didn't have one carry, so there would be no
my favorite
special teams
Cam
play.
Akers moment was when there was a chance that maybe he would get some playing time before they drafted Jadarian Price and before they signed Emmanuel Wilson when he was a part of the running back room.
Yes, and thankfully that won't be an issue along the way.
Yeah, well, I don't know. How do you feel now? How do you feel now on a Monday morning about that running back room?
Well, I feel a lot better.
Feel good?
I think I heard we were talking, the running back room was bottom third in the league beforehand. What is it now, do you think?
I would say it was like bottom 8th in the NFL.
Okay.
Bottom 10th in the NFL.
Okay, so what is it now?
Mediocre, potentially.
Yeah.
I'd put it right there in the middle.
Right.
You know, I mean, you got a guy
we don't know if this kid's going to do in the NFL.
Look, by all accounts, you got a guy who, by NFL draft standards, is the second best running back in the draft.
Yep.
Behind his teammate, Jeremiah Love. And we got some stats, some numbers that we'll go over.
Oh, you're throwing stats at
We got
us
some
today?
Dwayne Stats. Remember him? Remember Dwayne Stats? Used to do play-by-play with Reggie Jackson on ESPN doing baseball.
Oh, God.
Did I ever tell you my favorite Reggie Jackson story,
No,
by
fire
the way?
away.
I never told you about
What
my
is it?
favorite Reggie
What
moment.
is it? What is it?
So back in the day, we used to have that setup behind home plate at the Kingdom. Right, there was that area behind home plate with the plexiglass,
Okay,
whatever.
yeah.
I don't know if people really realized that there was an actual room back there.
Right.
And I don't know who sat there, the guy with the jugs gun or whatever.
That's pretty much it.
Blah, blah, blah. So we used to have a setup back there. It was a door that would open up, and we'd go in there, and we had we called it a dry pair, and it'd run back to the studio, and it was always hot.
To do interviews.
Right, and I would just, go grab somebody and put them on the air with Mike Gastineau or Graz or whoever was doing the interview. And I remember one day, somehow, some way, we had Dwayne Stats and Reggie Jackson on the air together.
Oh.
They were in town doing an ESPN national broadcast of a Mariner game. I think it was ESPN. It may have been a different network, but whatever. Not relevant.
No.
And so during the interview, Reggie just decides, you know what? I don't want to do this anymore. Just put his headphones down, walked away. Mid-question.
Just done.
Yeah, just done.
No words.
I'm just
nothing.
done. No, nothing. Guy, I think Gas was in the middle of asking a question, and Reggie's like, you know what? I'm gonna go. Just put his headphones down and walked away. I think I had to grab the headphones and say, Mike, he's not here anymore. He left.
How did Gas handle that?
Okay then. Well, we'll just move on. I don't know. It was something along those lines, but it's funny how just little moments like that you remember. I think when you have ADD, you pretty much remember what you want to remember.
Right.
You remember what you were engaged in.
Yes,
And
true.
when you're not engaged in a lot of stuff, you don't remember a lot of stuff. I think that's kind of how it goes.
Was that where you were going to bring Griffey back with the dry pair?
Same spot.
When
that was McGuire. McGuire.
Well, what was the Griffey one?
Griffey was when I was bringing McGuire back, and he ruined the whole interview for me.
Because he said,
don't go.
Blank KJR.
So for people that don't know.
This is a great story.
So I grew up a big Mark McGuire fan.
Yeah.
Gigantic. I was 14 years old in 87 when he had 33 home runs at the All-Star break, and he was the Rookie of the Year. And that was right back when baseball cards were really just taking off.
Big deal, yeah.
Going bananas. The 87 top set, his rookie card was in that. People were buying packs of Topps baseball cards just to get McGuire's rookie. And then we found out, well, actually, he had an Olympic rookie card that came out in 85 that was worth more money. But whatever, beside the point. I digress. The point is, I was a huge McGuire fan. So when I got this job in 94 and started working here, one of my goals was to meet Mark McGuire. Like a schmuck. Okay. Like an idiot. I want to interview Mark McGuire.
Sure.
So the Cardinals came to town for, I think it was either a 1 or a 2 game exhibition series at Safeco Field before the season started.
Oh, okay.
And he was
before interleague play, right?
Right. He was in town, and I grabbed him for an interview. He couldn't have been nicer. I mean, honestly, I had my old Marantz tape deck. The thing broke halfway through the interview. I went back and I asked him, hey, can we finish this? And he says, no problem. So we finished the interview, which a lot of guys would say, go F yourself.
Yeah.
He didn't do that. So bottom line is, before that happened, he was with the A's, obviously.
Yeah.
They're in town at the Kingdom. I go to McGuire. I introduce myself. There was a personal connection, like his aunt had worked with my dad in Seattle or whatever. So I dropped that line on him. And, eventually he agrees to come on the air.
Okay.
And he's walking over from then the first base dugout to our little spot.
Right.
Griffey sees him, intercepts him, and says, oh, you don't want to do that, man. You don't want to go on with those guys. They'll put you on with collars and rip you and all kinds of stuff. Just completely full of it, right? And so Big Mac, not kind of, I guess, understanding how big a deal it was to us.
Right.
Like, well, if the kid says I shouldn't do it, I'm not doing it. Turned around, walked away.
Wow.
So I got nose to nose, face to face with like the reigning American League MVP. Yelling at him, bitching at him. He's bitching at me. And it was nasty. I'm 24, 25 years old.
How old was he?
Oh, God, he was in his late 20s. He's
Right.
almost the same age as me, mid to late 20s. And he's ripping me a new one. I'm like, what am I supposed to do? I mean, I've been in the business for a couple years. And
You can't win that one.
American League MVP, ripping me a new one.
Why
and,
was he so mad at you?
Because I questioned him. You know, and we kind of made up. I mean, it's fine. I'm not. He still is my favorite player of all time. Griffey.
Right.
I love the guy.
He's sensitive.
Yeah, he is. Well, I was too, right? But anyway, the point is, I was pissed at him for blowing the interview up, putting the kibosh on it. He didn't like me calling him out, and that led to this big to-do. So imagine seeing that now on social media. Are you kidding me?
Because back then it would have flown on the radar.
Exactly.
Then, there would have been 10 people in the dugout with their phones
Filming
out
it.
going,
the
oh,
only
look at
reason
this.
people know about it is because I tell the story.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no social media. There were no video cameras back then on people's phones.
Oh, that's
Amazing.
awesome. Yeah. Today, there would have been, Divish would have posted that immediately.
Dude,
You know,
it would have been gigantic.
Look at this. I can't believe this.
Unbelievable.
And,
I mean, but now at the age of 52, if that happened, I'd tell the guy to go screw himself. I mean, whatever. So anyway, I don't know how we got on that topic, but here we are.
Here we are.
Great story. Huh?
Reggie, it was started with Reggie
Not like
Jackson.
it's the Monday after the draft or anything.
Well, I mean, I thought I saw a little tweet from the folks at King 5. You said, don't ever try to doubt John Schneider.
That's right. Why would you be that poor bastard that now decides to go after John Schneider and say, because you notice now, like everybody just, the Seahawks draft A+.
Yeah.
A+. Who they draft? I don't know, but it's an A+.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The guy was great. It's John Schneider made a draft pick.
So, turning 4 picks into 8, without having to dip into next year's draft capital, right?
Turning 4 picks into 8 without trading out of the first round.
That's right.
That's the remarkable thing. I think
or the second round.
Or the second round.
Or the third.
Right. Or the third round.
Yeah. How about that?
They kept they turned a 4th round or 6th round. Is a 4th or 6th round?
The fourth.
4th round draft pick. No, because they had the first,
round
second,
next
third,
year.
and the 6th.
Fourth next year.
Next year, right.
Yeah,
But then they took the other pick and they turned that into 5 extra picks.
It's crazy.
Nuts.
Don't trying to predict. I mean, we're all fools trying to predict what he's going to do. Well, if they don't draft out, if they don't trade out of 32, they're just going with 4 picks this year.
The Jadarian Price was pretty. I mean, that obviously it happened, so it's easy now to say it.
Yeah,
but it felt like a pretty easy call.
Kind of fell in their lap a little bit.
I mean, your running back room is a disaster. He's the best guy available. It might be a little bit of a reach, but not a crazy reach.
No.
Just go get him.
Go get him and beat it.
Don't overthink it.
I think because of what we saw with the running back, the next running back didn't go forever, right? It was like a long time before.
Well, how about this?
They thought they could get
When
him
was
later.
the last time the top 2 running backs in a draft were taken from the same school?
That's never happened.
And both in the first round.
Never happened, right?
Well, I don't know.
Unless Craig James and
Dickerson,
maybe
from Pittsburgh,
SMU.
Oh, SMU. That's right, SMU.
Well,
I don't know.
The thing the NFL sent a thing out on Friday that it's I think the first time ever that two running backs. What was the story? 2 running backs first round.
Right.
Never happened. 2 running backs in the same draft for the first 2
running backs from the same school.
Yeah,
in the first round.
Yeah, it's like it's never
right.
happened.
But those were the first 2 guys taken.
Yeah.
And then the gap between him and the second guy or the third
Pretty
guy.
huge.
Sorry.
Pretty big.
Yeah, it's significant. Well,
All right, we got
their
more at 5
offensive
or more at 4
coordinator
today?
live at 5 because Kruger's on at 4.
Okay.
So we're switching them up
he was
today.
live at 5.
Millen's live at 5,
All right.
and Kruger is going to be giving us more at 4 today.
Okay.
On the radio show.
How about
Talking
that?
baseball before the M's and Twins. And we'll obviously talk a lot of draft today. So Mike Denbrock, a good friend of ours, formerly of the Tyrone Willingham-led Husky 2018. We try and kind of ignore that fact.
Try not to bring that up.
It wasn't Mike's fault. He is the current offensive coordinator at Notre Dame, and he'll join us at 3:20 on the radio show.
Gone on to bigger and better things.
That's right. Sonny Dykes, by the way, tomorrow on the show, too, the head coach at TCU.
Wow.
Yeah, talk about Bud Clark. Bud Clark.
Look at Jackson doing work. Look at Jackson doing work, huh?
Phenomenal job by Jackson.
Attaboy, Jackson. Well done.
Jackson.
Well, way to go, Jackson. Way to go, Jackson. All right, see ya.
Yeah. On Softy Dick with Jackson right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill, baby. My thing is... There you go. Can you admit that was the fault from the studio?
Yeah, but I'm talking to Anders about soccer, so it's more important things going on.
Wow. See what happens? You start talking soccer, you get distracted.
I do.
Now you think Dick and I are in here, talking tiddlywinks?
Well,
We're doing
at least,
our
I mean, the
jobs.
team is kicking ass.
They are.
So that's
it's
I mean,
more
if they
important than your
suck,
drops.
then we could be upset.
So if the team's playing well, it's okay to be distracted to a point where it impacts the show. But if they stink, it's no good.
Well, listen, soccer's more important than this radio show.
If that's the road you want to go down, then I'm all for it.
I'm already
man.
far down that road.
Just gives me like 15,000 excuses for screwing up here on the air. Anyway, Seahawks turned 4 picks into 8 over the weekend, plus a pick from next year, by the way. Running back Jadarian Price, Notre Dame, TCU safety Bud Clark, Iowa guard Bo Stevens, cornerback Julian Neal from Arkansas, among them Mike Denbrock. I almost said Mike DeCourcy. Mike Denbrock, the offensive coordinator from Notre Dame, who coached Jadarian last year. He'll join us in about 20 minutes.
Spurs got Wemby back and became the first team ever to trail by 15 or more at halftime and win the game by over 15 points
Really?
in playoff
Wow.
history. They were down 19 at half in Portland, won by 21.
Well, that series is now over, by the way. Mariners sweep the Cardinals. They're a game and a half out of first place in the West, 14-15. They've won 4 in a row. They're 6-2 their last 8. They're at Minneapolis, the Twins, for 3 games today. Luis Castillo, Logan Gilbert, George Kirby will go for the M's.
The Joker was fined $50,000. Julius Randle $35,000 for their roles in that post game. Wasn't exactly a rhubarb. It was a skirmish. A kerfuffle.
Ooh, I love that.
Following Minnesota's win over Denver on Saturday night.
How about this in college football? You know who Brendan Sorsby is? Anybody know that name?
Texas Tech.
Transfer quarterback from Cincinnati. He's going to play for Texas Tech, or he's hoping to next year. He is checking into a residential treatment program for a gambling addiction. After it came out, he had made thousands of online bets for sporting events, including betting on his former team, the Indiana Hoosiers, to win football games.
And here we go.
And now, 2 goofy, wacko, out-of-touch homers. Just brutal radio. Just horrible.
Live
41 yards.
from Elliott Bay.
Can you feel it now?
This is Softy and Dick.
All righty, here we go on a busy Monday afternoon right here on 93.3 KJR FM. The NFL draft is now behind us. We now focus on rookie minicamp coming up for the Seahawks vets, and then obviously the schedule release in a couple of weeks from now. Has the NFL done the whole thing where they tell us the day, where they'll tell us the day, where they'll tell us the day when the schedule comes out? Do we know that day yet?
I think it should be coming up in like the next week or so.
The schedule
right?
release or the day?
No, the day. Like,
okay.
Because they want to make sure that you don't forget about the NFL.
Right.
So they don't want the day that they tell you about the day that they tell you about the day.
That's
they don't
right.
want it to be
That's right.
too far away from the end of the draft.
Well, the NFL will typically say, all right, today is April the 27th. On May 14th, tune in live on the NFL Network at 5 o'clock Pacific time. We will tell you on that day what day the NFL schedule will be released. And people watch.
I know.
They got millions of people to find out when the schedule is going to. This is not the schedule. This is the day the schedule will come out, and millions of people will tune in to see it. So that's the next kind of big thing, obviously, on the NFL calendar. We already know the opponents. We just don't know the dates of the opponents. National TV. Us in Seattle, we got kind of a bit of a vested interest because we're waiting to see who they open up against, right? On that Wednesday night. Because the Rams and Niners are going to play in Australia the very next day. So
should we put a little wager, an in-show wager on the team?
Sure, we can do that. We can do that. We know it's not going to be the Rams or Niners because they're playing in Australia the next day.
There's
so
only
yeah,
3 or 4
we'll do that.
legitimate contenders.
I am like this Texas Tech quarterback. I like to gamble. Not thousands of bets a week, by the way, but I'll put a couple of bucks on it for you on the air. So anyway, we got to talk about the draft, obviously. Mike Denbrock, former Husky formerly assistant coach who's now with Notre Dame. He's their offensive coordinator. Coach Jadarian Price, obviously, the last couple of years. He'll join us coming up about 3:20 or so on the radio show. Bill Kruger, we're going to do a little switcheroo with the earlier Mariners start today. Bill Kruger will join us at 4. We'll go live at 5 with Hugh Millen today on the program, get his thoughts on everything that took place over the weekend, not just what the Hawks did, but with the Niners getting hammered down there. Grant Cohen leading the charge. Grant Cohen showing up to a press conference with a pitchfork, right? He's going viral for him busting Kyle Shanahan's balls at a press conference yesterday. Ty Simpson to the Rams at number 13. We'll talk about that. But obviously our focus is on the Seahawks. And, you know, look, I mean, the majority of the tension is going to be on the kid from Notre Dame, right? He's the first pick. He's the running back. He's a first rounder at a position of need. He automatically becomes RB number 1 on that team, unless, I guess, somehow, some way they trade for somebody, or even Zach Charbonnet is healthy by week 1, but that's not it. This is the guy.
Yep.
This is your next, hopefully, star running back in Seattle. And I almost feel like in the last couple of days, Dick and Jackson, since the draft on Thursday night, there's been like this big justification push going on by a lot of people to justify the Seahawks taking this guy. Like you saw Warren Sharp's stats he put out over the weekend about how there's never been a guy who's never had 125 carries or more, who was a first-round draft pick in any year of his college career. His yards per carry, his pass block rate, his target rate, blah, 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 is all very unique for a first-round draft pick. And I understand all that stuff, right? There's no doubt about it. But I do wonder if we're kind of looking at this from the wrong perspective. And it hit me this morning. I was like, instead of looking at Jadarian Price, let's look at Jeremiah Love. Because Jeremiah Love just became the 3rd pick in the draft. I mean, there's not many running backs that go that high.
No. This guy could be generational.
The last time it happened was Saquon when he went number 2 in 2018. Did he turn out pretty good?
Yes, he did.
Trent Richardson went number 3 in 2012. Didn't have a great career, obviously. But again, between now and 2012, there's only been 3 running backs that have been taken in the top 3 and 5 in the top 4. And the other 2 were Leonard Fournette and Zeke Elliott, because Ashton Jenney was the number 6 pick a year ago to the Raiders. So seeing a running back taken top 3, that's pretty amazing, guys. You don't see that very often, right? So if I'm telling you that there's a Heisman finalist that was drafted number 3 in the NFL draft, you would think to yourself, I think, you tell me if I'm crazy, well, that guy must have been pretty damn good, so I'm sure he was a workhorse for Notre Dame. Probably carried the ball 300 times, right?
Yeah.
He carried the ball 199 times at Notre Dame, maybe partly because of this guy,
right,
Jadarian Price. And so I went back and looked at it. Ashton Jenney was the number 6 pick in the draft. He had 374 carries. Bijan, number 8, 258. Saquon Barkley was the number 2 pick in the draft. Missed a bunch of games, but also had 217 carries and 272 the year before. Leonard Fournette was banged up in 2016, had 139 carries, but had 300 the year before that. Christian McCaffrey, 253. Zeke Elliott, 289. Todd Gurley in 2015 was the number 10 pick and had 123 carries in 6 games. Trent Richardson was the number 3 pick in 2012 and had 283 carries. And C.J. Spiller in 2010 was a top 10 pick and had 216 carries. Jeremiah Love was limited to 199 carries because Notre Dame was feeding the ball to Jadarian Price. It's ridiculous, man. If Jadarian Price played somewhere else and he got 250 carries with somebody, he may have been a top 15 pick in the NFL draft himself.
Could have been. It's a pro.
And if Jeremiah Love, by the way, did not have Jadarian Price behind him, he may have won the Heisman Trophy. Maybe. Who knows?
It was a more pro split by Mike Denbrock than a college split. Right? You see this in the pros all the time.
Yes.
This is, I mean, this is a 60-40, 63-39 split that you see in the NFL all the time, i.e. Ken Walker, Zach Charbonnet. College teams, as you just put out there with those numbers, are like 80-20. Like
they ride them.
Look at the Huskies the last couple of years.
100%.
I mean, it's Jonah Coleman, man.
Yes,
yeah, of course,
1000%.
Washington gets a couple carries here and there. Cam Davis a couple years ago got a couple carries here and there, but it was Jonah Coleman's backfield.
That's right. That's right. You just don't see that in college football. If you're that good to be the number 3 pick in the draft, your coach is going to ride you like a rented mule, right? And they didn't do that with Jeremiah Love. And again, I mean, one of the reasons why he never missed a game in college due to an injury, he stayed healthy, right? I mean, it was smart by them to do that with this kid. But I just wonder how much of Jadarian Price's lack of workload we can just say, hey, you know what? They had two great guys. As Dick said, they went with more of an NFL-style approach. We could ask Denbrock about that when he comes on with us in about 11 minutes from now. But I think the fact that you had the number 3 pick in the draft, which is, I think, a great pick by Arizona, by the way, exactly what they needed. The number 3 pick in the draft only had 199 carries and just became the number 3 pick. I mean, there's not many dudes that have been top 5, top 10 at the running back position, Jackson, with less carries than that guy.
Yep.
And he did it because he had Jadarian Price sitting behind him, and there was no need to ride this guy that hard.
Yeah, and Arizona's going to benefit from the lighter workload, as Seattle will benefit from Price having the lighter workload. I mean, you look at Seattle right now, I mean, it's so blatantly obvious this was what was needed. We had talked about the cornerback need, and we talked about, okay, but you still got Job, you still got Spoon. This was the one gigantic glaring hole staring
100%.
you in the face.
100%.
And this was a 2 running back draft. It obviously was a 2 running back draft. Sure, it would have been a perfect scenario to trade back from 32 to 40 and still get Price.
Sure.
We know that wasn't possible for John. So you take the player at the most obvious hole where there is the most obvious drop off from that player to the next ranked player.
Well, it's a 32nd pick. It's not the 12th pick. It
Right.
would have been different had the Seahawks won the Super Bowl and somehow they pulled off the Russell Wilson deal a year later, 2 years later, and they had the Denver pick, right?
Well, the Rams had 13th and went to the NFC Championship.
Exactly.
Because of their deal with the Falcons last night.
So if the Seahawks would have reached for Price at 12 because we have to get the next best running back because we have no answer, then I'd have a lot of questions about it. But it's 32. In this year's draft, 32 is a crapshoot no matter who you take.
Well, they would have the next guy taken was Kalen Black from Indiana. He went in the 3rd round. You're talking like 60 picks later is when Kalen Black went. And then Jonah Coleman, 4th round. Mike Washington Jr., Arkansas, 4th round. Emmett Johnson, 5th round. Nick Singleton, Penn State, 5th round. Adam Randall, 5th round. I mean, like we said on the show on Thursday, whoever that guy was going to be, if the Hawks had passed on Jadarian Price, and let's say they waited until round number 4 to grab a running back, that guy would have been a bigger spotlight on him as a number 4, or excuse me, a 4th round pick than any player in the history of the Seahawks franchise. Because he would have been RB1 as a 4th rounder.
And I've been worried.
He would have been RB1. I think all of us would have been worried.
I'm not worried about Price. I think Price can step in. I mean, I don't know if he's going to be a 1,400-yard rusher, but I think he should have the. Judging by 1st-round draft pick running backs in the past, he should. And even, hell, Rashad Penny was really talented.
When he was healthy.
He just couldn't stay healthy. Yeah. So, I mean, it's like Rashad Penny wasn't a talent bust by the Seahawks.
Well, I just think this. I just think that let's not overthink it, right? Like you said, Jackson, they had a gaping hole at running back, and they got the best guy available by far at the time, right? Jeremiah Love, better, yes, but at the time, the gap between the best guys still sitting there and everybody else, according to the NFL general managers, was gigantic. The gap between Jadarian Price and Kalen Black was like 60 players, 60 slots.
It says it all.
Number 32 in the 1st round, number 26 in the 3rd round. That's how big the gap was. So they got, at the time they were drafting, by far and away, the best running back left on the board. And I think it's pretty damn simple. They needed this guy, needed him freaking big time. So, look, is he going to turn out? Who the hell knows? But the philosophy of what they did over the weekend makes absolute total sense. They got a potential replacement for Kobe Bryant. They got a replacement potentially for Reek Woolen. They got some competition for Anthony Bradford, and they got a starting running back. Right?
Check all the boxes.
Check, and check. Mike Denbrock, offensive coordinator, Notre Dame, who coached Jadarian Price in college. He'll join us next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Now back to Softy and Dick on your home for the Huskies, Kraken, and the 12th man. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
So 1st and 10, Jadarian Price back in there. And he's got the handoff. Punch, finds the hole, and he's gone. Touchdown, Irish.
There's a blitz. Angeli escapes for a moment. There you go. Gets it to Jadarian Price. Cuts it back, and he will score. Touchdown, Notre Dame.
This is Price bringing it out, trying to return of his own. Now Jadarian Price turning on the Jets. 20, 10, touchdown, Notre Dame. Wow.
We're hoping to hear a lot of that, aren't we, Dickie, in Seattle in the next maybe 8 or 9 years in this city, 4 or 5, maybe 6 or 7. You never know. But I know a guy who's going to be proud as hell of him, like a proud papa, watching his protege, watching his guy running the rock for the Seahawks, and then waiting to hear what we think about it on radio here in Seattle. Our old pal, now the offensive coordinator at Notre Dame, Mike Denbrock, back with us on the radio program. How are you, man?
Softy, I'm doing fantastic. It's great to join the show. I appreciate you having me on.
Well, it's great to hear your voice. Great to have you on the show again, man. The Seahawks keep drafting players that you coach, so we keep calling you to get your ass back on the radio show. But why don't we first of all just talk about the kid, man? You were around him for a couple years, obviously in South Bend, Indiana. You know him a lot better than we do as a person, as a player. Tell the fans out there and tell us who we just got to be the starting running back with the Seahawks.
Yeah, Jadarian, number one, is a fantastic talent and a really, really good football player. And if it's possible, he's even a better person. And I just think the world of him. And he did so many great things for our program, both in the locker room as a leader and as someone that everybody knew they could rely on every day to give his very best. And then every time we handed him the ball, and I was smart enough to do so, he made incredible explosive plays and turned a lot of games in a positive direction that we were fortunate enough to win on, riding him and giving him the football when we needed to. So I couldn't be happier for the fans in Seattle and what they're getting in JD. He's a pretty special human being and a really, really talented football player.
Well, as you know, Coach, in this day and age, man, if I'm not going to be the starter, I'm leaving. I'm getting out of here. So why do you think Price decided not to get out of South Bend?
Yeah, Dick, I think more than anything, it speaks to him and his character. And, there were a lot of offers. He every once in a while, he'd just get a grin on his face because we knew his phone was getting blown up and he was getting opportunities. If he did want to leave, where he could put himself in a position where, he was the guy. But, I think we've built a really strong culture at Notre Dame in the locker room, number one. I think he really enjoyed the competition that he had, a personal competition with Jeremiah Love, and they believed the tandem of the two of them was special, and they wanted to finish their journey together at Notre Dame, and we're just so fortunate that they did, and that they were there for us. Obviously, the biggest piece of our success offensively last year.
Well, Mike Denbrock, offensive coordinator, Notre Dame, with us, talking about Jadarian Price, who the Hawks drafted with the 32nd pick overall, back of the first round on Thursday. And, Mike, we were talking about this before you came on, that typically when a college running back gets taken top 5, top 10, definitely top 3, that's a workhorse. That's a guy who that team just rode like a mule, right, in his last year in college. I mean, Ashton Janney, 374 carries, Bijan, 258, McCaffrey, 253, Zeke Elliott, 289, Trent Richardson, 283. Jeremiah Love only had 199, and yet he became the number 3 pick in the NFL draft. And I'm wondering how much of that lighter workload was by design because of how much confidence you guys had in Jadarian.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question about it. I mean, there was no question that we had really 2 number ones. We had, Jeremiah, who obviously is very talented as well, but there was never any hesitation in knowing what we had with those 2 paired together in particular. And And listen, I knew my love for Seattle and Seahawk football and the city of Seattle in particular. I left a little tread on the tire for you there, big boy. So listen, he's ready to roll, and I know he's anxious to show what he's capable of doing. And I think everybody's going to be very, very satisfied with what they see.
Notre Dame offensive coordinator Mike Denbrock joining us. Coach, talk a little bit more about how you balanced out the carries. Was it a true starter backup? You said that they're two number ones. So were there packages just for Jadarian, or how did that work out? How did you decide when to put each one of those guys in the game?
You know, it was really as much of a feel thing as anything. I mean, we went into every game knowing what a huge piece of solving any puzzle a defense gave us those two guys were. And there was never really a pitch count, if you will, as much as, hey, we know both of them have to touch the football. We know both of them have to be heavily involved in what we're doing. And then the feel of the game at times dictated maybe who carried the ball a little bit more. But then you turn right around and, maybe Jeremiah scored a touchdown on the last drive, and on the next, the opposing team kicks a field goal, and the next thing you know, JD's running a kickoff back for a touchdown. So their impact was just across the board in so many different areas.
Well, Mike Denbrock again with us, offensive coordinator Notre Dame, and we appreciate you leaving that tread, by the way, for us. We appreciate that during the regular season you were thinking that, hey, there's a chance this guy might get drafted by Softy's favorite football team, so we might want to pull him off the field and leave a little energy there for the Seahawks. So thank you for thinking of us. We know you're always thinking of us out there in South Bend, but how is he different, right? Like, how is he a different runner? How is he a different player than maybe Jeremiah Love? Maybe compare the two a little bit.
Yeah, I just think JD has the ability to really dart through any small gap or opening that's provided for him. He has incredible knack for the timing of the run game, when to step on the gas, when to be a little more patient. And just has a real good feel as a runner. And then, he's built pretty low to the ground. He's not the easiest guy to tackle, and has a strong frame about him. He's sturdy in breaking arm tackles and things of that nature. So I think he's as complete a runner as you could ever ask for. I know some of the things that Jeremiah was able to do, was in the passing game, and some other things maybe tipped the scales in some people's minds in his direction a little bit more. But as far as talent as a running back, and I think Jeremiah Love would be the first one to tell you, they both thought each other was probably the best running back on the team.
Right. Mike, you kind of mentioned it right there. And we saw this after he was taken by the Hawks and kind of going into the draft. People will say about Jadarian that he's maybe not the world's best pass protector. Would you agree with that? And if the answer is yes, how much do you think that can be improved and will be improved?
Yeah, I really do. I think it's something that's more repetition than anything else. And I don't know how good I was about giving him the right amount of opportunities for him to do it in live situations. But, there's a willingness there. And I think we all know that if you're going to be a really good pass protector, that's where it starts. It starts with a willingness, and it starts with an understanding. And he has both those things. And I know he's willing to stick his nose on people and contribute in any way he can to keep that quarterback safe.
How about ball security? There's been some, questions about that side. Do you see are those legitimate questions?
Well, I mean, listen, the reality is what it is, right? So are they legitimate questions? I think, of course, you know what I mean? But, we were never afraid in any situation to, have Jadarian put the team on his back and continue to hand him the ball. And he's conscious of it. It's something he's very aware of. It's something he worked very hard to rectify when those situations came up. And I think I don't see that as a major drawback where he's concerned. whatsoever.
Well, Mike Denbrock, again, offensive coordinator, Notre Dame. And if you want to get kind of geeky here for a second, by the way, let's kind of geek out with some hardcore football. So most of the time that he was running that outside zone, he was in kind of that offset eye and shotgun, right, a little bit. Now he's coming to a system where he's going to be under center, right? He's going to be in the dot under center in a more, pro-style NFL system. How does that impact him, you think, if at all?
Yeah, I don't see that being a big deal for him. I see it actually as, in some ways, a little bit more of an advantage because I do believe he's got really good vision and feel for the timing of the run game. And now he's got a couple extra yards underneath him where he can read, you know what I mean, the movement of the defensive line or the linebackers or whatever he needs to do, depending on what his read key is. And put himself in a position to maximize every carry.
What style does he remind you of? Is there a college guy that you've had or a professional guy that you've seen that he kind of reminds you of?
You know, I don't know if I've got a good answer for that. I think he's a pretty unique runner in that, you know, he just has a slashing style that just is like a yardage eater. And it just seems like, you know, every time we handed him the football, something positive happened for our offense. And I look forward to the Seahawks experiencing the same thing.
Well, Mike Denbrock with us again, former Notre Dame OC, with us on the radio show. And Mike, I mean, when it comes to running backs, especially ones that are taken in the first round, it's not unheard of for these guys to kind of pop right away and give you big numbers out of the gate. I mean, honestly, if you were sitting here doing our job, what would you expect out of this guy in year number one, man?
Yeah, I don't see any reason why he can't be the feature back and play in any down and distance situation and be really what you guys drafted him to be. He's got all the tools. He's got a great mind about him. There's an innate toughness about the way he goes about running the football and the way he goes about playing the game. And I just see him being somebody that you guys can really lean on.
Well, former first-round pick of the Seahawks, Sean Alexander, who I'm sure you remember. I mean, he was a smooth runner, but when he got inside the 5-yard line, he could pop pads with anybody and get into the end zone. So talk about Price's ability to, you know, have a little short yardage banger element in him.
Yeah, I mean, he's a put-together dude. And you know what I mean? I don't think there's any fear whatsoever with him carrying the ball in short yardage and goal line situations. And I mean, I think you mentioned, you know, from my time living in Seattle and being part of UW, one of the best to ever do it in those situations. And it was fun to watch. And I see some of that in JD. I just think he needs a little bit more opportunity to do it.
Yeah. All right, man. Before you go, you got to help us out here, Mike. Mike Denbrock with us, former UW coach, and now with Notre Dame. He's the OC, coaching Jadarian Price and others last year at Notre Dame. So when we first have him on, he'll probably join us at some point during mini camp or fall camp or whatever. And we won't tell him that you told us, but you got to tell us a funny story. You got to give us something on him that we can use against him when he comes on the radio program. What is kind of a funny anecdote, something about Jadarian Price that you think that your buddies in Seattle here need to know?
Well, I wish I had. I mean, listen, this is the boringest answer as you're ever going to hear. I mean, he's just a great kid. Yeah. I mean, it's incredible to me, you know, at whatever game you can point to that we played, you know, the 2 years that I got a chance to work with him, you know, whether it was throwing him a swing pass, you know, before half or handing him the ball before half and him against Purdue going 75 yards to end the half, or at Arkansas last year, we threw a little swing screen to the field. Nobody lays a glove on him. He goes 60 yards for a touchdown. He just never ceases to amaze me and surprise me with his ability to generate explosive plays. And that's a pretty cool deal, especially when you talk about two guys sharing their time in the backfield. But with the traits to be elite, no matter where they played or who they played for.
Yeah. Mike, I just thought of one more. Were they on him from the start? Were the Seahawks kind of on him, you think, from the beginning, or was this a little bit of a surprise when they drafted him?
I mean, there was some rumblings going on that, you know what I mean? Obviously everybody knew with the way things kind of fell in the offseason that the Seahawks may be in need of, you know what I mean, someone to step into a role with the team. And so I think when they kind of went through the evaluation process and everybody kind of went through the evaluation process, it was pretty clear that, you know, if Jeremiah was number one, then JD was number two. And if there was a need by any team along the way, there was a possibility. And it seemed to point a little bit towards Seattle as things got kind of down to draft day. But as you know, you never know, what direction these things are going to go.
No doubt. Hey, Mike, great stuff. We appreciate this. And when we see Jadarian, we'll tell him he's such a good guy that you couldn't even think of a negative thing to say about him when he comes on the radio show. So if you think of anything funny, let me know.
Listen, I wish I had something for you, brother. I just I'm racking my brain, but if I come up with something, I'll get a hold of you.
Yeah, for sure. You're the best. Great stuff, man. Appreciate this, pal. We'll talk down the road.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks very much.
You bet. Mike Denbrock, offensive coordinator, Notre Dame, with us on the radio show. And I was just thinking about the question, Dick, about what he thinks he could bring to the table right away. And he said, look, there's no reason why he can't be your starting running back. And that's great because he will be the starting running back in Seattle. I'm thinking about like Sean Alexander when he first showed up here. Didn't do a lot in his rookie year because the Seahawks had Ricky Waters. Rashad Penny obviously didn't do a lot, period, because he was banged up, but Chris Carson was here when he showed up. There's nothing here, and this is it. Right. Like, this guy's going to get every opportunity you would think in the books to at least do what Kenny Walker did last season.
Just like the guy I talked about earlier with Coach Denbrock, Sean Alexander.
Right.
Come in and be the dude.
That's right.
Like, come in and be the dude.
But he wasn't, though. That's the point.
Yeah, he had Ricky Waters,
Ricky Waters was there. If you look at Sean's numbers, he didn't carry the ball a lot when he was a rookie. He had, in year number, what year was he drafted? You remember what year? 2000. He was drafted in 2000. So Sean Alexander had 64 carries and one start.
I thought he was over 100
in his first year. Now he played in 16 games. I don't think he was hurt. Yeah, Ricky was the man, but that's the thing, Dick. There's no Ricky here.
Well,
there's no Ricky or Chris.
No, he's got to be the guy. And something I just stumbled upon when we were talking to Mike. Remember Notre Dame's season, right? They were all pissed off. They didn't make the playoffs, right?
They skipped the bowl game
because they won. Yes, because they won their last 10 games. They won them all by double digits. They were all blowouts.
Right.
So you have to go back to the first 2 games of the season to see, all right, how is Denbrock actually going to use these guys when the you-know-what hits the fan, all right? Let's go back to the first 2 games of the season. They lost 41-40
That's right.
to Texas A&M.
Yep.
Well, Jadarian Price averaged 5.7 yards a carry and 2 touchdowns in that game. Love averaged 4.1 with 1 touchdown in that game. How about the Miami game? Second game of the season, they lost 27-24.
Right.
Price averaged 7.5 yards per carry. Love averaged 3.3 yards per carry.
wow.
In those 2 games against the 2 best defenses they saw, Price outplayed Love in both of those games.
Yeah, well, and here's the thing about both those games. They were both college football playoff teams. Miami played for the national championship, and Texas A&M lost to Miami by 7 points. So they were literally 2 of the best teams in college football. A&M goes 11-1, and Miami plays Indiana for the national championship. So those games don't look as bad now as they did then. But yeah, I mean, obviously it's
he performed against both of those. And remember how nasty was that Miami defense?
Big time.
And he's averaging 6 yards a carry.
Ruben Bain, right? I mean, he was on that defense playing linebacker. So look, I'm excited about it. I think it's a great move by them. I loved it when it happened. I wanted it to happen. It's just, it's a no-brainer. It feels like a no-brainer, right? Your running back room sucks. He's the best of the group by a very large margin. Don't overthink it. Just get the guy. And you know what? I'm kind of proud of John Schneider for not overthinking it. Tried to trade down, couldn't find the dance partner. And I'm wondering, Jackson, in 3 or 4 years from now, if we're going to be thanking God they did not trade down.
I mean, you look at the last 3 years, guys. Let's say the last 4 years. they've really kind of just gone with the guy who fills the hole they need the most.
Right.
They needed a nickel, they get Witherspoon. You need a guard, you draft Zabel. You needed a defensive big body in the middle, you go Murphy. And now you need a running back, and you go like John Schneider in the last 4. He's nailed the last 3 drafts, and it's because of this philosophy that he executed again this year.
And in 5 years in a row, he's actually used the pick he was given in the first round. Remember when John Schneider always trades down? Well, he traded down or traded out for 10 years in a row. But for 5 years in a row now, he's taken his pick.
And I wonder if he tried to trade down all 5 years in a row.
Probably.
He may have had.
Probably.
He may have tried and just couldn't do it. I mean, he said it last week that they wanted to trade down. Unless he's full of it, which is certainly possible. I think we're being naive if we think everything they're telling us is the truth.
Yeah.
We'll get a break.
You mean like Sean McVay?
A little fun with audio next on. That's going to be talked about. A little fun with audio next on 93.3 KJR FM.
other guy imaginable other than Ty Simpson with her. He gave just a total vanilla word salad response. And they say, hey, we really like Fernando Mendoza. Hey, there's a lot of guys we'd like to go at 13.
Sure.
So I don't know, whichever
first of
way you
all,
believe.
We're never going to hear all the total truth. It's silly season, right? The days and months leading up to the draft is silly season. So I'll just say this, because I can see both sides of this, and you brought this up, I think, first on Thursday, and you said the Rams did nothing, at least on Thursday, with that pick to improve their football team this year.
Correct.
Well, I think the Rams, personally, I think you could have brought back the team as is from last year, given the losses the Seahawks took, and the Rams may be the favorite on paper to win the NFC.
I agree with you.
Next year. Then they went out and they got Trent McDuffie, and they got Jalen Watson, and they fixed their secondary. So I think no matter what the Rams did with that 13th pick, I think they're a better team now than they were a year ago because they got those two corners for their secondary. Now, you could argue they need a third wide receiver to pair along with Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua, but Dick, here's the deal, man. If you're McVay and Les Snead and you think Ty Simpson's going to be a star, can you imagine passing on him and not having an answer when Matt Stafford retires?
Well, if
he turns out to be a stud, it'll be worth it.
If
Clearly.
he turns out to be a stud, but they would be in the vast minority of people that think he's going to turn out to be a stud.
Well, I would trust their opinion over a lot of other people's. Wouldn't you? It's Sean McVay and Les Snead, man. What they think is a lot more relevant and trustworthy than Mel Kiper Jr.
I do trust,
or anybody else on TV. I can tell you that.
I do trust McVay's ability to make quarterbacks better. Probably top 5 in the NFL. Trust his ability. He's up there with Shanahan and Reed, probably.
No doubt. All right. Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dick?
I don't listen to you often because you're not interesting.
Wrong clip. Let me ask you again. Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dave?
Thank you.
What's that, Dick?
Let's go to 3, Jackson. How about 3? Before the NFL draft last week, Daniel Jeremiah and Joel Klatt were talking about Notre Dame running back Jadarian Price. By the way, did you notice that Denbrock called him Jadarian?
Yes.
I'm just saying, okay? And
so
he
don't
coached
yell
him.
at us if we call him Jadarian.
Jadarian, they were talking about him before the draft and his likely fit with the Seahawks.
He's going to be the second running back taken. Like, this guy is really good.
If you don't get on the Jadarian Price train, I'm not feeling great about you having a running back you think could start next year. So I'm looking at him. I will put the ceiling. I'll go Seattle pick 32. And then the floor, I'll go Seattle 32. How do they not take him? They don't have a starting running back.
I was just going to say, they're picking at a point in the draft where he's going to be right value-wise. He's a starter.
Yeah, you're going to have to buy some time because Charbonnet's coming off of injury.
And, he's fantastic.
Well, look, I love both those guys, right? You know that.
Hell of a call, by the way.
Well, was it, though? I think it was a pretty easy call. I mean, we all said it as they're on the clock. Jadarian Price is sitting there. Go get him. We all knew there was a real shot that Jadarian Price was going to be a Seahawk.
I just think it was funny that
right?
The ceiling floor is the. He was so confident.
No,
he
for
sure. He didn't even think Seattle trading him back. He just says, no, it's 32.
And he may have known that he was their number one guy. I get it. But I'm just saying that if you would have looked at your little Kalshi thing before that pick, what were the odds of them taking Jadarian Price?
They were like 40%.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't like it was crazy that they would take him. So, but hey, look, bottom line is he called it. Give him credit. That's fine. I just think it was one of those deals where it's a pretty easy call to make for both parties involved, the media and John Schneider. We have no running back. Our running backs stink. They stink. We have to take this guy.
But I don't know. Were we saying that at the time that we have to take this guy? I felt I wasn't sure they were going to take him. I was like, hey, they could go corner, they could go pass rush, they could go running back.
The mock
Who's mock? Our mock?
Our mock. They had a quarterback. Their cornerback.
Our mock took about 10 guys that went in the third round, by the way.
Jay Sean Barham.
You must have been more confident than I was that they were going to take him.
I don't know why you wouldn't be. I mean, he's the best running back on the board at the biggest. I mean, there may not be a playoff team in the NFL, a contending playoff team that had a bigger hole on their roster going into the weekend than the Seahawks did at running back, right?
Yeah.
We can agree on that. And he's the best. Now, what I didn't realize is the gap between him and the next guy. And I thought the next guy would be Mike Washington. It turned out to be the kid from Indiana.
Right.
But the gap of almost 60 players, thank God they took him. I mean, obviously, the NFL believes that when Jeremiah Love was off the board, that Jadarian Price was the best option by a large margin. All right, hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dick?
All right, let's do two. During ESPN's coverage of the second round of the NFL draft on Friday, after Denzel Boston was drafted by the Browns with a 39th pick, host Mike Greenberg showed how little work he did researching the Husky wide receiver before the draft.
Cleveland Browns select Denzel Boston, wide receiver, Washington.
So there you are now. That's another player whose name you were waiting to hear called. You remember his dad, David Boston, first-round pick out of Ohio State in 1999. Denzel, 125 catches and 20 touchdowns.
All right, so first of all, his dad is not David Boston, and second of all, they're not even related. I felt kind of bad. Did you see the video of them celebrating at the party where Denzel was with his mom and dad? His mom's crying, all that stuff. Kind of crappy for his dad. His dad's name is Chris Boston, and his dad's sitting there with his son, and this schmuck on TV is calling David Boston his dad when his real dad's sitting there going, geez, man, like, really? Seriously?
Well, I mean, you can hammer Greenberg, but let's face it, he's getting fed all this information. This is his research staff.
Who knows?
Don't you think?
I don't know if that's the case or not. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. You could be very right.
Either way, like, dude, that's a thing where you just got to quickly Google search.
Well, it's not if Dick is right, because ESPN is supposed to have this top-notch research team, right? If Dick is right, it's not reasonable for anybody on TV during the draft to fact-check their fact-checkers. They've got to have some trust in the people that they work with. That's my point.
Because you have so many players.
I don't know if that was fed to him or not. He may have, and you know what? If it was fed to him, then obviously whoever created that out of thin air was wrong. But if I'm more apt to believe he just decided to say that on his own. Because if you're an ESPN fact-checker or a researcher, you would realize that that's not true. That's your job.
It would take you like 5 seconds to put it in ChatGPT.
Yeah. But don't you feel bad for his dad?
Yeah.
A little bit. Like, this is the one time he's going to get to hear his son talked about on draft day. And this weirdo's talking about David Boston being his father. It's like when that jackass butchered Jackson Smith and Jigba's name at the awards show. It's like, really, dude?
We felt bad for Denzel the whole time. We felt bad he's going to Cleveland. We felt bad because of this. It was just a bad situation.
Feel bad he's got no wide receivers around him. Going to get killed in year one. All right, let's do one more. Hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
Oh, that's a Dick.
What's that, Dick?
All right, 1, 4.
Just one.
All right. The Seahawks selected Arkansas corner Julian Neal in the third round of last week's draft. Maybe it was luck or maybe it was always meant to be. As Neal described in a social media video after the pick, talking about his pre-draft hat situation.
And guess what? This was the only hat I bought. This was literally the only hat I bought. Some company failed to send me all 32 hats. They failed to send me all 32 hats. I had to go. I said I wasn't going to buy all 32. I said, Auntie, go get me a Seahawks hat. I promise you. And it's crazy to happen, bro.
Oh, speaking of hats, you see the Diego Pavia thing? Have you seen this picture, by the way? Look at this. This is at Diego Pavia's draft party.
He's got all the hats.
He's got a full table of all 32 NFL hats, and not one of them drafted the guy because he signed as an undrafted free agent with Baltimore. I don't know, man.
He's going to be a hell of a UFL quarterback.
I just think he comes across as kind of a putz. I mean, honestly, like, who do you think you are, man? And, I don't know who it was. It may have been Cowherd, Patrick, somebody who said, you know what? Unless you're a superstar, who you are matters, right? Like Shador, when he fell.
Yes.
Diego Pavia. You better be a freaking awesome player to walk around like a D-bag. And if you're not, the NFL is going to ding you. And they ding both these dudes, man, big time. All right, Billy Kruger, who's not a D-bag. He will join Talk Some News before they embark on their series against the Twinkies next.
Here's your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
All right, here we go. Happy Monday headlines right here on 93.3 KJR FM, brought to you and you only by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill, baby.
Or like if somebody took your dad's bush.
Mariners sweeping the Cardinals. They're now a game and a half out, 14-15. They've won 4 in a row, 6-2 their last 8 at the Twinkies in Minnesota for 3 games starting tonight. Luis Castillo, Logan Gilbert, George Kirby on the mound for the M's.
Pistons need a win in Orlando today to avoid going down 3-1 to the 8th seed in the first round of the Eastern Conference playoffs.
Some undrafted free agent news. Diego Pavia will go to the Ravens. A couple of dogs, Quentin Moore to the Commanders. Omari Evans, remember him, went to the Kansas City Chiefs.
71 players have declared for early entry into the NBA draft, including this past year's Huskies, Hannes Steinbach and Bryson Tucker. What was your favorite Bryson Tucker moment?
When you just mentioned his name there.
And next year's Husky, Lawan Watts, has declared, but they have until June 13th to pull their names out and return to school.
By the way, the 71 players that you mentioned there declaring for the NBA draft, it was 363 5 years ago.
Wow.
That's what NIL has done to the NBA draft. Speaking of the NFL, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, what was your favorite MVS in a Seahawk uniform moment?
When he was cut.
Has signed a 1-year deal with Dallas, and the Bucs have exercised the 5th-year option on defensive tackle Kalijah Cansey. Let's get to Bill Kruger right now.
It's time for our weekly conversation with Bill Kruger, brought to you by the brand new Occidental Hall next to Lumen Field on Occidental, Seattle's newest hotspot for sports fans, with massive HD screens and a menu packed with Seattle's best smash burger, wings, and the best local craft beers in town. Now with Bill Kruger, here's Softy and Dick.
All right, we get back to the draft conversation, 5 o'clock. Hugh Miller normally joins us for more at 4, but we'll have him live at 5 today because the Mariners are going a little bit earlier today in Minnesota. So, again, showing his just unbelievable commitment to the radio show and the radio station by being flexible, our friend, courtesy of the Occidental Hall, the Queen Anne Beer Hall, the Moss Bay Hall, our friend Bill Kruger. How are you, man?
I've played a lot of roles in sports, and this is just like that, no different. I'm happy to. I remember I had like the first half of my career in Oakland, and then I stumbled a little bit, had to crawl my way back to the big leagues. When I joined the Brewers in 1989, I was like, whatever you want from me. And I remember a couple different times. Teddy Aguirre was a great pitcher, and he was having some arm problems. And Tom Tuberhorn goes, okay, Bill, here's the deal. You're going to walk out with Teddy, and you're going to stand behind him. And if he doesn't feel right, you're the starter. So there you go. So I'm like standing there going, so all day I'm like, am I going to start or not?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's sort of like being the backup quarterback where you know the quarterback's going to get hurt. Right. Or he might not be.
Right.
But he might.
Right. Well, maybe next time I'll just call you on a Monday and say, look, just be ready. It could be 4, it could be 5, but who knows? We might use you at 6. All right, so just be available for.
There you go.
Whatever.
It'd be a great, deja vu all over again.
Yes, yeah. We just want to make it comfortable, man. Well, we appreciate your versatility. I tell you what, guys, baseball managers are kind of like, they're kind of like airline pilots. Nobody notices until they screw up, right? But how about a little praise for the series that Danny Wilson just had this weekend? Brings in Ref Snyder to hit for Raley, gets the eventual game-winning bomb, goes to Ferrer in the 9th to clean it up in Game 3. There were 2 or 3 other moments where I thought Dan Wilson really had a really nice series in St. Louis, but of course, nobody will talk about that because it's positive and not negative. I will, but the other schmucks won't. How about the series that the skipper just had, Bill?
That was great. I mean, it goes to show you that, you play the numbers, you play the percentages, you believe in people even when they're not necessarily going well because that's what they're here to do. And he's trying to leverage the team as best he can, as high as he can, and put players where they can be successful. So I think it makes all great sense. When it's not working, people are always looking for some reason to bash him. So that's human nature, right? And the club really plugged itself in. They had different heroes. Game 2 that asked for a lot of people to step up, and they did offensively and in the bullpen. So the team has to feel good about itself. That it's not just about, well, we got a great starting pitcher and we got Cal Raleigh and Naylor and Rodriguez. That there's a 26-man squad there that helps win games.
And they all played well over the weekend, except for Brian Wu. But, you're going to have a hiccup every now and then. I don't think anybody's worried about Wu. Bill, I was anticipating a rocky ninth inning yesterday. I was anticipating maybe a walk and a hit or two for Ferrer, and maybe he gets out of it, maybe he doesn't. But, bam, it was 1, 2, 3. How reliable, in your opinion, is Jose Ferrer in high-leverage situations?
Well, he hasn't had a whole lot of them now, has he? But I think he's getting a lot of work, and you're seeing the slider a little bit more. You're seeing the command improve. The velocity's there, and he's a strong kid. They played 29 games. He's pitched in 15 games. He's had more appearances than anybody in the bullpen. So that's a team with some left-hand hitting, and it worked out well that Ferrer was strong enough to step up and pitch the ninth and get him over the top. And that's a real feather in his cap, a confidence thing for him and for the club, because there's going to be days where you play close to the vest and you ask a lot of the bullpen, and not everybody's going to be available every day. So they now know that in a tight situation that he's going to be able to do it, which is great. That's why they acquired him. It was a bet on the come, because we saw the numbers. They weren't terrific, but they liked his arm, and he's left-handed, and you got that kind of arm and left-handed. Then if there's a way to bring him in, that they need to add a second left-hander pretty bad. And they don't have a starting pitcher that's left-handed.
Right.
And you're seeing what's happening in baseball. When they took the Rover out of right center, slowly but surely, we're seeing teams that are stacked with left-hand hitters because the Rover's gone. And so right-handers have to get left-handers out, or you got to have some left-handed pitching. And the Mariners don't have any in their rotation, at least not yet. So Ferrer's an important piece.
Yeah. Well, listen, Dick mentioned Brian Wu. He's a big boy. He can handle it. He's not a baby. But he was terrible on Saturday, right? Obviously. But I'm wondering why that was, because this is now just the third time in his career. I'm actually shocked it's happened 3 times. He's allowed 4 homers, but it's the first time he's won giving up 4 home runs because the M's offense bailed him out. And anytime that happens, Bill, my radar goes up. Well, the opponent is seeing something. If he's giving up 4 home runs, is he tipping pitches? Is he just missing? Is his velocity way down? What did you see from Brian Wu? Because I generally agree with Dick. More than generally, I do agree with Dick that I'm not concerned remotely about Brian Wu. But did you see anything Saturday that you thought was a concern? And what did you make of the Cardinals taking him deep 4 times?
Ball was jumping for sure. And the Cardinals, they don't have a lot of brand names in their lineup, but there's a real reason why they let Arenado and Wilson Contreras walk, and of course Brendan Donovan walk. They got some nice players that are coming, just don't know who they are.
Right.
The Churches and all these guys that we saw in the series. I have to sit there and think for a second about their whole lineup, but they have some nice left-hand hitting, and I thought what happened to Brian Wu is they hit early. They hit early in the count. They hit the fastball, and they want to swing right away, and Brian wants to get ahead with the fastball. And you saw that what Hancock did in Game 3. He started slow. He used his changeup. He used his slider. He mixed it up. He didn't start with the fastball. And Brian was just, sort of like that perfect porridge, right? Not too hot, not too cold, just right. He was right in the middle. And they must not got the memo on the invisible that you can't find his pitches. You can't find his fastball because they found it. Mm-hmm. And he just was not above the line of the middle of the zone and up at the top, and he wasn't at the bottom. He was in the middle. He was in the middle a lot, and he was in the middle early in the count. And some of that is I get ahead, I got great stuff, and I just pound away. And then I attack the edges of the strike zone. Well, they didn't let him get there. And then, he hung some sliders. His changeup was non-existent. And he's got mediocre secondary stuff. It's not always there. Mm. And his elite fastball movement and deception are what carry him. But hey, you name the pitcher they've been taken to the woodshed, the best in the game.
Right.
The guy that's getting honored on Saturday, he's gotten woodshedded plenty of times in his career, not maybe as much as everybody, but, the Clemenses and the Martinezes and the Randy Johnsons, and I could go on, Nolan Ryan, etc. They've all been hit around and knocked out early. It happens. This guy has had an incredible run in his career. Amazingly consistent. And this is just a page turner. He doesn't need to think too much about it, but the big thing is that people know he's going to throw strikes with his fastball, and he's going to throw a lot of fastballs. So he's going to have to understand a little bit more about the inner and outer side of the plate and be able to sometimes start people with an off-speed pitch.
Bill, I love the ABS system. It came into play big time yesterday. We don't have a Rob Refsnyder home run to win it if it wasn't for the ABS system. But I'm wondering, is the ABS system exposing bad umps, or is it maybe allowing umps to be a little lazy? You know that little lane assist button you got on your car that kind of keeps your car in the lanes and you're kind of using it and maybe you're not paying quite as close attention? Which is it? Because John Bacon was 0 for 8 on overturned calls in that game when Refsnyder did that.
I think it's putting pressure on the umpires to be better. I mean, nobody wants to have the ABS call them out. That's human nature.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how I see it. The umpires are those that don't have their bathing suits on are going to get exposed when the tide goes out. We've got some bad umpires. I'm not saying this guy is, but there are some bad umpires that are still floating around the game that when the season's said and done, they're going to look at those numbers and say, wow, we got to start thinking about, replacement for some of these guys. So, what's interesting is I watched the game and the ABS is ruling on pitches. When I think in my mind's eye about a baseball, when I'm throwing a baseball through the zone, as I'm seeing myself pitch, I don't see, like when I throw a pitch, I'm not seeing that I'm getting a strike because the edge of the seam touches the edge of the plate. Right. I mean, that pitch would not be a strike as I was throwing it and thinking it's going to be a strike. Does that make sense?
Yes.
It used to be, as I thought about the plate and the baseball, I thought about the majority of the baseball being over the plate.
Right.
Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. I think this is benefiting pitchers.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. And look, I agree with Dick.
Getting the function of the baseball on the plate.
Well,
now, I mean, every situation is different. We have a tall strike zone now. The pitchers get to take advantage of that. And then used to be, we had a lower strike zone with a wider plate. And if you were really good, you got a lot more on the edges than you do today because it's very well defined by ABS. But I think it really helps the pitchers.
The call that this guy missed, what was the guy's name in the Cardinal game yesterday? The ump behind the plate with the Refsnyder. The call he missed was ridiculous. But when umpires are missing a call because they don't notice that 1/20th of the ball nicked the outside corner of the zone, I tend to give the umpires a little bit of a break on calls like that.
But 0 for 8
that's ridiculous.
Bad.
Yeah, but how bad is it? Is it 0 for 8 and missing balls that are nicking the zone, or are 7 of them 2 feet outside the zone?
Right.
So I think where these misses are happening is important.
Well, that's called a CB Buckner when they're 2 feet outside the zone.
But Bill, you mentioned it from your lips. You mentioned the guy's name from your mouth, man. Randy Johnson going to get his number retired on Saturday. And, I'm looking at, a couple of games early in his career. 91, he had 10 walks. 92, he had 10 walks. Just a complete spaz. I mean, Nuke LaLoosh, hitting guys in the stands, all that stuff, just crazy. But what do you remember about kind of hanging around Randy, seeing Randy, younger Randy in his career, watching him come up? Because, Bill, I got to be honest with you. I've had this debate with my father-in-law, who's a big Warren Spahn guy. I think Randy Johnson is the greatest left-hander of all time. You want to settle that debate for us?
Well, Warren Spahn was pretty good. He did an awful lot late in his career. But when you start talking about elite power left-handers and somebody that had the length of his career that Randy Johnson had, and pitching in I think an era where offense was a little bit more it was a lot more advantage offense. I think his numbers and his success are off the charts. I think he is the greatest left-hander ever. I do. Sandy Koufax was the greatest, but he was like a meteor. He flashed in and went away.
Right.
This guy's more like he and Nolan Ryan, 140 pitches every 5 days for 20 some odd years, throwing 98 to 106. I mean, what planet? You're not human. I mean, we look at today's game and it's like, oh, I've got 80 pitches. Okay, I'm done. And we got Randy Johnson, who doesn't even find the strike zone until 80 pitches.
Yeah.
Early in his career.
Yeah.
And Randy was, a different duck, at the beginning of his career. He had a lot of self-esteem issues and worried about, being able to throw strikes. But he was immensely proud and steely competitive. And so all of that, eventually his competitive nature and his fear of failure and his want eventually got him there. I mean, 6'10" and getting it all together, getting it down the lane like he did. And once he got it, man, was he something.
What was he like as a teammate? Was he a quiet guy? What was he like?
He's kind of quiet. I got to know Randy a little bit off the field, and he just he was very soft-spoken and very reflective and smart, but not always the fuzziest, warmest guy to deal with if you didn't know him, right? Or you caught him at the wrong moment. So, and I think he's grown immensely into his later years. He's very glib and very polite and cordial now, and really interesting to talk to. And I knew that person. It's just it didn't come out with everybody, right? And it's so funny because he would be so worried about everything. Oh, well, I go, what are we gonna do? I'm worried. I'm worried about my stuff and my walks and all this. I go, hey, look. You know what we need to worry about here, Randy? We need to worry about me. I'm in my mid-30s. Let's worry about me. All you got to do is figure out how to throw a fastball for a strike. Quit doing a helicopter at the end of your delivery. And sure enough, that's all that happened. They did this miracle that Tom House and that Nolan Ryan and Tom House, they'd spent time with them. They said, look at the way you throw your slider. You land straight. But look at where you throw your fastball. You end up and you're almost like, your arms dangling over the third base line. You're falling off so bad. Stay straight to the plate. You'll still throw just as hard. And sure enough, as soon as he squared up on his fastball, it was over. 1-2, you're done. And I'm not trying to oversimplify it because there's nothing about making overcoming the odds of being so tall to get all that coordination together and take advantage of the magnificent stuff that guy had. But let's not diminish the fact that guy is one of the most competitive guys that I ever saw take the mound.
Yeah.
Bill, last thing from me. What do we have in Cole Young here? He is destroying left-handed pitching this year to a 977 clip. I mean, do we have potentially one of the better second basemen in the American League here coming?
Well, I think he's got some bat to ball skills. He's got some power, and the fact that he can stick his shoulder in and hit left-handed pitching, that makes his career because he don't play every day now. And what has impressed me is that I knew he was athletic, but his throwing was kind of shaky last year, and his glove wasn't real smooth, and he is way better defensively. He's throwing way better. The transfer at second looks good. His range is good. He's a good player, man. The Mariners have themselves a second baseman for a very, very, very long time. And, he's going to learn. He's, 22 years old. He's going to get to know pitching and how they're pitching him and be able to anticipate a little bit more. And the numbers are going to grow with him, I think. I think he's just at the beginning. Now, Don't be jumping out and saying he's going to hit 30 and all this stuff. I mean, he's got some power. And you don't want to get consumed by power. You want to be a good hitter. You want to focus on being able to handle tough pitches, have a good at bat, try to hit the ball up the middle of the field. He's got all the great minds at his disposal. I mean, between Edgar Martinez and Kevin Seitzer, you have the ability to talk to some of the greatest hitters of my era, as far as right-hand hitters, doesn't matter, of guys that just were great all-field hitters.
Yeah.
And boy, they're not pushy. So I think he's got it all at his disposal. The club loves him, and exciting player to have at such a young age, developing like he is.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think he hits 30. I think he hits 40. Unexpected power surge from Cole Young by the end of the year. All right, Bill, you're the man. Great stuff. Appreciate the flexibility, and we'll talk in a week. All right,
Bill.
man?
Sounds good, guys. Thanks a lot. Have a good one.
Bill Kruger with us, courtesy of the Queen Anne Beer Hall. You know, I once dropped a chair on Randy Johnson's knee coming off a rehab assignment. You ever hear that story?
Chair.
So, well, what happened was he was coming off a rehab, I think, for his back. This is like mid 90s, 96. We got a minute here to do this, or are we late?
Yeah, go
We're
ahead.
Good? So, back in the day, you know, going to the clubhouse, and there would be like a semicircle around a guy's locker, and there were a couple chairs there, and I had to reach over a chair to stick my mic into Randy Johnson's face, and he had just come off a rehab assignment. I think this is the clip. So finger on the dump button there, Jackson. I think this is, we used to do these like flashbacks on the radio show. I think this is the flashback to me nearly taking out Randy Johnson with a chair literally hours after he had returned to Seattle after a rehab. Check this out.
Tell you, he can sure be a bit of a buffoon. I recollect one time, for instance, that he was with the big unit, and normally he'd be tripping over his tongue. This time, though, he tripped over a damn chair and darn near knocked Randy over.
I guess the biggest question is, am I going to have to give back my aqua socket?
Oops, sorry, Randy.
Sorry, Randy.
I mean, how big of a putz would I have felt like if Randy goes back on the injured list because fat radio announcer falls over a chair and takes out his knee? Are you kidding me? And Bill is not wrong. He was the grumpiest bastard ever. I mean, we've talked to him off the air and on the air a couple times since then, and he's fine, right? Whatever. He's doing the photography thing. But man, was he... I think his personality with the media and the fan base reflected his competitive nature because he wanted to kill you. Literally take his hands around your neck and cut off your windpipe to your soul. And that's the way he threw.
Well, I think Bill presented another side of it, too. Talked about the anxiety part of it.
Right.
It sounded like he was really anxious. He was worried all the time about how, if I have a bad game, how is it going to affect me? What do I know? How do I throw strikes? So, I mean, that adds to it, too.
Well, he was, I mean, not to be mean or anything, but when he first came up, I mean, he was kind of a freak. 6'10"? Yeah. Like, what? Like this kid from Florida, this Oliver Rui kid or whatever, that
basketball player,
7'9" and put his name in the portal and nobody wants him. But he was a real abnormality. Like honestly, like nobody was pitching at that height. Back in the 80s.
Pitching at that height.
Right. Nobody was doing what he was doing. And for him to control all of that and figure it out, he'd walk everybody. I just told you there were two games early in his career, 91 and 92. He had 10 walks. 10! I mean, dude, guys aren't lasting long enough now to be allowed to walk 10 guys.
I was at his no-hitter.
Yeah.
And I had no idea it was a no-hitter until like the 8th inning because he had base runners all game long.
Right. How many people did he walk in that no-hitter, by the way?
At least 4, if not 5.
Yeah, well, I don't know, man. He was, like I said, I'm glad to hear that Bill Kruger agrees with me. Now I can go back to my father-in-law and tell him he's wrong. And Randy Johnson's the greatest left-hander of all time. All right, we're going to break. Hugh Millen joins. Draft, recap, the whole thing at 5 on 93.3 KJR FM. at anything because you're walking the whole friggin' lineup, right? I think there is a number that you can get to where it seems a little bit kind of ridiculous.
Well, you're going to be pulled out of a game.
Yeah.
Like, if you can't get out, you're going to be pulled out of the game.
I think though that again, you're not amusing me here. I want you to amuse me. Just play with me here for a second, okay? just kind of play along here. Let's say there's a guy who goes out there, and he mentioned Randy Johnson had 10 walks twice in his career, where you can just be so wild where maybe you rely on a couple of double plays to bail you out. And it would have had to have been a game from 20 years ago when guys were allowed to throw 140, 50 pitches. It would never happen now. But I do think, just to wrap up this cockamamie conversation, that there is a number, and I wonder if the text line agrees. Is there a number of walks that a pitcher can have in a game and have a no-hitter that would in some ways lessen the impact of the no-hitter?
Okay.
That's what I want to know.
Yes. So he gets through the whole 9 innings, he gets the no-hitter, and he wins or loses.
See, now that's my thing.
Right.
Here, you're asking the question, Softy, at what point does it lessen the no-hitter?
If they lose.
If they lose,
I think it lessens a little
bit.
bit.
If you lose the game, that's it.
Okay, so it seems like you've kind of seen the light here a little bit. There is a scenario where a no-hitter maybe doesn't feel like a no-hitter, and maybe the impact is a little bit less than what it could have been.
It's still historic, but if you lose the game, like I remember Andy Hawkins, right? So, I mean, those don't happen very much when you lose the game. I remember Andy Hawkins for having a no-hitter and actually losing the game. Now, he was...
How did they lose that game?
I believe it... I want to say it was a... bases loaded, bases clearing error, and I want to say it was Ruben Sierra. But... I mean, I remember way more about 80s baseball than I do about, like, last week's baseball.
Yeah. So,
because I paid closer attention to it in the 80s. I think it was bases. I think he walked the bases loaded, and it was cleared by an error. Like, somebody dropped it in right field.
Right.
It's funny. This has happened more times than you... Guess how many times in baseball history that it has happened where it's been where a no-hitter, but the team loses. Guess.
6?
Ooh. Softy?
I don't know. 5.
It is 6. Ken Johnson with the Colt 45s in 1964.
Right.
Steve Barber, Stu Miller with the Orioles in 1967. Andy Hawkins for the Yankees in 1990. Matt Young for the Red Sox in 1992. Weaver. I haven't recently.
Jared Weaver.
Yeah, Jared Weaver, Jose Arenado in 2008. And then also just a few years ago, Hunter Green, Art Warren in 2022 for the Reds.
Hawkins allowed no hits while pitching a complete game, but lost 4-0 to the White Sox in the Yankees' final appearance at Comiskey in 1990. Baseball does not consider this effort an official no-hitter because Hawkins only completed 8 innings pitched. So it's not
because he didn't have to pitch the 9th?
Correct. It's not technically a no-hitter.
Okay.
So there you go. All right. Well, whatever. Anyway, all right. Hugh Millen will join us at 5. We'll talk some draft with him. We've been focusing a lot on Jadarian Price, Mike Denbrock, offensive coordinator, Notre Dame, coming up in the 6 p.m. hour. But the other guys they got, Bud Clark from TCU, Julian Neal, Arkansas, Bo Stevens out of Iowa, the guard. Emmanuel Henderson's interesting as a wide receiver from Kansas that started his play at Alabama, played for Kalen for a year, and then transferred to Kansas. Andre Fuller, the corner from Toledo. Nose tackle Devin Eastern from Minnesota, and Michael Dansby, the corner from Arizona. So just the one offensive lineman, which goes to show you kind of where this line is at. Right? That they don't need to draft a lot of offensive linemen. The only real thing they need is some competition for Anthony Bradford, and I wonder if Bo Stevens is going to give it to him.
I hope he is, certainly, after all we've heard from you, right, on Anthony Bradford. And the only surprise that I see in this whole list is that there's no DE listed. No defensive end taken. That's the really only major surprise. Every other box, the running back box was the number 1 box. Did we decide that corner was the number 2 box over defensive end? Did we make that assertion?
That's what I thought.
Okay, I would agree with you. Yeah. And they got 3 of those, and 4 if you include Bud Clark, who might end up playing corner. I mean, they got tons of cornerbacks.
Well, he has played corner, right?
Yes.
Bud Clark. You said that at the draft. He's played everywhere. Nickel, he's played outside, he's played inside, he's played safety. And, you know, look, I mean, I would have been totally fine again with them going after a guard if there was one that was worthy of taking there at number 32 if Price was not available. I think they made the absolute exact right call, getting the running back from Notre Dame. The Bud Clark thing to me is interesting because he weighs 188 pounds. You don't see a lot of safeties in the NFL playing at a $188, so he's kind of slim. The Bo Stevens thing, Anthony Bradford was a 4th-round draft pick. This guy was a 5th-round draft pick, but I wonder how much right guard he's played versus left guard and how that impacts his chances of maybe kicking Anthony Bradford off the offensive line. Look, I mean, if Anthony Bradford gets pushed by this guy and he's a better player because of it, then so be it. Great. I don't really care who starts at right guard. I just want that position to be improved, and it could be improved by better play from Anthony Bradford.
Yeah, and I mean, when's the last time we had 4 of our 5 offensive linemen set? I mean, probably
forever.
You could probably go back to the 05 team, right? Because that was the strength of that Super Bowl team. The best unit, in my opinion, on that Super Bowl team was the offensive line.
Well, who did they bring back from 13 to 14? From the Russell Okung, Unger played in 14. I know he did because he was on the field when Jermaine Kearse caught that touchdown.
Yes.
One of my favorite images of that play is watching the offensive line just stop and stare downfield. Breno, I think, was on that team. Unger was on that team. Okung was on that team. I think they brought back either all 4 or 5 or maybe all 5 of their guys from 2013.
So I'm looking at late September 2014. Yeah. It went Carpenter.
Right.
Okung, Carpenter, Unger, Sweezy, Britt.
Right. I think
that's all 5.
But wasn't Breno on that team too in 2013?
I'm looking at 14 right now.
Right, yeah, right. So, yeah, I mean, it's been that long. That's the point, that it's been that long since they had that kind of talent back from the previous year. And what's really cool about this group is that they're all locked in. Gray Zabel's got 4 years left. Lucas and Cross just signed new contracts. Jalen Sundell's, I think, going to get a new contract at some point unless he goes to free agency and someone just gets stupid.
So
but you got a shot to see these guys play together for a long time, man.
Both tackles were gone in 2014 from the 13 team. Remember Paul McQuiston?
Yes.
Paul McQuiston and Breno Giacomini were your 2 tackles in 2013.
It's pretty fun, isn't it, to talk about a good offensive line and one that could stay together for a while. And if that thing stays together for a while, the Hawks are going to be pretty good. Honestly, they're going to be, because that to me is what makes this whole offense go. Nothing works. Nothing. I know it's not sexy, it's not fun, but nothing works without that freaking group up front, man. How did the Huskies get so good in 2023? Yeah, Penix was great. The wide receivers were great, but they had the best offensive line in college football. We're going to break. Text them audios, and then Hugh Millen joins at 5 on 93.3 KJR FM. Going here, 49451 on the Tacoma Dodge text line. What do you got?
Cadillac Williams and Ronnie Brown from Auburn.
Ooh.
I believe they were both top 5 picks. Surprising that Love and Price are not the first pair to do this.
I don't think they were top.
None of that sounds remotely correct.
Look it up.
Ronnie Brown was the he was the second overall pick of the 2005 NFL draft.
And you want me to tell you?
No, son of a bitch. Yep. How about that?
It happened.
Cadillac Williams.
But not in the same year.
Yep.
Yeah, same year. Both out of Auburn.
Number 2 and number 5.
Number 2 and number 5.
Well, how about that?
Well, that's what happens when your prep is taking a nap.
I had no idea.
Maybe I should have more Post-it notes on my show sheet for the radio show. Yeah, there you go. Well, okay, so it's happened before. 2005, Ronnie Brown. Alex Smith was the number 1 pick. Braylon Edwards. God, there was 3 running backs taken in the top 5. Cedric Benson went to the Bears.
Terrible draft class at the top.
That was a pretty bad draft, man.
Holy smokes.
Well, the 2005 draft was pretty darn good if you look at the whole thing.
Right, I'm just looking at the top.
First round. I mean, Mike Williams, but it's the Mike Williams out of USC, by the way.
Right.
DeMarcus Ware was a really good player. But then after that, there's not a lot until Aaron Rodgers at 24.
Wow.
That's a terrible draft. David Pollock, who's now working for ESPN.
So almost every team regrets not drafting Aaron Rodgers.
Pretty much.
Maybe you'd rather have DeMarcus Ware than Aaron Rodgers because you don't have to deal with it.
No, rather have Aaron Rodgers.
Well, you don't have to deal with the headache.
Yeah, but he's a quarterback. So what?
I mean, Dallas was fine at quarterback, weren't they all through that
In
time?
2005? I think they would have rather had Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, probably so.
Right? All right, what's next?
Based on those early season stats, and based on the fact that he plays faster than his combine numbers, I am wondering, are we going to look back at Price as a steal at 32?
First of all, you got to make a promo of that last segment there, that last little thing. None of that sounds remotely right. Son of a bitch.
It was.
It is right. What was the topic again?
The guy
Price can be a steal.
Yeah, the person, excuse me.
Yes. Well, is it possible that we're looking back one day as Price being the better pro than Love? Maybe. I think Love's going to be a star. And I think he's going to a good spot, too, by the way. I tell you what, man, what Arizona's doing down there, they're kind of doing what the Seahawks did in that they're getting a lot of these other guys in first.
Do they have a line?
Well, they got the tight end in McBride. They got the running back in Love. They got some pretty decent receivers led by Marvin Harrison. Don't really have much of a line yet, but fix that.
Right.
Go after a quarterback maybe in next year's draft. I mean, who knows,
Well, because
man?
that's the part that I underestimated. I thought Genty was going to be a superstar. In fact, I drafted him like 6th overall in my fantasy.
But their line stunk.
But their line was so terrible that it just killed him. So
why'd you draft him? Why'd you draft him so high if the line stunk? You just thought it wouldn't matter?
I just thought he was a stud.
Yeah. He was on my do not draft list because of the line.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you should talk to him more often.
You should, Dick.
Oh, it killed my draft. That Malik Neighbors going down for the season in September.
Dick, this is what 20,000 Post-it notes will do for your prep.
Exactly. And how many of those Post-it notes did you actually reference during the broadcast? Like 3?
What's funny is I referenced all of them, but I didn't reference more than 10% of the information on the Post-it notes.
Well, if you keep doing that, that's what's going to happen. You're going to not reference any of it. But you may need it later on. You never know. All right, what's next?
What evidence is there that Sean McVay is such a great quarterback coach? He has had 2 starters. Goff, who was okay but has been just as good if not better in Detroit. And Stafford, who was already a star.
I think both Goff and Stafford got considerably better going to Sean McVay than they were prior to Sean McVay.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
Look, here's all I know about Sean McVay. All right, let's not be stupid here. As big as Seahawks fans as we are, as much as we can't stand the Rams and all that, Sean McVay has been the head coach of the LA Rams for 9 years now. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4 division championships. He's got a Super Bowl title. He's been to the playoffs 3, 6, 7 times, and he's lost a Super Bowl. All in his first 9 years in the NFL before he turned 40 years old.
He's excellent.
The guy's a great coach.
He's going to the Hall of Fame.
Let's not be silly, okay? All right, what's next?
As Husky fans in Colorado, we are excited to watch Jonah Coleman play for the Broncos this season.
Yeah.
Look forward to Coleman scoring the winning touchdown against the Seahawks in the Super Bowl.
I thought he was a Husky fan living in Colorado. So he's not a Seahawks fan now. He's a Husky fan. He's now a Bronco fan living in Colorado. Is that what he's saying?
How's Bucky going to handle that? How's Bucky going to handle rooting for a Husky?
Well, he'll root against the Seahawks and for Denver. We know where his allegiances lie.
No, I'm saying that
right?
Having a Husky for a running.
I'd root for a Duck if he played for the Hawks.
Yeah.
So what?
Who was the cornerback we had, the nickel corner in the Super Bowl year who was so good?
Walter Thurman.
Walter Thurman.
Yeah, Thurman was great.
No problem. Hey, you know what? As long as you can help me, great. You can't? Go screw yourself. I mean, it's all about us, right? When it's all said and done.
What if Jonah Coleman becomes a better NFL back than Jadarian Price?
Well, isn't that a great spot for him, though,
yes.
in Denver?
Very good.
He's on a ready-made Super Bowl team with a great head coach, really good quarterback. I wouldn't call him great, but a good quarterback in Bo Nix. He's got talent around him. They got a great defense out there. If not for Bo Nix going down, they probably win the AFC last year, right? So good for him. All right, one more. Go ahead.
I think at this point in baseball history, throwing a no-no for the pitcher is still impressive. But for the coach to let them stay in past their pitch count, that is getting more and more impressive.
I don't think no-hitters mean as much today as they used to. I kind of feel that way. Remember back in the day, Dick, growing up, when a guy would have a no-hitter? We now go live to Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia, where Steve Carlton is working on a no-hitter. And that stuff doesn't happen anymore. Let's now break in live as Michael Schmidt is about to hit his 500th home run. Remember those days?
Sure, but I mean, wouldn't MLB Network break in for any no-hitter?
Yeah, but I just don't feel like people pay as much attention to it anymore.
Because people don't pay attention to baseball as much.
Oh, is that what it is? All right.
I mean, baseball was the thing in the 80s, man.
I think you think what happens in your brain is a reflection of society, by the way. Baseball is like way more popular now.
Oh, Dave, come on.
It is.
Go look at the playoffs and the World Series ratings now versus 30, 40 years ago. It's not even close.
Dick, the ratings are skyrocketing in baseball right now. Have you not been paying attention to that?
Dave, recently, the last few years, yes, they have gone up. I'm talking about 80s ratings versus today's.
God.
Just please, before you say anything else, just go look at what the World Series ratings were in the 80s and 90s versus the ratings of the World Series now.
But I don't know if I'm disagreeing with you, but what the picture that you're painting is that nobody watches baseball. That's the picture that you're painting.
I think people followed day-to-day baseball more than it was the era of baseball cards, man.
I totally agree with that.
The 80s and 90s more so than today.
I'm not saying you're wrong at all.
That's all I'm saying.
Well, that's not what I heard you say. I heard you just piss all over the game like nobody gives a crap and nobody pays attention. That's what that's what I thought you were saying to me. If you're telling me that baseball was way more a part of our national fabric 30 years ago than it is today, I'll give you that.
I'm saying no-hitters are harder now because pitchers get taken out more than they did back then.
For sure.
And I think they would still break into a game on MLB Network.
Yeah.
I don't know how I crapped on the game.
Because you just said nobody watches baseball. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
In comparison
I'm just
to
looking at
back in the day.
I feel like no-hitters are not as big a deal today as they used to be. For most people, I feel like the allure of the no-hitter, it doesn't really resonate as much with people now as it did when we were growing up. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe people still think it's great. All right, we're going to break. Hugh Millen joins next on 93.3 KJR FM. After sweeping the St. Louis Cardinals, Luis Castillo, Logan Gilbert, George Kirby on the mound for the M's in the series, who have won 4 in a row and 6-2 in their last 8 games all of a sudden. How about that?
Have you heard of the name Sebastian Sawe this weekend?
Yes, he's a marathon runner who made history. Yes.
He became the first person in history to run a marathon in under 2 hours.
4.5-minute mile, by the way.
That is just ridiculous.
What will by the time Dick and I are gone at our funeral, the day of our funerals, what will be the world record in the marathon?
Well, how long we living?
1 hour and
30 more years.
Yeah, 1 hour, 49 minutes.
I was going to say 50.
It'll be under
1 hour and 50
under
minutes.
$1.50.
Yeah.
All right? In humans' existence before the sun hits the earth, will anybody be under an hour?
Yes, absolutely.
An
I agree
hour?
with you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Human evolution, man. Human evolution.
I agree with Jackson.
Well, how long does it take to go from like 4 hours to 2 hours?
I'm looking it up right now. I think what's going to happen is that a human will mate with a cheetah and create what is called a chuman, and that chuman, half human, half cheetah, will run the marathon in under 20 minutes. What else we got? NFL, Marquez Valdez-Scantling. Remember him?
Mm-hmm.
1-year deal with the Cowboys, and the Bucs have exercised the 5th-year option on defensive tackle Kalijah Cansey.
Brothers Matt and Alex Fitzpatrick won the Zurich Classic title on the PGA Tour yesterday. Now, what do you think of this? Allowing Alex an exemption into the PGA Tour for 2 years because his brother helped carry him to a 2-man PGA Tour win.
I don't like that. No, that doesn't sound fair at all.
Yeah.
By
He's
the
a
way,
really good player, but he's not that good a player.
118 years ago, as we welcome Hugh Millen in here to the radio program, Live at 5 on the radio show, I actually thought about that question over the weekend when I saw that Sebastian Sau, is that his name?
Sawe, yeah.
Had set the first under 2-hour marathon in human history. I think somebody else also did it and finished second place. So it happened twice. So, Hugh, here's the question. 118 years ago, the world record for a marathon was owned by a guy named Johnny Hayes, 2 hours and 55 minutes. So in 118 years from now,
we've trapped almost an hour off it.
Is it possible that we see somebody run a sub 1 hour marathon?
No.
Okay.
No, I think that's not a linear curve. I think it slows. There's a point where you just know you reach the limits of humanity.
Okay. So
because if you were to say at some point you got to say there's a limit because you could say, well, we could do it an hour. Okay, give it another 100 years. You could do a half an hour. Give it another.
No, for sure. For
100
sure.
years. We go 15 minutes. It doesn't.
Yes.
I mean, you could talk yourself into the cow jump over the moon.
So
how about an hour 30?
Yeah. How about 90 minutes?
Yeah, that's probably closer. That's realistic. I look. I'm obviously no expert in this, but to the idea that methodological naturalism has limitations, yes, it does.
Well, it took 66 years. Your buddy, my buddy, everybody's buddy, Bibi Bikila from Ethiopia.
Oh yeah, I remember watching
September of 1960. No, you don't. September of 1960, 13 years before Dick Fane was born. He was watching it. 2 hours, 15 minutes, and now we're talking about an hour 59. So it took 66 years to shave 16 minutes off.
Well, as I said, I don't think it's going to be at that pace.
Right.
And Bob Beamon, how long did he have the long jump record for? 20, 30 years.
Long time, right?
Right. You could sit there and say, are we ever going to jump 40 feet, 50 feet? No, there is a limitation. I'll
tell you what, there's no limitation on your draft analysis, pal.
Zero.
Unbelievable, man. Great weekend for you. Good to see you. Phenomenal job on the air the last few days, but now that you kind of soaked everything up, you watched a bunch of film, you broke everything down. What'd you take away from the week that was for the Hawks, man?
Yeah, position and needs. Obviously, it's the ideal position to be drafting 32. Everybody wants that. You don't want to have only 4 picks, and you don't want to have done that when you've watched a lot more talent walk out the door than has come in the door, in the free agent losses. So I think there's a little bit of a concern coming into the draft. And in talking to sources and people you trust, that they they said that they had the first pick, that they wanted to get the halfback Price, and then they said, hey, at 64, we're going to get Bud Clark, and then at 96, we're going to get Julian Neal. And you say, well, wait a minute, that's just them wolfing. That's easy for them to say after the fact. Well, if this was my first or my fifth year in this, then maybe I'd be influenced that way. But it's my 28th year, and of course they're never going to say that before the draft, nor would I ask, right? Because I wouldn't get an answer. But after the fact, I've had plenty of years, double-digit years, where you say, hey, it just didn't go the way we thought it would go. But I actually believe that the most likely the thing they wanted, the Seahawks, and what they expected to happen is that they would get Price, they would get Clark, and they would get Neal.
Right.
And the only thing that kind of upset their plan was they wanted to get Price, at maybe 35 to 38, move back just a couple of spots. And but for that, they got what they wanted in a year that they didn't have a lot of picks.
How about the biggest steal? Now that you've spent the entire weekend watching all these new Seattle Seahawks, was there a player that impressed you the most versus maybe where he went in the draft?
Well, that would probably be the defensive tackle. I just watching Devin Eastern. In watching him, you think, okay, he's a run stuffer. He's in the 315 pounds, 88th percentile in weight, Dick, and you just kind of say, all right, this is just a two-gapping guy that is there to eat up space. But I thought, he played for Minnesota, and so you watch him against good competition. And I thought there was a number of plays against a wide array of competition where he could slip the gap and penetrate and show some explosion. So I'm not an expert on the seventh round. I guess I don't profess to be an expert on anything. But I will say I watched the first round.
Yeah.
In earnest every year. And then from there, when the Seahawks get drafted and I evaluate these guys, I say, okay, I've been comparing them against first rounder. This is why they don't look like first rounders to me. I was surprised that Eastern was a seventh rounder.
Right. Well, let me go back to Jadarian Price or Jadarian Price. By the way, just so you know, Hugh, we had Mike Denbrock on the air. Yeah. He called him Jadarian, by the way, multiple times on the radio show. So, I mean, he could be wrong, or maybe he just likes to call him Jadarian, whatever. I don't know. Yeah. But he was.
I know from experience, sometimes coaches don't always get your name right.
Yeah.
I've heard idiot.
Yeah.
I might be called.
Didn't Don call you Bob when you played there at UW, for God's sake? Yeah. But hey, so let's talk about Jadarian Price for a little bit, because I noticed this, that Jeremiah Love was the number 3 pick in the draft and only carried the ball 199 times. Yeah. And it's not very often. It's actually, I kind of went back and looked at it going back to 2010. That's the fewest carries for a top 10 running back in at least 16 years. How much of that was because of Jadarian Price, you think?
Yeah. I think that they looked and they said they've got a very potent number 2. Heck, he was the second halfback drafted. So I think that they wanted that. I don't know if it was a 1-2 punch, but they wanted the variance and Price, bless his heart, he stayed at Notre Dame and he wanted to be challenged. And so a lot of the things that the grit that he showed, just not only on the field, but the decisions he made to stay loyal to Notre Dame, to want to be part of the competition, it speaks to his character. And that's something the Seahawks were drawn to.
If Price were starting at Alabama or Ohio State and he was getting the bulk of the carries, would that have vaulted him very much in the first round, or do some of his limitations just keep him down at the bottom end of the first round?
That's a great question. Well, I think he'd definitely be starting at Alabama. That guy, Bam, whatever.
Right.
Bam something is the least Alabama-looking running back that I've seen in 20 years.
That's actually his last name is something, by the way.
Help me out.
Doesn't matter. Irrelevant. Continue. Go ahead.
But he just kind of looks like a stiff fullback playing halfback, and so Price absolutely would have started. Well, in theory, one could say he'd start for everybody but Notre Dame. I like the Arkansas kid, Mike Washington, but But in any event, I think he's worthy of that pick right around the second to the last or the last pick rather. And but we I think we touched on this on Friday. If you listen to John Schneider and he said, hey, we wanted to move back, then if we say the enthusiasm for a draft pick on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 by definition is a guy that you don't even contemplate moving back from. You just give him the ticket and take that guy now. And so by definition, you could say that the Seahawks were something less than 10. You can only convince me that their enthusiasm for Jadarian Price was a 9.
Right.
Because it just doesn't stack up logically. Now, I could readily agree that it was a 9, an 8 or a 9. Obviously, it was high because they drafted him, but it wasn't a 10. And so, there's some things about him that you look and see he's not a great finisher from a physical standpoint. His burst is not elite. His long speed is not elite. Where I would say that he is borderline elite is his lateral quickness. I think his vision is damn good. There's very few runs where I thought he missed the hole. But I think just the shiftiness and the ability to sense an open area, not chop his feet, get to the space. I mean, there's only one run I think his entire. I looked at them all, 113 runs. There's only one run where I thought he gathered himself too much to change direction, and it was very conspicuous because just like, oh, whoa, that's a no bueno.
Right.
But the point is that it was only one. So, there's a lot to like about him. A contributor in the pass game, 7 attempts, 6 catches. Now, never did they feature him as a number 1 target, meaning let's run a H choice on third down. You're the H, you've got the option route, and the quarterback, he's reading 1 to, whatever, whether it's a comeback to the outside, whatever it is. He was not featured as a number 1 guy. He was always just the check down, or most of his catches were screens.
Right.
So we don't quite know what he can be in the pass game as a receiver, but we're going to find out.
By the way, this is kind of funny. This guy was so irrelevant at Bama. His name isn't even Bam. It's Jam. Jam Miller is the
Bam
guy.
Jam. Yeah. You know what?
Bam Jam. Whatever. He's gone is what he is. So, but
Jam,
But the point is that I wonder how much you expect out of him in year number 1. Mike Denbrock says, hey, there's no reason this guy can't be your starting quarterback, and that's good, or starting running back, and that's good because he will be your starting running back. But, when Sean showed up here, Hugh, in 2000, you had Ricky Waters. When Rashad Penny showed up here, you had Chris Carson. I mean, this guy is going to be concerned about Emmanuel Wilson, Jacardia Wright, Velus Jones, while Charbonnet's nursing the knee. So he's the guy. I mean, what do you expect out of him in year 1?
He's RB1 right now.
Right
now, if they want to do this little ridiculous charade about politics and start at the back of the line and earn your way in, fine. Look, he'd be on solid ground. And I love Mike McDonald. I love that dude. So I don't mean to make light of any decisions he may make in the future, but I do think it would be a charade. Look, if he's not your RB1, he made a big mistake on Thursday. Because the cover the light ain't gonna get any greener for any running back coming in, first round draft pick.
Right.
When you think Charbonnet, hell, I think he'd be RB1 even if Chardonnay was healthy and never torn his knee up. And then Emmanuel Wilson, 1.8 million. No, the market spoke. This guy is RB1. Why? Because he earned it because he's a first-round draft pick. That's just pragmatism, in my opinion. So, I think he's going to get the first carry in the first game. He's got enough experience, in big-time football. Granted, Notre Dame didn't play a, Big Ten schedule or an SEC schedule. They had, Texas A&M and Notre Dame to start the season, and then kind of it slid downhill from there.
Miami, you mean? Miami. Yeah.
What'd I say?
You said Notre Dame.
Miami.
Who, by the way, both
he's
those
on Notre Dame.
Both those teams made the college football playoff, and Texas A&M lost to Miami, who played for the national championship.
Thank you for the correction.
Yeah.
Yes. But he's done enough at a big program. To me, he's RB1 on the first practice of minicamp, and he's RB1 in the first opening game in September.
Hugh, is Bud Clark a corner or a safety for Seattle?
He's a safety. He's a slot safety. There's a real opportunity for him to get a lot of nickel reps. And he played as a slot corner 309 snaps. He was only a back end safety at 139. And then other alignments that could be thrown in that are called the boxes at 214. So he's a guy used to being near the line of scrimmage and playing in man-to-man. I looked at every single reel where they were in cover one. This is TCU. Cover one is man-to-man with one free safety. And I wanted to see, hey, how did they use him when they wanted to play cover one? Was he the post safety and other guys were playing man-to-man? Well, I only saw one snap where he was the post safety in man-to-man. The other times he was the guy responsible for a slot receiver.
Mm-hmm.
And what we call the number two receiver, counting outside in, even in trips, he was usually on the middle. Very rarely was he anything other than covering the number two. So his coverage skills he's very fluid. I mean, a beautiful looking athlete for a safety. Thing is, when you look at his frame, he doesn't look like a safety. He's in the 9th percentile for weight at 188 with 100 percentile being heavy. So,
right.
But the 441, while we're talking percentiles, that's 93rd percentile for a safety. So when you watch him, you almost feel like you're not watching a safety, but very, very fluid movements, 15 interceptions, 3-time captain, been playing for seems like a decade, so he's got a lot of experience. So the guys, him coming in, he should be able to play right away.
Yeah.
And it'll be interesting if he plays in the nickel, that'll allow Devin Witherspoon to stay at corner.
Well, let's come back and talk about whether or not Bo Stevens can push Anthony Bradford. I want to know how much right guard time Bo Stevens got at Iowa. And how about Julian Neal replacing Reek Woolen, maybe as a starting corner for this football team? More with Hugh next on 93.3 KJR FM.
We're going to get them all in the run game, technical in the pass game. Love going to hit. I'm not one to shy away from contact for sure. But just more of that, more overall, just a professional person, a person that takes things seriously.
All right, that's Bo Stevens. I'm glad to hear that he takes things seriously, by the way. You imagine if he said, you know what, I really don't like contact. I'm kind of a clown, a little lazy.
Don't really like football.
Don't even know why I got drafted, to be honest with you. So that'd be a little bit disappointing. But Hugh, why don't we just start there? Because we heard the clip there coming back. Bo Stevens, drafted 148th overall, 5th round. Do you see a guy that, honestly, in reality, could push Anthony Bradford for maybe a starting spot?
We'll get to that in a second. I think the first thing that you notice is obviously that they spent a 4th round pick for next year to acquire this trade, and that tells you that they probably had him a 3rd to 4th round grade and just felt like the value was too good, right? I mean, here's a guy that the Hawkeyes had the Joe Moore award-winning offensive line, and they had 2 first-team All-Americans, the center and then Bo Stevens as the left guard. Steven, for his part, 0 sacks in 3 seasons. Like last year, no sacks, no hits, no penalties, 0 on all those, just only 4 pressures. And so what you see is a guy that, yes, he's aggressive, plays through the whistle, wants to dominate his man. He is a technician. He had a lot of help on a lot of his protection from that first-team All-American center, because when they do the half turn with the right-handed quarterback, if it's 4-man rush, then the guard's going to get help. But that point notwithstanding, I thought he was a little better in the pass game that he was in the run game. The run game, his athleticism at the next level, I don't think he had great lateral agility. I think he came in too hot. Sometimes you got to kind of control yourself and come to balance a little bit, widen your base, drop your hips a little to be able to square up on linebackers. If you just come out looking for the KO, you can miss them. I thought that happened too often. I think the concern, and I think it's interesting just in a draft philosophy standpoint. If a guy's a 3rd day, it's generally he has great athletic traits, but it didn't translate on the football field. He didn't play great football, or he played great football, but for whatever reason, the school or his athletic limitations, he's thought to not have his game translate. Obviously, in this guy's case, first-team All-American AP, it's the latter. He is a guy that really excelled, but there's a thought about his athletic limitations. Out of 22 offensive guards at the combine, he had both the shortest arms and the smallest hands. Of all the 189 players at all positions who ran at the combine, he had the slowest miles per hour at 18.5. Now you'd expect a guard, to have it. So that's a little bit misleading to lump him in with 189, but there's some athletic limitations. And as I said, you watch him in space, not great foot quickness. So he's going to have to do it more with technique. I think he improved his hand placement, and the guy, I had to go back to 2022 to find right guard snaps on him. He was 387 snaps at right guard then. That would be the equivalent of a freshman year.
Right.
Although 2021 had been his freshman year. But the last 2 years, he's got 1,294 snaps, all of them at left guard. And he's not going to, catch a whiff or take a sniff of left guard for Seattle. He's going to be a right guard only if he's going to be competing, because Gray Zabel obviously mans the left guard. We'll see if he can be some competition over at right guard.
Do you see him doing that? Honestly, beating out Bradford?
I think I wouldn't say it's a slam dunk because Bradford has the experience on him, but the holes there. I'll just say this: it's not just me. Pro Football Focus, real quick, last year out of 85 qualifying guards, Pro Football Focus had him 77th out of 85. The year before, 74th out of 79 qualifiers. The year before that, 64th out of 83. And the pass blocking are worse. So I won't go through those numbers. So I think that he's been consistently a well below the median performer. Like that's objectively fact if you accept those grades. So I always think there's an opportunity if there's a capable player to replace him. But so thus far Bradford's been able to kind of stave off competition.
How about Julian Neal? Do you think he could be a starter right away?
Well, I mean, I don't think he's going to beat out Josh Jobe right off the bat and Witherspoon. I think that what will be interesting is okay. So Nick Eamon-Wari is basically a nickel Sam backer. He had less than 10 snaps in the back end, so he's just a linebacker as I think this thing through. In the dime, when they brought Witherspoon inside and they had Reek Woolen outside along with Jobe, and then Bryant and Love as the safeties, then what will happen is you kind of got a competition, Dick, between Bud Clark and Julian Neal. Because if Bud Clark is a more capable nickel, then you leave Witherspoon outside. If Julian Neal is a more capable corner, because I don't think they're going to drop Julian Neal inside. If Julian Neal is a more capable corner, then you say, okay, let's drop Witherspoon in and let him play the slot like they did with Reek Woolen. So in a way, even though they play different positions, I think it's not unlike guys offensively. You've got 11 personnel competing with 12 personnel.
Right.
Right. 3 receivers. So that third receiver is competing for playing time with the second tight end or the fullback. If you're in 21 personnel, it's like what personnel group is most efficient. So I think there'll be some battles there. But Julian Neal, here's the thing about him, Dick. They want here's the 2 most important things: cover the go route and come up like your hair's on fire on the run game, and everything else they can live with. Those are the most important things in a Mike Macdonald defense. And so the area where Julian Neal, when I'm comparing him to all the first rounders that I watch, and then I throw on a Julian Neal tape, his aggression is great. He can cover the go route. He's got the length and the speed to cover the go route.
Yeah.
Where is he a third rounder, not a first rounder? Well, in his transition, I think there's like a pause. When you watch a golfer and they have a perceptible pause at the top of their swing?
Absolutely.
Like when I watch him in the back pedal and then he wants to transition, it's almost like there's a pause there. Obviously, he doesn't want to have that. The guys, the most fluid guys, it's just boom. There's a reaction. So, and then I saw him on a shallow cross against Texas A&M. His long speed, he couldn't chase this shallow cross. I'm like, where's the speed there? I need more. So there's some things about it that you look and you say that's why he's a third rounder. But you know what? He's a feisty competitor.
Well, you got Emmanuel Henderson, who's if he's gonna earn a spot, it'll be on special teams as a gunner. I know Kalen loved him when he was at Bama, and then he went to Kansas for a year, and then the 7th rounders in Fuller, Eastern, Dansby. We'll see if these guys pan out. We'll spend some time talking about those guys down the road here once you got your eye on them, come camp and all that. But I want to spend a few minutes here getting your thoughts on the rest of the division. Just pick and choose whatever you want. The Rams got Ty Simpson and people flipped out. Cardinals got Jeremiah Love. The Niners are kind of getting beat to death by people down there. But what stands out to you about what the NFC West did?
Well, Ty Simpson, I think that was the real shocker of the draft. You know, as high as 13, and I think we talked about Jared Goff had been well accomplished, and yet the Rams sent Goff and 2 number ones to get Matthew Stafford. So what was it that Stafford provided that Goff didn't have? Well, he could play above the scheme. If things broke down, he's got the arm angle and doing funky things, and of course he's got the cannon, the hand cannon attached to his shoulder, and so that kind of electric juice that he had with his arm was seemingly the difference. And yet now you pick a successor, and Ty Simpson, he's not doing any I studied all 477 as dropbacks. I don't think he had one single off platform or off arm angle throw. He's a decent creator, not great. And so and then the arm strength. A lot of times when he drives the ball, you're wanting more, so more pace. So I'm perplexed about that. But a lot of people, they say, have you heard this one? Like, okay, next year's draft. Who are the? I'm going to just say my opinion on this, and I'm going to give some examples. There are so many examples of guys we say, oh, well, these are going to be the guys that are top 5 picks, top 10 picks available. And then, I mean, even look at this year. Garrett Gussmeyer, Klubnik, Drew Aller was thought to be a top 10 pick at some point.
Right.
Spencer in recent years, everybody I'm going to say.
Carson Beck. Yep.
Carson Beck, Carson Strong from Nevada.
That's
he was
right.
once thought to be number 1 overall, but Spencer Rattler, Sam Howell was a top 5. Keaton Slovis, Malik Willis, Matt Corral, Will Levis, Hendon Hooker, Shadur Sanders, Quinn Ewers. All of those guys were at some point thought to be a top 10 pick. Now, how about these guys who came from nowhere in the year before they were drafted? Joe Burrow, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, Mac Jones, Anthony Richardson, Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix, Cam Ward, Jackson Dart, Fernando Mendoza. Like, there is a long list of both guys that you thought were going to be top half of the first round, even top 5 or 10, that completely played themselves well out of the first round. And then others that vault themselves into number 1 overalls or very high number 1 pick, where 6 months before, 8 months before, you would have said this guy, will be lucky to be a third day at the end of the third day. So it's so fluid when you talk about how these guys perform in either direction, that trying to, I think it's a fool's errand to try and determine what the draft's going to look like for quarterbacks a year in advance.
Well, now we know why Ty Simpson turned down $6 million in NIL money, right? I mean, that whole thing got pieced together quickly on Thursday. All right, Huey, great stuff, man. We'll talk on Friday, all right?
Thanks, rock and roll, guys. Okay.
All right, Hugh Millen with us. Our Bellevue Rare Coins golden moment from the weekend. Mike Denbrock, who is Notre Dame's offensive coordinator, coaching Jadarian Price at Notre Dame, will join her on 620 on 93.3 KJR FM.
It's time for the Bellevue Rare Coins Golden Moment of the Weekend. Find out what your gold, silver, coins, watches, and jewelry are worth for free from Bellevue Rare Coins. Find out more at BellevueRareCoins.com.
All right, boys and girls, we're back with our Bellevue Rare Coins Golden Moment from the weekend, brought to you by our friends at Bellevue Rare Coins. Find a store near you at BellevueRareCoins.com. Famous for their high payouts, gold trading at all-time highs. If you've got valuables that you want to turn into cash, take it to Bellevue Rare Coins. Only place I trust with my valuables at BellevueRareCoins.com. The Golden Moment, the Bellevue Rare Coins Golden Moment from the weekend happened to involve our producer back there behind the glass on the call for the Sounders and Dallas on Saturday night.
We are through the added 4 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it at Lumen Field. The corner will come in. The final whistle will be called. This is it for Dallas-Seattle in a 2-1 game. It comes in. It is punched away from Andrew Thomas. Still with it. Chance to cross again. It comes in. It's headed away. Jackson Reagan heads it. Another ball comes in. It's out for a goal kick. And that will do it. Sounders win 2-1 at Lumen Field.
There we go, First Jackson. Of all, great call, number one. Number two, when Jackson's calling the World Cup for Fox in like 8 years from now, we can all say we knew him way back when. Right. Will you do me a favor, though, the next game that you call, if you ever screw anything up, a stat, whatever, a factoid, can you just drop in a little?
How dumb can I be? Look at an injury report, Jackson. I've dropped the how dumb can I be. I've said that a couple of times on the broadcast. I love that.
How many games are you doing this year? Do you know?
I don't know the total. We are doing 10 rain games over.
Okay.
So we did the rain game last night as well.
Yeah.
And I, whenever Danny Jackson can't do it, I'll do the Sounders.
Right. How many Sounder games have you done so far?
So far, Bob?
Yeah.
Like
you
10, 12.
What's your record in those games?
Well, weren't you like 0-4 for the first 4?
Yeah, what's your record?
I was 0-1, and then it's been pretty much wins.
So you're kicking
since.
ass now.
Wow.
All right. Okay, good.
Okay.
Well, I think the team needs to know that. I think somebody in a position of authority, Adrian, whoever, need to realize that when you're on the call, they win games. Have you noticed one thing, though, and maybe I don't know if I'm the only one that notices this, and I'm not saying that you're the only one that does this either, by the way. I think it's a soccer thing.
Okay.
And a soccer guy is going to hit us up now. Fierce.
Uh-oh.
All right. And by the way, I have noticed over the last maybe 10, 15 years, and really in the last couple of months, maybe even more so, that there is a quote-unquote guy for every sport. There's a baseball guy. There's a football guy. There's a soccer guy. There's a hockey guy.
I don't know if there's a basketball guy.
There is absolutely a WNBA person. I can tell you that right now. There is no question.
When you're talking about the guy, you're talking about the person that knows more than you, and he's very, very happy to tell you that he knows more than you.
Well, there is a absolute know-it-all in the WNBA. Trust me, they're out there, okay? Men and women, by the way. But the point is about the call, if you just heard the last couple seconds of that call, you would think that's a pretty big game.
Yeah.
That's like a playoff game.
Yes.
Or it was just a game in the middle of April over Dallas. Yet your tone of voice made it sound like it was a pretty significant game. And I hear that a lot from soccer announcers. Why is that?
Well, I think it was for that specific moment, it was the fact that this was a 2-1 game, a game that Dallas was certainly pushing in the last 10 minutes for that equalizer goal.
Right.
And it was so much tension, and like the building kind of got quiet in the last 10 minutes. And I tried to like incorporate that where this is a very nervous moment. And then in the last second, Dallas have a massive chance with that corner kick and the follow-up cross. And it sort of is like that. There was so much tension in that moment. I had to make the moment sound as big as it felt.
Yeah. Because it's funny because everything's magnified in soccer, right?
Yeah, so close.
One goal is, oh my God, he scored. People often compare like a goal in soccer to a touchdown in football.
No.
To me, it's not even close.
Not even.
It's like 4 touchdowns in football.
Yeah.
Is it not?
Well, what's your average soccer score? 3-1, 2-1?
Yeah, some was 2-1. Yes.
Yeah,
usually each team scores 3-ish touchdowns in a game, so it's probably 2-1.
It's 2-1.
It's 2-1.
Yeah, but
it's 2-1 ratio.
But it feels so much more than that. Like 14-0, 1-0, especially later in a match.
Right. What I was saying is the average score is probably 2-1.
2-1.
So if you think about 3 touchdowns per game, it's probably more to the NFL 1-1. 3 touchdowns to 1 goal.
Right,
yeah,
exactly.
3 touchdowns to 1 goal.
I think you're right. I mean, it just feels like it's a much bigger deal. But all right, so there's your golden moment.
Hey.
Jackson Feltz not stepping all over himself on live radio on Saturday. He woke up and told himself, my main goal this weekend, I just don't want to screw it up. And you didn't screw it up for sure. So you're like the number 2 guy. You're the 1B.
Yeah.
If Danny can't go, who's the 1C? Is there someone behind you? Like if he's not available, you're not available.
It's probably Andrew Harvey. You guys probably don't know who him.
Andrew Harvey?
Yeah, Harvey's a good friend of mine.
Is his grandpa Paul Harvey? Remember Paul Harvey?
Yes, good night.
The old radio guy back in the day?
Yeah, Andrew and I are good friends, and he's done many Sounder games when we both can do it.
Can you clarify to the listener that I am not the WNBA guy that you're speaking of?
You are not.
Thank you.
You are?
Because I think...
Were you nervous about that?
No, but if you're driving around and you're saying on the air, there is definitely a WNBA guy, and you're sitting next to the play-by-play guy of a WNBA team, there would be a normal thought that I might be the WNBA guy.
It's really Dick.
He's the guy.
No, it is not you.
Okay.
It's not you at all.
Thank you.
I mean, I'll just tell you where this came from.
Okay.
It was this page. Is it Beckers or Bukers, by the way?
Beckers.
Okay, because I said Beckers on the air.
Spelled Bukers sounds like Beckers.
Somebody texted in and said Bukers, so I started calling her Bukers when I was right all along, for God's sakes. This, what's the name of the number 1 pick?
AZ Fudd.
Is it AZ Fudd?
AZ,
that's
her
her
first name.
AZ Fudd.
Fudd is her last name.
Elmer Fudd. AZ Elmer Fudd is the first pick in the draft. And this story came out, and we'll talk about this. Well, maybe we'll just talk about it now. The hell? Why talk
wait?
about it tomorrow?
Time, go ahead.
Do you got the clip, by the way, ready?
I
the
don't,
Paige
but
Beckers
I can
clip?
get it ready. One second.
I said, I will just tell you what I wrote on social media today, okay? And I realized that you go on social media, you're going to hear from everybody, right? Whatever, blah, blah, blah. So there is a tweet from Yahoo 6 hours ago with a video clip of Paige Beckers addressing the AZ Fudd situation to the Dallas Wings. Now, for those that don't know, Beckers and AZ are dating each other. And they are the number 1 picks in consecutive years of the Dallas Wings, correct? Beckers was last year. AZ Fudd is this year. So when this whole thing came up originally, when Fudd had her initial press conference, she was asked about it, and it was shut down by a member of the Dallas Wings PR staff. Like, just, we're not talking about that. We're shutting her down. Okay? And I'm certain that there's more to the clip than what Yahoo put on social media, although I will tell you this. ESPN on the front page of their website has a link to the story.
Okay.
Beckers, Fudd relationship, quote, nobody's business, end quote.
So this clip is a minute 47.
Okay?
So
hang on. So Yahoo comes out and quotes the same thing. So I see this quote on Yahoo. I see this quote on ESPN. And my first thought is, why are they so defensive about this? Like they're dating each other. They're public about their romance. It's on social media. It's back-to-back number 1 picks. They play for the same team. It's absolutely a legitimate question to ask about how this would work regarding team chemistry. What if you get into a fight? What if you break up? How does that translate to practice or a game the next day? Let me ask you this. If 2 homosexual men were dating each other in the NBA and were drafted number 1 by the Houston Rockets in back-to-back years, would that be a topic?
Yes.
Of course it would be.
Yes.
So why should it be any different in the WNBA? So I brought this up, and I got bombarded, which I'm not surprised by. But it's the WNBA people that for some reason, some way, are more interested in protecting this relationship between these 2 women than talking about how it impacts the basketball team, which I would love for one day the WNBA to get to a point where we're just talking basketball. We're not talking about who hates Caitlin Clark. We're not talking about who dates who. We're talking about hoops and basketball.
I mean, some of the I saw some of the responses to you, and I think some of the responses were actually down that road of you only tweet WNBA when it's something like this. You never tweet about the basketball.
Yes. Correct.
So I think if they were,
correct.
So I think some of them would be a lot more open to you tweeting about this if you also tweeted about basketball.
So you want me to tweet more about basketball, and then I can talk more about what's happening off the court.
That's
what you're saying to me?
I'm trying to translate what
that's
they're
fine,
saying.
whatever. I mean, look, I don't care.
Because I don't care one way or the other what you tweet.
If that's your opinion, that's your opinion. I'm just saying this, that I think that I don't tweet a lot about women's basketball. I'm not a major, big-time fan of women's basketball. I've tweeted about Caitlin Clark before. I've tweeted about the Storm every now and then, but really not very often. I'll totally admit that. That's a fact. You're 100% right about that. What raises my radar is stories like this where, look, I'm not really interested either way. I'm just surprised for a league that's trying to grow itself and have the same kind of coverage and, in some ways, criticism that the NBA